Chapter 413. Within the Pure Land, flower petals fluttered about, stained with blood. They shined like crystals and sprinkled down like a rain of tears. It was a poignant beauty. The white-clothed god king sat beneath a tree, his eyes closed. He didn't move at all. The blood of a divine being flowed out, blooming into the most beautiful flowers in the world, causing everything else to lose their splendor. This was an eternal scene. No matter how many years passed, it would never fade. It was unforgettable, forever engraved in people's hearts. The world was very peaceful. There was only the sound of falling flowers. They sparkled and danced about in the air. A sweet fragrance filled the air as they flew out of the Pure Land and fell into the divine city. There were clearly many people crying out, and the people of the Jiang family were crying out in sorrow. But this world seemed so peaceful. Only this eternal scene appeared. This was the power of the Pure Land. It caused the world to become peaceful. All noise and clamor was purified, becoming a part of this beautiful scene. Within the Pure Land, Yifan couldn't move or speak. He couldn't stop this at all. 6 sparkling flowers of blood bloomed, flying out from the God King's chest one after another. They were beautiful and gorgeous, like rainbow-colored phoenixes soaring through the air. They landed on Yifan's body. This was the blood of a divine being. It could purify all techniques in the world. Even a peerless God King only had a small amount of it. Once the 6 flowers of blood appeared, it was almost completely exhausted. Divine beings possessed a miraculous effect that defied the heavens. The first blood flower fell and dripped into the pre-celestial Tao diagram. Yifan's body immediately shook as if he had broken free from a layer of shackles. He wanted to shout out for the God King to stop, but no sound came out. His heart was burning with impatience, but he couldn't change anything. The second divine blood flower fell. The pre-celestial Tao diagram was dyed red. It sparkled and became a bit different. The pain from Yifan's shattering body sharply decreased. Bo! 6 divine blood flowers fell one after another, submerging into Yifan's body. They flowed into the pre-celestial Tao diagram, allowing him to immediately move. His body and divine sense were both nourished. "Senior, hurry and stop!" Yifan shouted. The Supreme Divine King sat cross-legged without moving. The 7th God Spirit blood flower bloomed. He wanted to use the God blood to cleanse Yifan of the curse, purify the great Tao, and sever the karma. This was a type of self-sacrificing action. Once the blood of a deity flowed out, the Divine King would most likely cease to exist. This blood was the foundation of his status as an exceptional expert. Perhaps he would pass away in a moment's time. The innate patterns grew dim. The divine blood was incomparably profound after all, able to purify all karma and wipe out great Tao patterns. Yifan stumbled over. He wanted to approach the verdant tree and approach the white-robed God King, but the Pure Land seemed to have no end. No matter how he ran, he could not approach it. "Senior, if you die, what face do I have to live on? I don't want you to use your life blood to extinguish my curse." Pop! The 8th God Spirit blood flower bloomed. The white-robed God King became even more auspicious. He sat cross-legged beneath the divine tree, and a divine radiance flowed around his body. He was like a divine spirit walking towards the end of his life. The crystalline rain of flowers fell on his body, making him stand aloof from the world. He used his own strength to defy the heavens and repair the broken path for the saint body. He wanted to use his own blood to cleanse the innate Tao diagram. Pop! The 9th God Spirit blood flower bloomed. The innate Tao diagram was cut out and rushed out from Yifan's body, floating in the air. This was the power of the divine blood. It could sever karma. The Supreme Divine King used his own strength to forcefully sever the connection between the Tao diagram and Yifan, but he still couldn't erase the patterns. At this time, his divine blood had been completely drained and he only had 9 left. The Pure Land shook. The God King seemed to have been petrified. He remained motionless without a trace of strength left. "Divine King Ancestor!" The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. At this time, their voices finally rang out. The Pure Land dimmed. It could no longer calm the world. The outside world was already in an uproar. Many cultivators were in an uproar. The God King is about to die in meditation. His peerless era has come to an end. What a pity! a god king of a generation. 4,000 years ago, he was a valiant hero who looked down on the world. But when he was at the peak of his power, he was sealed in the Purple Mountain. After he returned, his beauty had died and he was already past his prime. The peerless god king looked down on the world. Although he was a sovereign in this world, he lived a miserable life. Now his life is about to end. There was no one who wasn't moved. Everyone was discussing this and many people were sighing. The life of the white-robed god king left them all sighing. Yi Fan cried out. He finally threw himself beneath the god king tree and prostrated himself in front of the god king. Hot tears rolled down from his eyes. God king, you can't die. The god king opened his eyes, but they were dim and lifeless. He said, the world doesn't approve. The curse hasn't been broken. I'm only one step away. God king, there's no need to say any more. I have a Qilin divine medicine seed here. Hurry and eat it. Although Yi Fan saw the god king open his eyes, he felt even more uneasy. The moment the Qilin divine medicine appeared, a boundless aura of life immediately filled the air. The entire Pure Land was filled with vitality. There's no need. The white-robed god king shook his head. Then, with a tap of his finger, Yi Fan was immobilized once again. The peerless god king chanted the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It resounded through the world, suppressing all other sounds. Even the tiny golden life form that was undergoing its tribulation not far away felt much better. The lightning that filled the sky was suppressed. Everyone was astonished. How could the peerless god king still have such a cultivation after losing all his divine spirit blood? His cultivation realm was just too high. Just as the sovereign of the Eventide had said, he had definitely surpassed the great perfection god king realm. All the divine voices of the great Tao gathered towards a single point, enveloping the connate Tao diagram that floated in the air in a bid to obliterate it. These sound waves had form and substance. They were like rainbow-colored ripples that were clearly visible. They were extremely resplendent, and possessed an indescribable charm. In the outside world, all the cultivators fell silent. They could sense a loftiness and vastness. Many people felt a sense of peace in their hearts, as they seemed to comprehend something under the heavenly voice of the great Tao. Heavens, this is the overture of God. Finally, someone sensed the mysteries and understood what sort of mighty power it was. They could not help but cry out in surprise. How is this possible? How many times has the overture of God been played since ancient times? This song is not completely related to one's cultivation. It is a manifestation of one's mental state. It contains one's understanding of the Tao, and one's comprehension of the various forms of the mortal world. Legend has it that the overture of God is only the initial stage. If one were to develop a true divine song, they would obtain a power that is close to that of a divine spirit. No one was not shocked. They never imagined that the white-robed god king would be so brilliant as to comprehend the overture of God. Although it had nothing to do with one's cultivation, and was only a sublimation of one's mental state, a cultivator's greatest potential lay in their heart. One day, they might be able to illuminate the world. The god king lived a miserable life. Only in this way did he comprehend the overture of God. Everyone thought of the god king's life. Half of his life was lonely, and the other half was miserable. He had lost a beauty and was in his twilight years. He had too many regrets. The god king has exhausted all of his divine spirit blood to perform the divine movement. He really is prepared to die here. Everyone understood his meaning. They knew that it was impossible for him to live in this world for much longer. Perhaps ending this life filled with sorrow and regret was a form of release. God King. Many people from the Jiang family wept. Even the other cultivators were infected. Many people felt their noses turn sour, and their eyes dry up. They lamented the life of a peerless God King. He had truly lived a pitiful life. The overture of God seemed to possess the power of a divine spirit. It submerged the Tao diagram in the air. 7 colored ripples fluctuated, causing it to constantly dim. Flower petals fell down one after another, stained with blood. The overture of God lingered in the Pure Land, but the God King's life force grew weaker and weaker. He was like a lamp that could be extinguished at any moment. Yi Fan wanted to roar out loud, but he couldn't move in the end. Hot tears tumbled out from his eyes. This was an unbearable kindness. It was too heavy. I don't want this. He roared out in his heart, but he couldn't change anything. The ancient curse was nearly unresolvable. For hundreds of thousands of years, not a single person had been able to break through the 4 extreme secret realms. The price to pay to break through these shackles was just too great. The God King was using his life to repair his broken path. He used the divine spirit blood to form the Tao diagram, and the overture of God to erase the innate patterns to sever his karma. However, this was the price of his life. Pop! Within the Pure Land, flowers and grass withered one after another. Leaves danced about chaotically, falling all over the ground. This small world that was filled with vitality was approaching its end. The God King couldn't hold on anymore. It was difficult for the Pure Land to continue existing in this world. It was about to disappear, no longer existing. A light breeze blew past. Withered leaves flew about chaotically in the Pure Land and hundreds of flowers withered. It instantly lost all vitality. There was a deathly stillness as far as the eye could see. The tinkling spiritual spring had dried up and the fragrant flowers and grass had withered. There was a deathly atmosphere. Lush and vitality no longer existed. There was only desolation and decay. The Pure Land had become a land of death. There was no longer any light. It quickly darkened and became ice cold. The only light came from the center of the Pure Land. Only the God King's ancient tree hadn't fallen. But yellow leaves were drifting about, filling the air with the bleakness of autumn. This ancient tree was named the God King tree. It shared the same life as the peerless God King. If it withered away, that meant that the God King's life had come to an end. The overture of God lingered about, making the dark and gloomy Pure Land seem a bit bleak. The God King's ancient tree was almost completely bare. Withered leaves danced about in the air. The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. Many people cried out, but they couldn't stop this. The Tao diagram in the Pure Land was gradually erased and vanished. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. The curse of the Holy Land had been broken. The peerless God King had defied the heavens to repair his broken path. But he himself had lost his vitality. His eyes lost their luster. He looked up at the ancient tree, and saw that there wasn't a single leaf on it. The overture of God was supposed to open the path towards divinity. But today it wasn't for the God King himself, but to help Yi Fan, helping him break through his shackles. The Khanate Tao diagram had completely disappeared. It was lost forever. Heaven and earth didn't approve of it. The God King had defied the heavens and changed everything. God King. Yi Fan was finally able to move. He rushed forward with tears in his eyes. He took out the seed of the divine medicine of immortality, and wanted to let the God King consume it, but he couldn't. Although the eyes of the God King in white were dim, he was very determined. He slowly stood up, still looking down on the world. His aura didn't weaken in the slightest. I can't die yet. That was all he said. He walked out step by step. Yi Fan followed behind and appeared in the big world, standing side by side with the God King in the night sky. Whoosh! The divine city was in an uproar. After hundreds of thousands of years, the sacred body of the ancients had finally broken the curse. There might be a complete sacred body in the future. Everyone looked at Yi Fan, and their expressions flickered. That was especially true of the younger generation, who felt an incredible pressure weighing down on them. It was a physique that had an unparalleled reputation in the primordial era. When it matured, it could challenge the great emperors of old. Its reappearance made it difficult for the supreme sect masters of Zhongzhou to calm down. Endless murderous intent rushed toward Yi Fan like an ocean. It was boundless and surrounded him. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to be the enemy of the whole world. However, he was not afraid at all. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were deep. He stood in the void and looked around. He was extremely calm and composed. Chapter 414. The stars and moon were gentle as silver splendor scattered down. The world was bright and clear. The divine city was incomparably hazy. It looked auspicious and peaceful as if there was a layer of smoke curling about. However, the real situation was not like this. Formless killing intent pervaded the air, and came from all directions. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore and rocks were collapsing the clouds. Yi Fan broke through with great difficulty and finally entered the 4 extreme secret realms. There were no longer any obstructions, and he became the first divine physique to break through the curse in over 100,000 years. Everyone's hearts were stirred. This was definitely a major event. It made all the great powers feel restraining fear and pressure. No one was willing to see him rise up. Suddenly, the night sky was torn apart by someone. Someone crossed through the void and appeared beside Yi Fan and the Divine King. He was like an ancient vicious beast emerging into the world, his killing intent surging like a tide. This person was a top expert. He produced 2 magical bodies and held great weapons interwoven with Tao and principles as he threw himself over. Wang. The void trembled as if someone had torn apart a rag. His battle prowess was overflowing and his blood energy was like a dragon. It shook everyone to their bones and made them feel as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell. Everyone was shocked. The newcomer was extremely daring. He killed Yi Fan and the Divine King at the same time decisively and mercilessly. Although the white-robed Divine King could be considered a peerless expert, he had lost all of his divine blood and used his own vitality to play the divine overture. Now he was like a lamp without oil. The newcomer could be said to be ruthless. He chose this time to exterminate them. Otherwise, who would dare face the Divine King head-on during normal times? This was completely deceiving the Divine King's declining strength. You dare! The Jiang family shouted loudly and rushed over quickly. The exceptional Divine King's eyes were dim, but his heroic appearance did not decrease. His snow-white sleeves fluttered about. His Tao techniques were natural, and he was one with the world. He was like a walking deity of the mortal world as he formed a seal and shook the void. Bang! The sky immediately collapsed. This world seemed to have decayed and nothing could resist it. It was like a divine attack that could tear through everything. Hong! The ocean-like power surged violently, suffocating everyone. Everyone was shocked. In the distance, it was unknown just how many people were knocked unconscious and fell on their backs. Everyone trembled in fear. The white-robed Divine King in the sky was like a deity. With a shake of his seal, the stars and moon lost color, and the world collapsed. Pooh! That peerless expert was instantly turned into flying ashes. His Dharma body was completely destroyed, and the weapon interwoven with the Tao and principles was turned into dust. Nothing was left. Every single person felt a chill from head to toe. The white-clothed Divine King was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Yet he still had this kind of divine might. This truly made people shiver all over. Many great powers were shocked. The godly monarch's ancient tree has already withered. His life is nearing its end, so how can he still have such combat strength? He has lost all of his god's blood and played the divine overture. His life should have dried up. He really is a supreme god king, using his own strength to destroy the karma of the saint body. He's still so mighty even when he's about to pass away. He really can't be blasphemed. Many cultivators were alarmed, and the Jiang family's people were even more sorrowful as they quickly flew over. Boom! Suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge black hand covered the night sky, blocking all the moonlight and starlight. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. It was so huge that it made people feel suffocated. The terrifying fluctuations made many people faint. Another peerless expert attacked, and he was even more terrifying than the person from before. He wanted to kill the white-clothed Divine King and Yi Fan. Boundless killing intent surged, and the great earth continuously cracked. The white-clothed Divine King's eyes were without luster, but his body was ramrod straight. His right hand controlled the great Tao, and drew out a profound and unfathomable trajectory. That was the manifestation of the Tao as it struck towards the sky. Wang! The sky collapsed, and the huge black hand split into pieces. Then, it turned into ashes in an instant. The clear starry sky appeared, scattering down like the moonlight on water. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone was deeply shocked. Even though the Supreme God King was on the verge of death, he still couldn't be offended. 2 great experts died in succession, shocking everyone. At this moment, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to act blindly without thinking anymore. The Divine King stood there with great divine might. His white clothes fluttered, and he gave off the aura of a deity. No one dared to oppose him anymore. Everyone was alarmed. Divine King. The members of the Jiang family stormed forward, and surrounded the white-clothed divine king. They were all so sad. The divine king's life was about to end, and they felt suffocated. Boom. At this moment, the thunderclap broke the peace of the world. The little gold creature had endured the third heaven's punishment. After a short period of silence, the fourth heaven's punishment came. It was scorched, and its gold body was badly wounded. It kept wiping its tears and crying, looking at people helplessly. Only its big eyes were still bright. They were filled with tears, which made it look pitiful. That unlucky divine silkworm. After dragging Yi Fan down, it passed the third heaven's punishment too, sighed Tu Fei. In the immemorial epoch, the divine silkworm had 9 transformations. It was invincible in this world. It had to go through at least 5 heaven's punishments. I wonder if it could endure it. Boom. The heaven's punishment came down with 5-colored lightning. The 5 elements divine lightning struck the little gold creature one after another. It was so sad that it cried. Use all your innate techniques to resist. In the immemorial epoch, your fellows must have left their inheritance in your life seal, said Yi Fan using sound transmission. Shi Yan had cut this little gold creature from the divine origin. He didn't want it to die. Moreover, he had rented it to the Xia dynasty. They had an agreement that once the divine silkworm changed again, it would be returned to him. At this moment, lightning flashed in the sky with 5 colors. It attracted people's attention. After the little gold creature heard Yi Fan's sound transmission, it ran away in the lightning bolts and used different techniques at the same time. It opened its small claw. The 5-colored divine light shot up into the sky and grabbed all the lightning bolts. Its skin was torn and its bones were broken. It screeched miserably. That unlucky divine silkworm. It's so scared that it lost its mind. It's using its divine techniques recklessly. Li Haishui shook his head. The divine silkworm was panic-stricken. It used its divine techniques recklessly to control the lightning punishment. It made people gawk. They wanted to laugh, but they couldn't because it was too pitiful. The divine silkworm's body was cracked. It couldn't endure it anymore. The little nun in white wiped her tears and called it continually, asking it to endure. You have to resist. You shouldn't use your divine techniques recklessly to attract trouble. Yi Fan used sound transmission again. The divine silkworm cried and cried. It moved continuously in the void. After the 5-colored divine lightning struck down, half of the electric beams disappeared and reappeared in the distance. Boom. The lightning was earth-shaking. Screams arose from that area. Many people were burned and vomited blood. Some of them were killed directly. That unlucky divine silkworm. What kind of strange divine techniques does it have? Tu Fei gawked, dropping his jaw. More people were cursing the divine silkworm for moving the stars and bringing bad luck to them. They were so enraged that they wanted to vomit blood. However, the little gold creature couldn't endure it anymore. It fell from the sky. Its skin and flesh were torn. It looked like a piece of charcoal. It convulsed twice and then stopped moving. It's dead. It's just trying to lead the trouble to someone, and it got struck to death? Everybody was astounded. Only the little nun in white was crying and calling for little Bab. Many precursors used their soul consciousness to check. They all shook their heads because they couldn't feel a beam of chi from the divine silkworm. It didn't have any living energy fluctuation. The lightning in the sky stopped. It flickered, but it didn't scatter. It didn't strike anymore. After an unknown period of time, people were astounded to see the little gold creature open one eye, sneakily looking at the sky. Holy **T. The divine silkworm is playing dead. It's the deceiving heaven divine technique in the legends. It can isolate the great path and steal the sun from the sky. It's using it to play dead. Too bad that it can't stay calm. Boom. Before they could finish their discussion, the last lightning strike of the 4th strike of the lightning strike struck. The divine silkworm ran away like a wisp of smoke. However, it wasn't as fast as the lightning strike. It was almost smashed. Blood splashed everywhere. All the bones in its body were broken. It had almost become a pile of meat paste. It cried and then fell into the dust. This time it won't really die, right? Everyone was incredibly bewildered. The 5th heavenly tribulation descended. It arrived extremely quickly. Many older generation figures were horrified. There were only 4 streaks of lightning radiance, but it was one of the most terrifying lightning tribulations. Earth, fire, wind, and water appeared brilliantly. It was as if a world was being created, heaven and earth being opened. It quickly descended. Many people knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the divine silkworm would definitely die. Suddenly, divine radiance rushed into the sky, illuminating the night sky. A sparkling cocoon appeared around the divine silkworm's body. It illuminated the starry sky, extremely gorgeous and beautiful. This left everyone shocked. The divine silkworm's 3rd transformation was starting. It was still young, its thoughts pure, but the inheritance in its life imprint automatically activated, protecting it. The divine silkworm formed a cocoon that was like a 7-colored gemstone. It continuously flickered with radiance, stopping the earth, fire, wind, and water types of terrifying lightning. Ear-splitting thunder sounds rang out. 4 streaks of world-shocking heavenly lightning struck down one after another. The 7-colored cocoon shattered, turning into endless divine light that surrounded the divine silkworm's body. Following a world-shaking tremor, the final wave of lightning tribulation disappeared. The little golden creature's bones released pa sounds, flesh and blood reborn. However, it didn't have the appearance of a true dragon, but rather a little golden qilin. It woke up. It swallowed the 7-colored radiance around its body with a single gulp. Its entire body released extraordinary brilliance, but its expression was incomparably perplexed. It stared at everyone around it, stupefied, at a loss as to what to do. The divine silkworm had 9 transformations, every single transformation a new beginning. It would completely forget the past, its memories becoming a blank. Now that it completed the 3rd transformation, it also meant that it bid farewell to its past. Little Guai. The white-clothed little nun called out softly, her face full of joy. However, the divine silkworm didn't have any reaction. It became a little golden qilin, not the size of a palm, chubby and chubby. It swayed about as it walked, its appearance charmingly naive. It looked at everyone with an innocent expression, its large eyes extremely clear. It really is heaven-defying. The 3rd transformation divine silkworm is like a golden qilin. There are no true dragons, divine phoenixes, or qilins in this world. Could it be that these immortal images were all evolved from the divine silkworm? Everyone's eyes burned with passion, rigidly staring at the divine silkworm. It was completely different from how they looked at Yi Fan. Both of them had experienced heavenly tribulation, both of them heaven-defying, but the treatment they received was completely different. Many undying inheritances wanted to strangle Yi Fan, but they wanted to subdue the divine silkworm. The little golden qilin was charmingly naive, a bit unaccustomed to its new body. It arrived in front of the white-clothed little nun, its large eyes bright. It stared at her in a daze for a bit, and then it spat out a streak of 7-colored mist. It entered her body, and then it disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Little Guai, where are you going? Hurry and come back. The little nun anxiously shouted. The divine silkworm ran over to Yi Fan's side. It seemed to be very confused, as if it was trying its best to recall, but it couldn't remember anything. It timidly walked a few steps forward, and then it pulled on his trousers. It raised its head and looked at him innocently, as if it wanted to find an answer. You were brought into this world by me, so there's no need to be afraid. Just stay by my side in the future. Yi Fan leaned over, and a handful of divine origin beans appeared in his hands, handing them over. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the divine silkworm collected all of them, and then it swallowed them in one gulp. It revealed a satisfied expression and rubbed its own round little belly. It was abducted just like that. That's a divine silkworm. What will happen in the future if it walks together with the divine physique? The divine physique and the divine silkworm are both unrivaled existences in the later stages of their growth. If they grow together, there was no one who wasn't shocked. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts. Yi Fan actually managed to deceive the divine silkworm just like that. It seemed that the little golden qilin was very fond of him. Although it had forgotten the past, its instincts were still there. Yi Fan extended his hand, wanting to pick up this chubby little fellow and place it on his shoulder. However, at this moment, the divine silkworm was incomparably vigilant. With a schwa sound, it retreated and angrily waved its little golden fist at him. Then it disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Its speed was too fast, and no one present could stop it. They could only watch as it disappeared into the horizon. Tonight, everything came to an end. Although the Divine King didn't have long to live, his might was still there. No one dared to come forward. The divine physique had broken the curse, and this was already a foregone conclusion. It couldn't be changed, and there would be plenty of opportunities to erase the future. Divine King, you once said that when Yi Fan broke through the 4 secret realms, the younger generation would be able to fight a life and death battle with him. You won't interfere, is that true? No one thought that someone would make a move at this critical juncture. They wanted to deal with the divine physique. The Divine King in white nodded. His voice was calm as he said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight." He didn't say much, but it caused a great commotion. Everyone looked over, especially the younger generation. "I want to fight him." Immediately, more than 10 young figures walked up and shouted one after another. It was obvious that they had the support of great forces behind them. Some of them didn't come out of their own will, and only came to test the waters. Of course, there were even more people who really wanted to fight. Murderous intent surged as they walked forward. Perhaps this was the best opportunity to kill the divine physique. After all, he had just successfully broken through. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he walked in the void. He faced the crowd without fear and swept his gaze over them. He said, "If you want to fight me, then come forward." Now, although he had just broken through to the 4 secret realms, he was filled with powerful confidence and wasn't afraid of challenges. He also wanted to test the battle prowess of the top figures of the younger generation. Boom! This place was instantly thrown into an uproar. Many young cultivators focused their attention on him, including the divine sons and daughters, as well as a few young cultivators from the Central Plains. Almost in an instant, many people stepped forward, slowly walking over, forcing their way over. Among them, the golden-winged little Peng was the most eye-catching. He stood tall and straight, his golden hair wildly dancing in the wind, and his eyes were as sharp as sabers. He grasped the black great desolate halberd in his hands, like a demon god. "I already said that I would use you to refine medicine. Now that you've broken the curse, it couldn't be better." Xiaojuyo's arrogance soared to the heavens. Even though Yi Fan had entered the 4 secret realms, he was still the same as he pressed forwards. Chapter 415. Many of the younger generation pressed forward. Wave after wave of killing intent rolled over. This was because they knew that if they missed this opportunity, it would be much more difficult to fight the divine physique again. The divine physique had just formed and had not stabilized yet. Many people saw this point. If they allowed him to continue breaking through, there might not be many in the younger generation who would dare to face him head-on. The bright moon was very bright. It was like a large silver plate hanging high in the night sky. Its gentle radiance sprinkled down, and the divine city seemed to be covered by a thin veil. It was pure white and hazy. Yi Fan stood in the void. He did not recognize many of the young experts in front of him. The ones he paid the most attention to were the little Peng King and Xiaojuyo. These two were the top figures of the younger generation. They had crossed paths with him several times, and were destined to have a great battle. Now they finally met again. However, what surprised Yi Fan was that the Yaoguang Saint Child did not come forward. He was calm and had no intention of making a move. He was enveloped by the divine light. 108 divine lights revolved around his body, making the divine moon in the sky pale in comparison. He was like a deity under the night moon, motionless. "Young master, don't go over first." The 2 gray-clothed elders firmly grabbed Xiaojuyo's arms. On the other side, the old Peng King also appeared. He pressed one hand on the golden Peng King's shoulder, making it difficult for him to move. "I'll fight you." A yellow-clothed man walked out. He seemed to be in his 20s. His body was strong and sturdy like an iron pillar. His skin flickered with a metallic luster. "Who are you?" Yi Fan asked. "I have nothing to say to you. Let me see how strong the divine physique is. Don't get smacked to death by me just as you break the curse." The yellow-clothed man's words were harsh. He had a cold smile on his face and was quite disrespectful. However, he was very careful and stood far away. Not long ago, Yi Fan resisted the heavenly tribulation with his own eyes. The strength and terror of his physical body made people deeply shocked. Fighting him in close combat was definitely courting death. Yi Fan did not say anything more. He stepped forward in the void. With each step, an illusion appeared. This kind of footwork that was close to shrinking the ground into inches made many people apprehensive. The yellow-clothed youngster didn't dare to let him get close, so he decisively took action. Multicolored splendor appeared like beautiful fireworks blooming. It was beautiful and magnificent, illuminating the entire night sky. Of course, what was even more shocking was the energy fluctuations. This was actually a forbidden artifact. It was extremely dangerous and possessed inconceivable power. There were many types of forbidden artifacts, and most of them could only be used a few times before being destroyed. However, they possessed great destructive power. Clearly, the yellow-clothed man had not come for a true showdown. He only wanted to use the forbidden tool to kill Yi Fan and make him disappear from this world. Like a firework, the colorful light transformed into a demonic cloud that covered the sky and covered the earth. It rushed towards Yi Fan and submerged him underneath, using a forbidden artifact to kill someone. This is truly vicious. Someone must have instructed him to do so. Otherwise, how could he possess a forbidden artifact? Many of the spectators felt that this was too much. This was not a fair duel at all. The person who had come was clearly here to kill Yi Fan. Swish. Yi Fan immediately disappeared from his original location. Like a floating light or a flying shadow, he instantly appeared in front of the yellow-clothed man and raised his fist to strike. You. The yellow-clothed young man was shocked. No one had expected Yi Fan's speed to be so fast. The stars and moon behind him lost their splendor. The dazzling multicolored cloud buried that part of the void, and a destructive aura erupted. However, all of this was useless because Yi Fan had long since disappeared from his original location. He had arrived in front of the yellow-clothed man. Gotcha! All types of light flickered. More than 10 weapons flew out, but they were immediately smashed into pieces by Yi Fan's golden fist. They couldn't stop him even half a step. Yi Fan's golden finger slashed past like an exceptional blade. The yellow-clothed man was cut in half. He rushed through the middle and blood gushed out. A one-hit kill. The yellow-clothed man was a four-extremity expert, but he didn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. He was like a painting scroll that was easily torn apart by Yi Fan. Yi Fan's clothes weren't tainted by blood. He didn't even turn around. His gaze was sharp as it swept over the many young experts in front of him. Who else is going to come? Many of the younger generation's expressions changed, becoming absolutely silent. Many of the older generation's figures were also moved. The divine body had just formed, yet it was already this powerful. This wasn't good. I'll deal with you. An azure-clothed male walked over with large steps. He looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. This was a cultivator at the 4th level of the Four Extremities realm, almost at the consummate level. He was about to enter the next great secret realm. Chong. Light flickered on his body. An ice-cold silver battle armor appeared, tightly protecting him. It flickered with silver radiance. This was a precious armor that flowed with Tao aura. This is a Holy Lord level battle armor. Many people were shocked. The silver battle armor interweaved with the natural laws of heaven and earth. There was a great Tao aura, making this person incomparably faintly discernible. He gave off a natural feeling, as if he was one with the heavens. Who is this person? Why does he have Holy Lord level battle armor? This is a young expert from Central Continent. Just now, I saw him walk over from behind the great figures of the 100 sects. Everyone was shocked. This was definitely a young expert, perhaps the first great enemy he encountered after his divine body formed. He was much more terrifying than those who relied on forbidden artifacts. Central Continent's Gu Mingdao. The one who came reported his name. This expert who came from Central Continent only had his eyes exposed. Divine light shone. The Holy Lord level battle armor swirled with silver radiance, covering his entire body. It was as if he had become one with the great Tao. In his hands was a purple golden lamp that released streaks of purple multicolored light. 10,000 streaks of auspicious brilliance descended, making him look like a deity. This purple golden lamp was, without a doubt, also a Holy Lord level weapon. It contained divine patterns and 10,000 spiritual refinements. It possessed tremendous destructive power. Without saying too much, Gu Mingdao took action. The purple golden lamp in his hands released a streak of blazing purple radiance, illuminating the entire night sky. The radiance was resplendent. An inch-long small sword appeared between Yi Fan's fingers. With a light shake, it immediately unfolded in the wind, enlarging in an instant. The dragon-pattern black golden Holy Spirit sword became 10 zhang long. It was thick and heavy, and there were dragon patterns engraved on the black sword body. It was as if it carried the will of heaven and earth. When this sword appeared, everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Its origins were great, and it was cut out from the 9-orifice stone golem. It was a small divine object. Wang. Yi Fan brandished the Tianzhong great sword, crushing the void. It hacked down on the resplendent purple radiance, immediately shattering it. Just this strike alone possessed the power of 10,000 soldiers. Pung pung. Yi Fan held the black great sword, pointing it towards the south. He pressed forward step by step in the void, making the heavens tremble. His footsteps were like the divine drums of the celestial court. Every time it descended, someone's body would tremble. It possessed a mysterious Dao force, as if it was stepping on their hearts. Quite a few people quickly backed up, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The divine body is this powerful. Many people were stunned. No wonder the young experts of the 4 extremes all wear Holy Lord battle clothes. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Hong. The purple golden lamp in Gu Mingdao's hands flew up, fixing itself in the heavens like a purple sun. Tens of thousands of auspicious lights scattered down, purple multicolored light rushing into the heavens. Every streak of auspicious light was like a great waterfall. Over 10,000 of them poured down at the same time. This was a majestic and shocking scene. Rumbling sounds rang out, purple mists overflowing into the heavens, as if over 10,000 great purple dragons were dancing about. Yi Fan was at the center, baptized by over 10,000 great waterfalls, imprisoned by over 10,000 great dragons. The purple golden lamp's Dao force was boundless, producing destructive radiance, about to refine Yi Fan. This is a cultivator at the 4 extremes level, wielding a Holy Lord level weapon. It's too terrifying. Many people were stunned. Hong. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. A green lotus appeared at Yi Fan's side. It only had 3 leaves, yet it contained the will of all things. With a light shake, everything was immediately set in place. The primal chaos green lotus. The divine body has displayed a phenomenon. This is one of the most terrifying ancient powers. Many people cried out in alarm, revealing expressions of shock. Yi Fan was like a deity, moving through the great waterfalls falling from the heavens. His gait was calm, pressing forward step by step with the black greatsword in hand. His footsteps never stopped, the rhythm never changing. Even a Holy Lord level weapon couldn't stop him. Gu Mingdao's expression changed. He wanted to withdraw the purple golden lamp, but he couldn't do as he wished. He had no choice but to continue activating his divine force, using the purple golden lamp to refine Yi Fan. However, all of this was useless. The chaotic green lotus phenomenon was extremely terrifying, completely freezing the divine lamp in place. Moreover, nothing could touch a radius of 1 zhang around Yi Fan. The 10,000 great purple waterfalls that connected the heavens and the earth were treated as nothing by him, passing through them as if he was entering an uninhabited realm. Gu Mingdao continuously retreated, but he couldn't break free at all. Yi Fan arrived in an instant, slashing down with the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword. Gu Mingdao couldn't avoid it, and an ancient silver shield appeared in front of his arm, blocking the sky. The black greatsword was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down. Clang! A loud sound rang out, making everyone's eardrums feel like they were going to explode. This was the divine might of 10,000 caddies. Gu Mingdao was wearing a Holy Lord level battle robe, and he was protected by the ancient shield interwoven with Dao and truth, but he was still sent flying high into the sky. One could imagine how great the power was. Buzz! At this time, the purple golden lamp shook, broke free, and flew into Gu Mingdao's hand. Yi Fan glanced at the distant sky, but he didn't say anything. He knew that a powerful figure had secretly taken action, allowing the purple golden lamp to break free. He walked forward step by step, pointing the black greatsword at Gu Mingdao. It was as heavy as a mountain, as if it could split the world. Buzz! The void trembled as Yi Fan swung the Holy Spirit sword, sweeping over with the momentum of 1,000 soldiers. The greatsword slashed through the sky, emitting terrifying demonic sounds. Clang! Gu Mingdao resisted with the purple golden lamp. Divine flames filled the sky, turning the night sky purple, but it still couldn't stop Yi Fan's footsteps. He had a peerless edge, and his divine courage was unstoppable. Clang, clang! Yi Fan continuously swung the black holy sword. He was like an ancient god of war resurrected. His black hair danced wildly, his eyes sharp, and his white clothes fluttered as he suppressed Gu Mingdao. His body was dyed with a layer of golden brilliance, and he continuously swung the black dragon sword and the black gold sword. A total of 13 slashes fell, and even though Gu Mingdao was protected by the Holy Lord battle robe, he was still shaken and coughed up blood. Everyone was shocked. Even a weapon interwoven with Tao and truth couldn't stop Yi Fan, so how could they resist? Gu Mingdao was strong enough, and he was wearing the Holy Lord battle will and holding a Holy Lord battle weapon, but he was still no match. He was almost shaken to death by Yi Fan. Clang! Yi Fan's last slash sent Gu Mingdao flying 5,000 feet away. Blood dyed the sky. He couldn't resist at all, and he fell into the dust. Whoosh! A purple waterfall appeared and swept him away, disappearing into the distance. Who else wants to fight? Yi Fan swept his gaze forward. Everyone was shocked. He had just formed a holy physique, and he already had such battle prowess when he just entered the 4 extreme secret realms. He could already look down on the younger generation. Many people became silent, and many cultivators looked towards the saint children and saintesses. They were the only ones who could come out and fight. The other people of the younger generation couldn't resist. Yao Guang Saint Child, Ji Clan Divine King Physique, Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Shi, Purple Mansion Saintess, and the others' expressions didn't change, but no one knew what they were thinking. Only in Miaoi was smiling faintly. Seeing Yi Fan's battle prowess, her smile could topple cities. Her style was peerless, and she was calm and composed. She radiated with boundless charm. Release me! Xia Juyo's voice traveled over, shouting at the 2 gray-robed elders. A 7-colored divine radiance bloomed from his forehead. Young master, it won't be too late to fight him after you reach the next realm. The 2 gray-robed elders advised. If I advance another realm, I won't be in the 4 extreme secret realms anymore. What's the point of killing him then? Xia Juyo's arrogance soared to the heavens. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. The holy physique displayed such terrifying battle prowess, and there was still someone who dared to speak like this. However, when everyone saw that it was him, they felt relieved. This was a youth who rapidly rose up like a comet. It could be said that he was an unrivaled genius that was rarely seen since ancient times. He was only 13 or 14 years old, yet he had already reached the great circle of the 4 extremes, and was about to advance to the next secret realm. How many people could do this in the present age? Young master. The 2 gray-robed elders' foreheads were sweating. Step back, both of you. Who is the master and who is the servant? Xia Juyo shouted coldly. Although he had red lips, white teeth, and was extremely beautiful, he also had an intimidating aura. Yi Fan stood in the void with a large sword on his back. He calmly watched everything with an indifferent expression. In the end, Xia Juyo walked forward. The 2 gray-robed elders couldn't stop him. He was incomparably confident as he slowly walked in the air. You finally broke the curse and formed a holy physique. You can provide me with holy blood to refine medicine. Xia Juyo was the same as before. He saw Yi Fan as prey and didn't care that he advanced to the 4 extreme secret realms. You want to use me to refine medicine? Do you have the ability? Yi Fan didn't get angry. He calmly stared at this opponent who was so beautiful that it was almost like a devil. So what if you broke the curse? In the brilliant era before the primordial era, where kings rose up, even a holy physique with great success couldn't be #1 in the world. There was never a lack of great enemies to contend against. Xiaojuyo laughed coldly. His bright red lips and snow-white teeth flickered with a crystalline luster. He said, I will mercilessly defeat you and take you as my eternal servant. I will let you understand what it means to be number one in the world. If you lose, how about becoming my servant? Yi Fan strode forward. Every step he took was like the roar of a war drum, shaking the heaven and earth. I am number one in the world. Whether it is physique or cultivation, I can suppress you. Xiaojuyo pressed forward. His hair danced in the wind, making him look ethereal and otherworldly. He said, Provide me with holy blood for life and be my servant. Wang. Yi Fan made his move. There was no point in talking to such a person. Only by suppressing her could he resolve everything. That's an immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. One of the most terrifying phenomena of the primordial era. Everyone cried out in surprise. They were all incomparably nervous. Yi Fan displayed this phenomenon and manifested another version of himself. He sat high up in the 9 heavens with black and yellow qi revolving around him. He was like an immortal king overlooking the common people. The immortal king body in this phenomenon reached out a large hand and grabbed at Xiaojuyo. Suddenly, this part of the world was isolated. Xiaojuyo seemed to be standing in another starry sky. His expression was solemn as he resisted the immortal king. Unhurried celestial music rang out. This is the 9 underworld's immortal song. What? Could it be that he has the same physique as Gaijuyo? This is a terrifying Tao sound that exists side by side with the divine overture. 8,000 years ago, a Gaijuyo appeared in the Central Plains. He was just a step away from becoming a great emperor, and was unrivaled. It was rumored that he passed away in meditation in the eastern wastelands. Many people knew about it, and immediately associated it with that unrivaled character. Chapter 416. Gaijuyo, an unrivaled figure from 8,000 years ago. He was unrivaled throughout the world, looking down on all living beings. He was only a step away from becoming a great emperor, and it was rumored that he passed away in meditation in the great wastelands. The faintly discernible immortal music lingered in the air, as if it flowed over from ancient times. It resonated with the great Tao, filling the night sky with an indescribable charm. Under the moonlight, Xiaojuyo was dressed in white. His eyes were clear, and his hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if he was standing in a pure land of immortals. However, there was a type of killing intent surging. At this moment, the bodies of many cultivators cracked. Their organs were about to be injured, their souls were about to be destroyed, and even their bones were about to melt. Boundless killing intent. When the heavens released killing intent, the stars changed positions. When the earth released killing intent, dragons and snakes rose from the land. When humans released killing intent, heaven and earth were overturned. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, quickly retreating in shock. The 9 Nether Immortal song rang out, and it contained boundless killing intent. It simply had the power to collapse the heavens and rend the earth. Xiaojuyo was clearly standing very close, yet he gave others an extremely faintly discernible feeling, as if he was standing on the other side of the starry sky, isolated in another world that couldn't be reached. Wang. The attack of an immortal king covered the heavens and earth. The large hand covering the sky dome, almost pressing to Xiaojuyo's side, colliding intensely with the Tao sound in that world. It was like a battle between a million troops, piercing through metal and splitting stone, sweeping up the sky, like a tsunami that reached the heavens, and countless great stars fell. The two of them had just faced each other when they released world-shocking attacks. Yi Fan stood silently in the void, majestic and unmoving. He produced a small world that floated in the 9 heavens. Above his head, 10,000 streaks of mysterious yellow energy descended. He produced another him, sitting high in the 9 heavens, his appearance dignified like a god. An immortal king descending into the 9 heavens. One of the most terrifying phenomena of the ancient times. As soon as it was displayed, it had the power to rend heaven and earth, suppressing everyone. An immortal king descended into the mortal world, looking down on the common people. He walked down from above the 9 heavens, heading towards Xiaojuyo. He wore a 9-dragon crown on his head, and he wore a 10,000 dragon robe, his might overflowing the heavens. Wang. The void trembled, almost about to be torn apart. The immortal king tore open the restriction, continuously closing in on Xia Juyo, wanting to break into his pure land. Clang clang. The immortal song shook the world, killing intent surging like a tide. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping forward, causing the stars and moon to lose their luster, and the sky to collapse as it obstructed the enemy. Boom. The might of the immortal king was unparalleled. His large hand continuously bombarded the Tao sound that had taken form, colliding intensely with it. The Nine Nether Immortal Song was a world-renowned song. Since the ancient times, it had only been played a few times. It stood side by side with the Divine Overture, a world-shaking sound that possessed incomparable might. It could be said that it possessed the profundities of seizing the creation of the heavens and the earth, and it could obliterate all techniques in the world. If it was anyone else that came here to fight it, that person would have died without a doubt a long time ago. They would have definitely been turned into powder, and it would be utterly impossible to approach it. His divine body was unparalleled, suppressing all types of strange phenomena in the world, suppressing all types of Tao power. There was nothing that could stop his footwork, one to break through 100, impossible to resist. It was precisely because of this that the two of them seemed to be opposing each other fiercely, and they were unable to do anything to the other in a short period of time. This was a strange great battle. Xia Juyo's body engraved itself in the void, as if he was standing at the other end of the starry sky. The Nine Nether Immortal Song was long and drawn out, shaking up this world. The immortal king arrived step by step, as if he was crossing the heavens, wishing to enter that isolated world to resist the unmatched immortal song. The faces of many people from the younger generation became pale. This type of great battle made their hearts go cold. Once the Nine Nether Immortal Song appeared, who could contend against it? It could erase all methods in this world, cleanse the great Tao, hack down the heavens, possessing unmatched might. This youth with bright eyes, skin whiter than snow, was truly a heaven-defying monster. With this song's small success, he could already move unhindered through the world, look down on the younger generation. No wonder he dared to call himself number one under the sky, wishing to take Yifan as a servant. Only the immortal king dared be this powerful, taking the initiative to attack, crossing the heavens, continuously pressing forward, relying on the unmatched irregular scenes to attack the immortal song. Clang, the immortal song sounded, heaven and earth losing color. It turned into tangible waves, as if they were streaks of great Tao symbols, suppressing downwards. Dragons and snakes rose together, phoenixes and chilans contending. The white tiger roared at the moon, life turtle rising into the sky. The immortal song moved the heavens, tangible sound waves turning into great Tao patterns. They were like all types of immortal spirits, hacking towards Yifan, wishing to erase the immortal king. Chang. Yifan was like a deity, towering and unmoving. The irregular scene's power became even greater. The immortal king attacked in his place, walking above the 9 heavens, forcing his way into that pure land, knocking on the pass. His hands moved the sun and moon, as if he was a true immortal king. It was as if he was patrolling the heavens, shattering divine patterns streak after streak, impossible to contend against. Wang. The immortal song moved. 9 great Tao patterns turned into 9 winding great rivers, rushing towards the immortal king. Yifan was shocked. The 9 great Tao rivers looked extremely like the 9 Ben's Yellow River, possessing inconceivable power, sweeping through everything, sweeping up the heavens. Pung. The immortal king was like an abyss, deep and immeasurable. His hands formed imprints, producing the sun and moon, illuminating the starry sky, displaying the extreme mysteries of heaven and earth. Irregular scenes overflowing into the heavens. In the skies, an enormous noise sounded. The immortal king backed up. Xia Juyo was also shaken, his clear eyes flickering with sinister radiance, but his battle intent became even stronger. Hong. The immortal king knocked on the pass, wishing to enter the pure land to resist the 9 netherworld's immortal song. This heaven and earth was about to become tattered, as if a painting scroll was shaking, about to be torn apart at any time, turned into powder. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, their hearts shaken. The two were still in their youth, yet their confrontation was already this terrifying. If they ascended to the position of Holy Lord, what kind of power would there be? Xiaojuya was definitely comparable to a young great emperor. He was only around 13 years of age, far from maturing. His vitality hadn't reached its peak yet he still possessed endless potential. It could be said that he was rarely seen since ancient times, truly a heaven-warping genius of the present world. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration, almost impossible to face. There weren't many people in the younger generation who could fight a great battle against him. Yi Fan similarly made everyone's expressions change. He had just entered the 4 extreme secret realms, his divine body only having small accomplishments. Yet he had this type of fighting strength, exceeding everyone's expectations. His irregular scene made everyone shiver in fear. It could be said that from now on, when his divine body appeared, the irregular scenes of others would all lose luster, unable to be displayed before him. Or else they would definitely be restrained. Wang. The void trembled, and the 9 nether immortal song shook the world. It turned into a Tao diagram and flew forward, enveloping towards Yi Fan. This immediately made Yi Fan think of the natural Tao diagram interweaving between the heaven and earth. It almost destroyed his Tao foundation, and if it wasn't for the peerless divine king risking his life to make a move, he would have already fallen into a bottomless abyss. Hong. The immortal king stood in the 9 heavens with a dignified appearance. He held an immortal sword in his hand, and it was as if he was splitting heaven and earth apart. He slowly swung it, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that made people suffocate. The immortal sword suppressed the 9 heavens, and when it landed on the Tao diagram, a terrifying sound that pierced through the heavens rang out. Everyone in the divine city felt their hearts palpitate, and they were about to stop breathing. The stars and moon lost their light, and the world grew dim. Only a terrifying ocean-like aura pervaded the air, intimidating the souls and bones of many cultivators. The immortal king in the 9 heavens swayed, but he didn't fall down. He received a great impact. In another world, Xiaojuya was also trembling slightly, but the expression in his eyes became even more resplendent. He said to himself, "Only this kind of servant is worthy of me." The immortal king descends the 9 heavens, and the 9 nether immortal song clashed. And it was difficult to determine who was superior. It left everyone incomparably shocked. Xiaojuya must have some kind of connection with Gaijuyo from 8,000 years ago. He most likely obtained his inheritance, and they have the same type of constitution. Everyone quickly made this guess because at his age, he definitely couldn't comprehend a true immortal song. This was definitely an immortal song pattern that was carved by someone before him. Otherwise, once the 9 nether immortal song appeared, the world would lose color, and the sun and moon would lose their light. It possessed unimaginable power that nothing could contend against. It was because it stood side by side with the divine overture, and it wasn't any weaker than it. When the peerless divine king performed the divine song, it could be said to be world-shaking. It even erased the curse of the divine physique that had lasted for over 100,000 years, the natural Tao diagram. At this moment, the 9 nether immortal song that everyone saw was clearly far from it. It was definitely an imitation, and not an immortal song that elevated one's soul. It is related to Gaijuyo from 8,000 years ago. After making a rough guess, everyone was shocked. At the same time, everyone was also extremely fearful of Yi Fan's phenomenon. An immortal king descending the 9 heavens was only at the initial stage, and it was still far from the consummate stage. No one in this world could clearly describe its ultimate might. This kind of most terrifying ancient phenomenon contained an immortal king, and that was enough to explain everything. Is this all you've got? If that's the case, then tie yourself up with iron chains and come with me. Xiaojuyo stood with his hands behind his back. He was arrogant, and it didn't match his stunning appearance at all. What do you have to be arrogant about? Yi Fan sneered. Xiaojuyo had a disdainful attitude as he said, "I haven't even used my heaven-defying methods yet, so what do you have to compete with me? I have the 9 nether immortal song, and I can break through your phenomenon. Don't vainly think of fighting me in close combat. Once one's cultivation has entered the 4 extreme secret realms, one can draw upon the 4 extreme great Taos of heaven and earth, who would still fight with their physical bodies. What I use is the great Tao, and that is enough to suppress you." Clang. Dark gold battle armor appeared on Xiaojuyo's body, and it was sparkling and translucent like black jade. The cold black metal made his skin look even more delicate and snow-white. With the dark gold battle armor covering his body, it made him look even more heroic. His beautiful appearance lost some of its gentleness, and his arrogance grew even stronger. His eyes were like water, and his hair was fluttering in the wind. In his hand, there was a black immortal sword. He was still standing in another world, and it was just as he had said. After comprehending the great Tao, he could imprint himself in the void and wield the great Tao of heaven and earth. Compared to the other cultivators of the four extreme secret realms, he was undoubtedly a transcendent existence that stood above the clouds. It's not that I'm bullying you because you just entered the four extreme secret realms. It's because the distance between us will only get bigger and bigger. I will advance into the dragon transformation secret realm, and you will never be able to catch up to me. Today is your final chance. Xiaojiu's dark gold battle armor flickered. His charm was exceptional, and his skin was sparkling and translucent. His eyes were clear, and the black immortal sword was intimidating. He was incomparably conceited. Be my servant, and be loyal to me for life. Others felt that this was the best time to kill Yi Fan, but he felt the exact opposite. His arrogance had reached the extreme. Little wimpy brat. Yi Fan only spat out these 3 words. Bang. Yi Fan was as unmoving as a mountain, but his blood energy soared into the heavens. The phenomenon of an immortal king descending upon the 9 heavens actually fused together with him. He himself became that immortal king, and with every movement he made, it seemed as if he could tear apart this world. Wang. The black dragon-patterned Holy Spirit sword in his hand shook. It was over 100 feet long and as heavy as a mountain, nearly collapsing space itself. Yi Fan pressed forwards, 1 step at a time. Saint body and phenomenon fused together. In the legends, he possesses unparalleled combat strength. All the cultivators were shocked. They didn't think that Yi Fan would be able to accomplish this after just entering the 4 extreme secret realms. Wang. Yi Fan swung his great sword, cutting through the skies and suppressing the 9 nether immortal melody. Boom. Xiaojiu, who was imprinted in the void, swung the immortal sword in his hand and slashed downwards. A natural Tao diagram appeared and pressed downwards. He didn't approach. Just like he said, he was fighting with the great Tao and wouldn't engage in close combat. Wang. The 9 nether immortal melody shook the 9 heavens. Tao sounds rang out endlessly, resounding through the starry skies. It possessed an unparalleled might, able to obliterate all tangible things. This was the prelude to the tribulation crossing immortal melody. Bang. Suddenly, Yi Fan tore open this small world and walked in with large steps. He was truly like an immortal king, his divine might unstoppable. Once the all character of the 9 secrets appeared, his combat strength immediately increased by 10 times. Even the 9 nether immortal melody couldn't stop him. In that instant, Yi Fan tore through the 9 nether immortal melody and entered Xiaojiu's pure land. He swung the black dragon-patterned Holy Spirit sword and slashed out. Dang! Xiaojiu was shocked. His dark golden battle clothes erupted with brilliance. The black immortal sword in his hand was raised high, meeting the attack head-on. Pung! You! Xiaojiu cried out in alarm. She was so angry her face was flushed red and her fine black hair danced about. Yi Fan swung his black great sword, cutting open a small world and striking her bottom, sending her flying. If it wasn't for the dark golden battle clothes protecting her, she would have been in danger. Chapter 417. The dark gold battle armor on Xiaojiu's body was sparkling like black jade. The cold black metal blocked the fatal blow for him. Otherwise he would have been sliced in half. His hair was fluttering and his face was flushed red. He pointed the black sword at Yi Fan. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Boundless killing intent was spreading out. Yi Fan sliced open a small world and sent Xiaojiu flying. This shocked everyone. If it wasn't for the indestructible dark gold battle armor, this beautiful youth would have been in danger. The 9 nether immortal melody has been broken. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. That was the Tao sound comprehended by a peerless expert. It could destroy all tangible things in the world. Such powerful combat strength. The 9 nether immortal melody was a Tao pattern carved by the predecessors. It wasn't comprehended by Xia Juyo himself. However, it was broken by Yi Fan with his black sword. I am going to drain your saint blood. Xia Juyo's killing intent spread out as he pointed the black sword at Yi Fan. What other methods do you have? Use them all. Yi Fan faced him and pointed the black sword at the southern sky. Xia Juyo quickly calmed down. The dark gold battle armor on his body was sparkling, making him look ethereal. He said coldly, Saint Physique, you have angered me. I am going to suppress you for eternity. His entire body was glowing with divine light. The black sword in his hand looked like it had a life of its own as sword light flickered, and his killing intent rushed into the sky. Wang. Xia Juyo disappeared from his original spot and branded himself high up in the sky. He was like a god as he slashed down with the black sword. Clang, 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 10,000 swords chimed together as tens of thousands of sword light rained down like a meteor shower. Every dazzling sword light could pierce through cultivators of the Four Extremes secret realm. He had unparalleled combat strength among the younger generation. Even cultivators of the Four Extremes could only suffer grievances when fighting against him. They couldn't block his terrifying sword light. Yi Fan used the black sword in his hand to sweep horizontally. Clanging sounds resounded as though millions of soldiers were clashing. Sword chi crisscrossed and divine light rushed into the sky as though the sky was about to be pierced. Xia Juyo was brandishing the great Tao. He became one with heaven and earth, the natural Tao. This had long exceeded the scope of techniques, rising to the domain of the Tao. Each time the black immortal sword moved, a Tao diagram would descend. Everyone was stunned. This was truly a heaven-defying monster. No wonder he dared to speak such arrogant words. He truly had the qualifications to look down on the world. His comprehension of the Tao was extremely deep, making many older generation figures blush with shame. One sword, one Tao diagram, just what kind of concept was this? The might of a single sword strike could split apart the heavens and earth. And every sword strike of his was like this. There was no sword light, only the Tao diagrams that fell down. The terrifying pressure caused one's soul to tremble. This kind of Tao of the sword was really too terrifying. Every single sword strike could kill a cultivator at the peak of Four Extremities, causing many people in the Dragon Transformation secret realm to feel a chill run down their spines. A heaven-defying monster. This was the thought that came to everyone's mind at the same time. It was too scary to have such a cultivation at this age. How many people in the younger generation could compete with him? Could it be the reincarnation of Gai Juyo? They both possessed the same mysterious and terrifying physique. 8,000 years ago, Gai Juyo was invincible in the world. I guess he was no more than that when he was young. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Bang! Like a flood striking the heavens, like a surging ocean, Yi Fan brandished the black greatsword. His movements weren't too fast, but he slowly slashed through the skies. The heavy sword had no edge, yet it could cut through the heavens. This was resisting the great Tao, competing with Xia Juyo's sword Tao. Bang! The world erupted. The black greatsword that Yi Fan swung had a heaven-shocking strength, destroying all that stood in its way. Although it was moving slowly, it was as easy as breaking dry weeds. At this moment, the phenomenon of an immortal king descending into the 9 heavens had fused together with him, possessing an inconceivable might. It cut through the natural Tao diagram, unstoppable. In the skies, the great Tao was like an abyss unfathomably deep. Xia Juyo was one with the heavens, wielding the black immortal sword. The trajectory of the Tao he drew was endless, never drying up. If Xia Juyo could be said to represent the will of the heavens and earth, incarnating into the Tao, then Yi Fan was defying the heavens, using strength to break through the Tao, cutting through all that stood in his way. Xia Juyo's sword and Tao diagram had stunned everyone. No matter how many cultivators at the peak of Four Extremities came, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. But Yi Fan was able to receive all of them. This was similarly shocking. Refine your body to resemble the form of the Tao. Xia Juyo shouted lightly, his voice like the sound of the Tao resounding through the world. The sword Tao he swung out became even more terrifying. The Tao diagrams were like an abyss, each one extremely terrifying, wanting to seal Yi Fan. Wang. The void trembled. A green lotus appeared, primal chaos mist curling about it. With a light shake, Many Dao diagrams shattered. Primal Chaos Lotus. This ancient phenomenon appeared, accompanying Yi Fan at his side, immediately achieving success. Yi Fan wielded the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, his appearance dignified. He stood in the 9 heavens, black and yellow energy curling around his body. He also operated his Immortal King phenomenon to the extreme. With 2 great phenomena supporting him, he walked forward step by step, incomparably resolute. The black greatsword pointed at Xiaojiuyo. No matter how the sword diagram flew over, there was only a single sword to break it. If I can't capture you alive, then I'll just kill you. Xiaojiuyo shouted loudly. His hair danced in the air, his eyes suffused with divine light. At this moment he branded himself in the void. The space between his brows blossomed with 7-colored divine light, tens of thousands of auspicious lights falling down. It was as if an archaic god had been revived, making everyone's hearts palpitate. Divine Eye. Heavens, it really is the Divine Eye. He definitely obtained Gaijuyo's inheritance. It's a supreme divine technique of the same origin. Everyone was stunned. The space between Xiaojiuyo's brows blossomed with 7-colored light. The divine eye that could see through everything in the world opened. That was a sparkling and beautiful eye, but it emitted terrifying fluctuations. It shot out like a rainbow-colored waterfall, striking towards Yi Fan. The divine eye, as its name implied, could produce the magic power of a deity when it reached the extreme realm. It could destroy all enemies. Dong. The divine light shot down, striking the dragon-patterned black gold sword until it was buzzing and trembling, shaking Yi Fan's arm until it was numb. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since died. Dang. Another beam of divine light descended and collided with the primal chaos green lotus, causing the heaven and earth to tremble violently. The terrifying divine technique could almost draw upon the power of a deity. Even a dragon transformation realm cultivator would be pierced through. The divine eye was world-shaking and possessed inconceivable power. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air, causing many of the older generation to feel a chill down their spines. If they were to face this heaven-defying monster, they would most likely die with a grievance. Xiaojiuyo's arrogance soared to the heavens. As expected, he had the qualifications to look down on the younger generation. The more they understood, the less angry they felt. Dong. The 7-colored waterfall shot out by the divine eye once again struck the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, causing it to buzz and tremble. Its power was as great as the heavens. Yi Fan coldly snorted. He carried the holy sword on his back and let out a long roar. His entire body erupted with boundless radiance, looking like an ancient golden god of war. This is the indestructible golden body. His saint physique has indeed reached minor completion. He has condensed a unique indestructible golden body. The primal chaos green lotus and the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens fused into one with Yi Fan. His entire body was resplendent and surging with divine flames as if he was cast from gold. He was filled with a powerful sensation, and even his hair was dyed with a golden luster. It was as if a golden divine flame was throbbing. His entire person was like an awakened deity. Golden blood chi rushed into the sky as a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation surged. An incomparably powerful aura erupted. Yi Fan took a step into the sky and waved his golden fist towards the sky. The indestructible golden body had awakened. He needed an indomitable aura in order to unleash his boundless potential. Boom. Every movement of his was as heavy as a mountain, causing the void to tremble. The golden fist collided with the 7-colored waterfall, causing the sky to tremble like a tsunami. This was a resplendent energy storm that drowned out the entire night sky. Yi Fan used the indestructible golden body to resist the divine eye as he closed in on Xiaojiuyo step by step. The flesh of the saint physique is too terrifying. No wonder he survived the heavenly tribulation. Even if Xiaojiuyo's magic power is overwhelming, if the saint physique gets close to him, he can only die with regret. After the saint physique was achieved, Yi Fan's indestructible golden body was incredibly dazzling. He was like an ancient emperor walking in the mortal world, impervious to all techniques. It was very difficult to injure him in the slightest. Xiaojiuyo was finally moved. He no longer felt as if everything was under his control, like he did in the past. He was slightly unable to remain calm. If he was forced over by the other party, the consequences would be unthinkable. If I can't take you as my servant, I'll extract all of your saint blood and completely destroy you. The 9 underworld celestial song rang out again, and the heavenly voice of the great Tao shook the mortal world, wanting to destroy one's soul. It could obliterate all techniques in the world, cleanse the great Tao, and slash down from the heavens. Immediately afterwards, the celestial voice shook, and the aura became even more terrifying. In just an instant, countless cultivators were trembling with fear. This is heavens, the divine song is continuing. This is the Tribulation Transcendence Celestial Song. The 9 Underworld Celestial Song is the prelude, and what follows is the Supreme Tribulation Transcendence Celestial Song. This is a young brat, and it's also a little girl with soaring arrogance. She's too powerful. Even the large black dog, who had seen many things, was secretly astonished. Everyone knew that this was Gai Jiuyo's supreme comprehension, and only he had been able to perform it 8,000 years ago. Once the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song was performed, the whole world would submit to him. Xia Jiuyo was still too young, so it was impossible for him to have this kind of spiritual advancement. He was only performing the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song based on the comprehension of his predecessors. Even so, it was extremely terrifying, and its destructive power was too great when used against enemies. It could be said that it could practically sweep through all enemies. Yifan also sensed great danger. His indestructible golden body shone brilliantly, and golden divine flames burned fiercely. He was like a god that had been reborn from fire. At this moment he also displayed his lovely land and mountains, as well as the yin-yang diagram of life and death. He combined them with his body, and then strode forward. Young master, don't. When the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song rang out, the 2 gray-robed elders in the distance shouted loudly, "If you haven't reached the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm, you can't perform this song." Dong. The first strike of the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song arrived, and it was as if the world was turning upside down. The entire world was filled with celestial sounds and divine radiance, and it was as bright as day. The supreme wonderful sound flowed over from the archaic era. Yi Fan was immediately sent flying 600 zhang away. The entire sky was about to be overturned, and the supreme power was vast and mighty. What a powerful celestial song! Yi Fan's body shook intensely, and he stabilized his figure with great difficulty. His indestructible golden body became even more brilliant, and his entire body seemed to be cast in gold. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens. Everyone was stunned. The Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song actually didn't penetrate him. Everyone was stupefied. This is merely the opening move of the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song. Let's see how you are going to endure it. Xia Jiuyo's skin was whiter than snow, and his eyes were bright. He was truly a heaven-defying monster. Young master, stop. Don't continue. You can't use it with your current realm. The 2 gray-robed elders shouted anxiously. The Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song rang out again, and this world seemed like it was going to collapse. The stars moved, and dragons and snakes rose from the land. The world turned upside down, and the sun and moon fell at the same time. Chong! Suddenly, the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song came to a screeching halt, unable to continue. Xia Jiuyo spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound, and his body was on the verge of collapse. This song could be said to be heaven-defying, almost like a deity. Even though it was an imitation, and it wasn't a sublimation of his own comprehension, it wasn't something he could currently play. Whoosh! Yi Fan was like a comet that tore through the sky. He immediately rushed forward and lifted Xia Jiuyo up, and his entire body shone with endless divine radiance. Everyone was stunned. Being forced so close by a divine body, one didn't even need to think to know the terrifying consequences. It was because this was a precious body that had experienced heavenly tribulation. Be lenient. The 2 gray-robed elders shouted loudly. Don't kill him. The Crimson Dragon Taoist also transmitted sound. You must not harm his life. Jiang Yun secretly transmitted sound. When Yi Fan heard this, he didn't deal the killing blow. He lifted Xia Jiuyo up, and then brandished his large golden palm, and fiercely smacked her bottom. Pa. Although Xia Jiuyo suffered the backlash of the Tribulation Transcendence divine song, he didn't faint. He was still very clear-headed, and he was shocked, angry. He shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." "Little brat." Yi Fan ridiculed. He didn't stop. His golden palm moved again, and he ruthlessly slashed again. Many cultivators were dumbfounded. The heaven-defying monster Xia Jiuyo looked down on the younger generation, but he was actually treated like a child. Xia Jiuyo looked down on his peers, but his illustrious reputation was tainted. Today he was beaten by the sacred body of the ancients like this. Even if he became unparalleled in the future, and was comparable to the great emperors of ancient times, he still wouldn't be able to wash it away. Chapter 418. Xia Jiuyo's arrogance soared to the sky as he looked at the younger generation with disdain. As soon as the Tribulation Passing Immortal song was played, the stars moved, the moon dimmed, and the heaven and earth became chaotic. It shocked the world. The supreme sect masters of the Central Plains were visibly moved, and many of the younger generation paled. However, at this moment, this peerless genius was being spanked. This was a great contrast. Since the ancient times, he was so talented that he could look down on his peers. In the entire Eastern Barren continent, not many could compete with him. But now, he was being treated like a disobedient child, and was being taught a lesson. Everyone's jaws dropped and they couldn't believe it. That's Xia Jiuyo we're talking about. He played the peerless Tribulation Passing Immortal song, and killed his peers as easily as plucking grass. He can be compared to the young great emperor, but he's being subdued like this. Many cultivators and countless experts were dumbstruck. Xia Jiuyo was flustered and exasperated. He struggled violently and moved his arms and legs. However, the Tribulation Passing Immortal song rebounded, and he couldn't muster any strength to injure Yi Fan. "Little brat, let's see how arrogant you can be." Yi Fan really treated him like a child. He smiled while swinging his golden palm. Pa. Crisp sounds echoed. Xia Jiuyo's eyes were spewing fire, and his tears were about to flow out. He shouted, "Surnamed Yi. I'm not done with you." He was a top expert of the younger generation. Ever since he was born, he had been surrounded by countless halos. Now he was being treated like a naughty child. How could he endure this? Had a young great emperor ever been spanked before? Never before. He was about to cry and had the urge to bite someone. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Little Yi is too cruel. It's even worse than killing Xia Jiuyo. Li Heishui smiled. Xia Jiuyo is arrogant and thinks he's the best. He deserves to be beaten up like this. Tu Fei also laughed. I can't deny that he's a peerless genius. Once he enters the Dragon Transformation secret realm, and plays the Tribulation Passing Immortal song, who can compete with him? Someone was worried. Little brat, do you accept it? Yi Fan revealed a smile. I refuse to accept this. Xia Jiuyo shouted unyieldingly. He struggled with all his might. His eyes were filled with tears, and his black hair fell down like a waterfall. His Adam's apple suddenly disappeared, and the heroic spirit on his face disappeared. A girl. She's a little girl. Her disguise is gone. In the distance, everyone was shocked. They never expected Xia Jiuyo to be such a young lady. No wonder she had red lips and white teeth, so beautiful. Oh my God, so it's a little girl with a soaring arrogance. This is too valiant. Everyone was flabbergasted. When they thought about how a 13 or 14-year-old little girl was so domineering and unrivaled among her peers, they all felt as if they had eaten a dragon, their mouths gaping, unable to utter a single word. Xia Jiuyo's jet-black hair fluttered while her skin was snow-white and crystalline, as if it was carved from fine jade. She was extremely like an exquisite porcelain doll, beautiful and dazzling. I'll fight you to the death. Xia Jiuyo bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His large eyes were filled with tears, and a single blink of his long eyelashes would cause tears to trickle down, causing him to vividly display his willfulness and stubbornness. Swoosh. Light flashed. 2 gray-clothed elders arrived, both of them expressionless. One of them said, "The outcome has been decided, please let go of our young master." At the same time, Jiang Yan also flew into the night sky. He was afraid that Yi Fan was young and impetuous, killing Xia Juyo, so he also said, "Let her go." It was very clear that Xia Juyo had an extremely great background. Even someone from the Jiang family came forward to plead for her, which was enough to explain everything. Yi Fan let go, rubbing her beautiful hair into a mess. Then he casually gave her a knock and said, "Behave yourself in the future." Ah! Xia Juyo screamed in anger, tears flowing out from her eyes from the pain. However, she was firmly held back by the two gray-clothed elders. In the night sky, light flashed. They used the profound jade platform to cross the void and leave, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even though Xia Juyo was defeated, she was still dazzling. Her performance was enough to shock the world. The two gray-clothed elders felt restraining fear, not daring to let her stay here for long. This was because she was only around 13 years old. She was far from being an adult, and her blood vitality hadn't reached its peak yet. She still had endless potential to be dug out. Moreover, once the Immortal Tribulation song was played, whether it was the Eastern Wasteland Holy Masters or the Supreme Sect Masters of the Central Province, all of them would have strange thoughts. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? Yi Fan stood beneath the night sky, shrouded in moonlight. A layer of pure radiance flowed around him, making him appear peaceful and tranquil. It was completely different from the fierce battle just now where his blood vitality soared to the heavens. But no one would be fooled by his harmless appearance. This was absolutely a dormant dragon. Since he had defeated the insufferably arrogant Xia Juyo, just how many people would dare to step forwards? The golden-winged little Peng had an intimidating appearance. As he grasped the great desolate halberd, he was like a demon god. He wanted to rush forwards, but the old Peng King pressed down on his shoulder, making him unable to move or even speak. Yi Fan glanced at Alcade Saint, Ji Clan's godly king physique, innate Dao embryo, Yao Shi and the others. The outstanding disciples of the sacred grounds were all calm, and didn't say anything. The Divine Body and Yao Guang Saint were definitely the top figures of the Eastern Barren Territory's younger generation. However, they didn't want to fight at all. Many people felt it was a pity. Most of the cultivators had come to a consensus that it would be extremely difficult for people from the four extreme secret realms to kill Yi Fan, unless they entered the Dragon Transformation secret realm, and suppressed him to death. Of course, ordinary Dragon Transformation secret realm cultivators would not be able to do it, unless they were at the level of a holy sun. The four extreme secret realms corresponded to the four limbs of the human body, and could draw upon the great Tao. There were a total of 4 realms, and every realm was like the distance between the heavens. For someone of a lower realm to kill someone of a higher realm would be like going against the natural order, and slaying a celestial being. It would be very difficult for them to succeed. But now, Yi Fan was only at the initial stage of the 4 extremities, and it was already enough to kill experts at the consummate level. This result was chilling. This was the power of the sacred body. No one dared to challenge or kill him in this secret territory. Even though no one came out, endless killing intent pervaded the air. Under the moonlight, the divine city was bone-piercingly cold as if winter had arrived. Yi Fan could vaguely see that the road ahead of him was filled with the flames of war. He was afraid that he would really follow in the footsteps of great Emperor Wuxia and become the enemy of the entire world. Now no one came out to fight him because they didn't have the confidence. In the future, there would definitely be a huge battle. And at that time, it would be a battle of life and death. The only thing he could do was to enter the Dragon Transformation secret realm as soon as possible. This way, he wouldn't have to fear any challenges from the younger generation, and could even sweep through the world. Many sect leaders from the middle ground frowned. The sacred body was already so powerful at the initial stage. They thought of the few king tiers from the middle ground. In the short term, they might be able to contend against the sacred body, but what would happen in the future? This was a worrying problem. The sacred body of the Great Completion could challenge the great emperor of the ancient times. Every time they thought about it, it was hard to let go of this thought. Maybe killing it early was the only choice. Yi Fan stood in the night sky and smiled brilliantly. His teeth were snow-white and sparkling, and he looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. There was still a trace of immaturity about him. At this age, This kind of cultivation made all the saint children silent. Many great powers felt uneasy, and many people had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Yi Fan asked 3 times, but not a single person replied. No one from the younger generation stood out to fight against him. Ji clan's divine physique, demon race's heavenly devil physique. It wasn't that there weren't any young kings who could fight against him, but not a single person stood out. Yi Fan stood alone under the moonlight. He asked all the experts of the same generation, but no one dared to fight against him. This was the first time he established his prestige. After tonight, his name was destined to shake the entire younger generation. The Supreme Divine King walked up. Although his eyes were dim, his heroic bearing didn't decrease, causing everyone to revere him. He arrived in front of Yi Fan and extended his hand. A resplendent radiance entered Yi Fan's body. That's the Divine King's imprint. With this imprint, no matter who kills the divine physique, the Divine King will sense it. Everyone was shocked. The Divine King wanted to protect the divine physique to the end, but how many days would he have left? He was already at the end of his rope. A great battle ended, and the winds and clouds of the night all dissipated. The Supreme Divine King was about to fall. The divine physique's curse was broken, and he could look down on the younger generation. The divine city's years were endless, but this night was enough to be engraved in it. This was the beginning of a great era, something unprecedented in the post-ancient era. That night, the news quickly spread out. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the central plains was stirred up. This was destined to be a great uproar that wouldn't calm down in a short period of time. In the following days, many cultivators came to visit and befriend him. There were people from various holy lands, ancient aristocratic families, and even the inheritors of various great sections. Yi Fan couldn't leave. It could be said that his door was as crowded as a marketplace. He almost didn't have any free time. There were people inviting him and visiting him every day. It was very tiring, but he had no choice but to deal with them. Everyone was very enthusiastic, but how many of them were sincere? He didn't know that if he failed to break through, there might be a different result. During these days, he had always been with the Divine King, humbly asking for advice. At the same time, he hoped that a miracle could happen and save the Divine King's life. He really didn't want him to fall. However, the Divine King's eyes became increasingly dim, almost becoming a deathly gray without a trace of luster. Divine King, just eat the Qilin divine medicine seed. The Divine King shook his head and didn't say anything else. He was going to return to the Jiang clan and leave the divine city. He wanted to go back and see the extreme Yin physique. During these days, Yi Fan met Yao Yuekong, the great Xia prince, Jin Qishao, Su Heng, the white-clothed nun, and many others, but he still didn't go see in Miaoyi. This was because he hadn't taken a step out yet. The divine physique had just formed. According to the Feng clan's intentions, they wanted him to live in seclusion for 100 years. He couldn't come out until he became a divine lord-level character. This was indeed a safe idea. He could endure 100 years of solitude in exchange for 10,000 years of prosperity. In the future, he could rule the world for 10,000 years. He could imagine that the Jiang clan and the Feng clan would definitely do their best to nurture him. He didn't need to worry about his cultivation needs at all. 100 years is too far away. Yi Fan looked up at the other side of the starry sky. He couldn't wait that long. He wasn't surprised that the Wind Phoenix hadn't appeared. The Feng clan had only entered the divine city to test him. They had never said before that they would definitely form a marriage alliance. If he failed to break through, he definitely wouldn't even mention it. Before this, the best choice was to not let the Wind Phoenix appear. He could advance or retreat. Now that he had successfully broken through, the Wind Phoenix still hadn't come. The people of the Feng clan covered it up, saying that she was in seclusion to break through to the dragon transformation realm, and should arrive within 10 days. In reality, the Pearl of the Feng clan disdained marriage alliance from the start. She clearly said that she would never marry a divine physique. Even though he had successfully broken through, the princess of the Feng clan was still incomparably arrogant and wouldn't come at all. The people of the Feng clan were trying their best to persuade her. Chapter 419. Brother Yi, why do I hear that you are very familiar with the fairy of Miaoyu Nunnery? Feng Lai asked. Yifan glanced at him and said, "Why do you ask?" "I'm doing this for your own good. My sister is proud and arrogant. Even if you have a divine physique, she may not care about you. Don't spread any more rumors," Feng Lai warned. Last time he was ordered to test Yifan, but Yifan did not recognize him and beat him up fiercely, putting on a happy farce of a brother-in-law beating his brother-in-law. At that time, Feng Lai was flustered and exasperated. He swore that he would not let go of Yifan, but seeing him succeed in breaking through, he immediately lost his temper. "Brother Yi, how can I meet Fairy Miao Yi? Give me some advice. I want to meet her with some friends," Feng Lai asked in a low voice, afraid that the elders would hear. "No wonder you are so concerned about her." Yifan glanced at him and said earnestly, "Don't be so naughty at such a young age. Don't go to that kind of place." "You are 2 years younger than me," Feng Lai murmured. He secretly despised him, but he did not dare to show it. "What are you waiting for?" Yifan glared at him. "I said I want to broaden my horizons. How about this, Brother Yi? You take us there." "I swear I won't tell my sister," Feng Lai urged. Yifan was speechless. This brother-in-law of his was really outrageous. He immediately slapped him and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not like you haven't been to that place before. Don't pretend to be serious in front of me." Feng Lai was very dissatisfied and muttered in an inaudible voice. Yifan was so angry that he laughed. This guy was really different. He wanted to go to Miaoyu Nunnery with him. If the Holy Lord of the Feng clan knew, he would definitely break his legs. "Don't worry. This is not a test or a test. I don't want to be beaten by you again. Go somewhere cool and stay." Yifan glared at him and ignored him. Now that he had a small success holy physique, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at him. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed. "You're so boring." Feng Lai flicked his sleeves and left. Yifan rubbed his chin. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. Even if he wanted to see in Miaoyi, it was impossible for him to go with Feng Lai. Not long after, Feng Lai returned and said, "Brother Yi, one of the ancestors in the clan said to let us accompany you out for a stroll. We will be leaving the divine city soon." Yifan's expression changed. Now was a sensitive time. It was not a good idea to go out and walk around. He did not understand why the Feng clan would make such a decision. But there's no harm in going. This is the Supreme Divine King's idea. He is about to leave and wants to take action one last time. An elder of the Wind clan walked into the room. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Divine King Jiang didn't have much time left. This was going to be the last deterrence, and it was very possible that he would never appear again. The divine city was as prosperous as before. The streets were filled with endless streams of people and carriages. Especially the recent disturbance caused by the breakthrough of the holy physique, it attracted many cultivators. Feng Lai's friends were either descendants of holy lands or descendants of ancient clans. Each of them had a great background. The men were heroic and vigorous, and the women were beautiful like flowers and the moon. They were truly a group of officials. "Feng Lai, your little brother-in-law is a mess. Do you feel a lot of pressure?" On the night of the full moon, I saw the terror of the holy physique with my own eyes. He resisted the tribulation celestial song alone. Our fellow saints were all intimidated and no one dared to make a move. Your sister is older than him by 3 years. Even you are older than him by 2 years. Do you feel awkward calling him brother-in-law? Some men and women teased Feng Lai and didn't notice Yifan in the distance. There were also some people who looked unhappy. They were the pursuers of the Wind Phoenix and didn't want this marriage to succeed. The Wind Phoenix hasn't come yet. I heard that she disdains marriage and doesn't want to see the holy physique at all. Moreover, the Feng clan hasn't officially made a decision yet. Everything is still uncertain. The Wind Phoenix's beauty can make the fish sink and the beasts fall from the sky. Her beauty can outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. She is absolutely stunning. At the age of 13, she created a divine technique. It's understandable that she doesn't choose the holy physique. The holy physique can't even cultivate before. Even if he successfully breaks through, who knows what will happen in the future? It's full of uncertainty. The Feng clan doesn't need to be too worried about him. The teasing at the beginning was still acceptable, But the words at the end made Feng Lai's expression change. He said, "Don't talk nonsense." "I say, Feng Lai, what's wrong with you? Don't you also dislike that holy physique?" "That's right. Didn't you get beaten up not long ago? Why are you speaking up for him? What nonsense are you guys talking about?" Feng Lai stopped them. He didn't think that these people would say such things. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He strolled over. His eyes were clear, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He was as otherworldly as a banished immortal with an agile elegance. Holy physique. The people who spoke just now were all nervous and quickly shut their mouths. Even their saint children and junior brothers were afraid of the person in front of them, let alone them. Yi Fan's holy physique had just been formed. He fought against the unparalleled genius Xia Jiuyo on a moonlit night and intimidated everyone in the younger generation. Now, how many people dared to compete with him? When they thought of the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens and the primal chaos green lotus, these people still felt fear and trepidation. There was no need to mention Yi Fan's golden blood energy rushing into the heavens, and his terrifying physical body that was comparable to a real dragon. "Brother Yi." Everyone greeted him one after another. Among them, a few young men were very nervous. They were afraid that Yi Fan would take their words seriously. On the other hand, a few women among them were very lively. Their eyes shone as they went up to talk to Yi Fan. "We've personally witnessed Brother Ye's prowess. We've also heard that your Genesis technique is unparalleled. I wonder if you can broaden our horizons." "Yeah, there's a stone square in the sacred land up ahead. Why don't we see it?" The women's eyes were bright and kind, and they all had smiles on their faces as they spoke. Yi Fan did not turn them down. He wanted to try in the stone squares with a sliver of hope. He wanted to cut out an immortal herb to save the divine king and little Tingting. After all, the purple qilin was only a seed. Although it could increase lifespan, it was definitely not as good as a mature herb. It probably could not heal the root. Unfortunately, he did not cut out a single stone after half a day because he had used everything he had, including the origin god's divine sense, but he still could not find the immortal herbs he needed. He could only sigh. The reason why immortal herbs were so precious was because they were just too rare. They could only be found by luck. Even in the primordial era, there were not many of them. Was the Supreme Divine King really going to die? Yi Fan was really unwilling to accept this. He finally became even more determined and continued to collect the divine origin stone skin. In the past few days, Yi Fan did not appear in the outside world. Now that he was walking in the stone squares, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many cultivators were extremely enthusiastic. Yi Fan's last stop was the Ji family's stone square. He wanted to find the Stone King again, but he was completely disappointed in the end. "Brother Yi, congratulations on breaking the curse." "Congratulations. The great success Saint Body is finally going to reappear in the world." "Brother Yi, I've arranged a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Tower. Let's not stop until we're drunk." It was like everyone knew him. There were enthusiastic greetings everywhere. Yi Fan replied with a smile until his expression gradually became numb. In the end, he had no choice but to leave. Boom. On the way back, there was an earth-shattering sound. The sky cracked. The Supreme Divine King attacked and killed all the people in the dark with a single strike. The expressions of many cultivators in the Divine City changed. They were extremely shocked. The Supreme Divine King was about to pass away, but he still had such battle prowess. It made people feel uneasy. In particular, those who had ulterior motives all hid themselves and did not dare to attack again. The arrival of the Wind Phoenix was so sudden that it made everyone feel deeply surprised. Even the people of the Wind Clan did not receive the news beforehand. They only knew the pearl of their clan had arrived when they saw her. The Wind Phoenix was famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. She was the pearl of the Wind Clan. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but her cultivation talent was also extremely shocking. She had created a divine art at the age of 13, and even fought the little Peng King to a draw. After seeing her, Yi Fan felt that the woman matched her name very well. She was graceful and elegant. She wore a colorful dress that seemed to be woven from the feathers of the phoenix. It was dazzling and flowed with colorful light. It was extremely dazzling. The legendary peerless beauty could not be seen because she was wearing a phoenix mask on her face. It was overflowing with brilliance, and it was impossible to see through it. Her celestial body flowed with a layer of sparkling radiance. She was incomparably holy. Her figure was slender and elegant. Her waist was very slim, and the curves of her body were perfect without a single flaw. Her entire body flickered with multicolored light, making it difficult for people to look straight at her. In reality, she was like a proud immortal phoenix. She raised her flawless and sparkling chin, revealing her swan-like snow-white neck. She was incomparably arrogant and said, "I will never marry you." Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. His expression was very calm. The wind phoenix was dazzlingly beautiful. Her black hair flickered with sparkling radiance. Her entire body was like jade and dazzling. She raised her head arrogantly and said, "So what if you have a sacred body? I, the wind phoenix, am not interested. I don't care what arrangements the clan had in the past. From today onwards, we have nothing to do with each other." In reality, you don't need to say these things to me. You can directly find the Wind Clan's Divine Lord and explain everything to him. Wouldn't everything be over after that? Yi Fan calmly said. "There is no need for you to say these things. I naturally know. I only want you to understand that it is impossible for us to be engaged." The phoenix's voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. However, the meaning behind it was not gentle at all. "All right, you're done, and I've also heard everything. You can go to the Wind Clan's Divine Lord now." Yi Fan drank his tea as if he did not care in the slightest. The Wind Phoenix's multicolored light swirled about as if she was a fairy from the Nine Heavens Palace who accidentally fell into the mortal world. She still raised her head as if she was standing high above the clouds. She lightly snorted and swept her phoenix eyes over Yi Fan a few times. The Wind Clan's people rushed over after hearing the news. Several older generation figures entered the room one after another. "Our little princess came. Why didn't you come to see us rotten old men?" The elders all had smiles on their faces. It was clear that they doted on the Wind Phoenix. The Wind Phoenix gracefully greeted them. Her voice was delicate and gentle. She knew how to win the favor of these elders. Why did our Wind Clan's Pearl say that just now? It seemed like the elders all heard what she said. The Wind Phoenix was graceful and elegant. She gently shook her head and said with a sweet voice, "Elders, I don't want to be engaged to the divine physique at all." "Why?" an elder asked. "I should be the one asking why. Why do you want to be engaged to him?" The Wind Phoenix countered. "You." The elders were tongue-tied. There were some words that they really could not say in front of Yi Fan. Otherwise, they would appear too realistic even though everyone knew. So what if he has a divine physique? I have never had any interactions with him. I have never known him. Even if I really want to be engaged, I still want to choose someone who can become a great emperor, and not a pseudo-great emperor." The Wind Phoenix raised her head. Her skin was sparkling and multicolored light swirled about. Her voice was moving as she said, "Even in terms of strength, I myself have hope of reaching that step. Why do I want to be engaged to him?" Chapter 420. The Wind Clan's Pearl was as arrogant as an immortal phoenix. Her flawless and sparkling little chin was raised, her beautiful hair dancing in the wind. Five-colored multicolored light curled around her body, making her seem unapproachable. It was as if she was standing above the clouds, overlooking everything below. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was very calm, as if he was not involved in the matter. He watched everything quietly with a smile on his lips, and did not say anything. When the people of the Wind Clan saw him like this, their hearts skipped a beat. An elder said to the Wind Phoenix, "You have just arrived at the Divine City. Go and rest. Don't say anything else." The Wind Phoenix knew what she meant. She raised her beautiful chin and glanced at Yi Fan. She said, "I can see my future. I won't be tied to anyone, not even the divine physique." Her five-colored divine clothes fluttered in the wind. She walked gracefully like a lotus, leaving behind a faint fragrance. The elders' expressions were a bit awkward, and their brows furrowed slightly. The news of the Wind Phoenix's arrival quickly spread throughout the entire Divine City. Even the events of her first meeting with Yi Fan were spread, and not a single detail was left out. Sure enough, It's just like the rumors say. The Pearl of the Wind clan doesn't want to be engaged to the holy physique. Now there will be a big show to watch. This stunning pearl really has a character. She even looks down on the holy body that broke the curse. I wonder if she will still be so arrogant after 1,000 years. I already knew it would be like this. Who is the Wind Phoenix? She is the proud daughter of the heavens. The reason why the Wind clan didn't make a decision until now was because they were afraid that she wouldn't agree. Even their Saint Lord didn't want to force her. The Pearl of the Wind clan wants to reject the sacred body. This is really strange. Not a single detail was left out, and it spread throughout Divine City. Many people were discussing it, and there were even more people who added fuel to the fire. It had to be said that Feng Huangli's name had spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Her charm was extremely great, and she had a large number of pursuers. They naturally supported her decision, and all of them supported her. Yi Fan didn't care about this at all. He came from the other side of the starry sky, so he naturally didn't feel anything about this so-called marriage alliance. So what if she was the Pearl of the Eastern Barren Territory? It was not like he had never seen the most beautiful women under the heavens, but he reckoned that they were on par with Miaoi. Ever since Yi Fan came to this world where the strong ruled, he had a detached attitude towards relationships. He had never taken the initiative to look for the long-lost feeling of being touched. In the next few days, the Wind Phoenix was neither high-profile nor low-key. She often met up with some of her good friends, including many of her pursuers. Topics related to her continued. Everyone knew that she was expressing her own attitude, resolutely not agreeing to the engagement. This gave Wind Clan's elders quite the headache. Afterward, she met with the saints one after another. Although they had been in contact in the past, if it wasn't for the marriage alliance this time, she wouldn't have traveled so frequently. The most shocking thing was that the Wind Phoenix and the golden-winged Little Peng's reunion caused a huge uproar. The cultivators in the Divine City began discussing it again. Huang Saint King, Feng Saint and Saint as Divine King Child, and the God Saint as of the Saint as were. They stood at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory. In the past, the Wind Phoenix had a battle with him. The two of them were evenly matched, shocking the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Little Peng King and Yi Fan had a great feud. On the night of the full moon, if the old Peng King hadn't suppressed him, there would have been an earth-shattering battle. The Wind Phoenix choosing to meet the Little Peng King alone at this time inevitably caused a lot of discussion. It immediately became the focal point of the city. The Pearl of the Wind clan has made up her mind. Even if the marriage alliance is forced, it will still cause a lot of trouble. The Wind Phoenix is making her attitude clear. She is meeting with the enemy of the Saint Physique, and is not willing to marry him. The Wind clan hasn't made a decision yet, so it doesn't matter even if the matter is left unsettled. We can only say that the Pearl of the Wind clan has won by herself. Yi Fan laughed at the rumors of the outside world. He was too lazy to care and ignored everything the Wind Phoenix had done because he didn't need to do anything. When many people learned of his attitude, they were all shocked and sighed inwardly. The Saint Physique was really extraordinary. It was as if one of them was just watching a show. After Yi Fan made his attitude clear, there were even more topics to talk about. Both of them were extraordinary figures, and their attitudes were so special that it caused many cultivators to discuss it. The Supreme Divine King was about to leave, and he told Yi Fan to travel without worry. He seemed to have a premonition that he didn't have much time left, so he wanted to kill some people with ill intentions in the dark. Yi Fan's movements naturally attracted attention, but no one dared to make a move. They were afraid that the Supreme Divine King would strike like lightning. In his last moments, no one dared to make a move. In these few days, Yi Fan went to banquets with Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the large black dog. There were many gatherings, and he didn't reject the olive branches of the large sections. He was surrounded by people all day. It was very clear that the reputation of the Saint Physique was stronger than the Wind Phoenix's, and it attracted even more topics. There weren't many people in the younger generation who could compete with him. The great accomplishment Saint Physique in the future was worth making friends and paying attention to. It could be said that everywhere Yi Fan went, almost everyone knew him. There was no one who didn't greet him, and there was no one who didn't know him. In particular, many people in the younger generation were filled with fear of him. The people of the ancient Genesis technique clans went far away, and no one appeared in God City. Wu Ziming, Li Zhongtian, and other cultivators who were hostile to Yi Fan also became extremely low-key and rarely appeared. Imperceptibly, Yi Fan had already established a kind of prestige. Even the Saint Sons were afraid of him, and they tried to stay as far away as possible. Even the little Peng King suppressed his anger, and obeyed the old Peng King's orders. He didn't cause conflict and avoided him. When Yi Fan went out, he saw endless enthusiasm, but he didn't become arrogant. He treated everyone politely, and even when he saw his opponents, he didn't provoke them. He just nodded and passed by. Pfft! Blood spurted out from Yi Fan's mouth. It was scarlet with a hint of gold, and it dyed his clothes red. It was a ghastly sight to see. What happened? Pang Bo stood up abruptly, his thick brows furrowed as he looked around. Little Yi, what happened to you? Tu Fei and Li Heishui were also startled. Yao Yuekong, the saintess of Jade Lake, the saintess of Dao Yi, the prince of Great Xia, the little nun in white, and many other experts of the younger generation were present. No one had expected that Yi Fan would suddenly cough up blood and fall to the ground. Move away. Pang Bo didn't care about anything else. He ordered everyone to move away, and then he picked up Yi Fan and examined him carefully. His white clothes were dyed with fresh blood. His eyes were closed, and his face was a little pale. He didn't look good. There was something wrong with his saint body, and he collapsed at the banquet. This news quickly spread throughout the God City, and it caused a huge uproar. The fragrance of medicine wafted out. There were dozens of kinds of pellets in Yi Fan's room, and they were all precious. The elders of the Feng clan came forward to examine his injuries, and they all frowned. How did this happen? Yes, I understand now. He was injured by the great Tao. The peerless divine king used the blood of a god to sever his karma, and then used the divine overture to destroy the innate Tao diagram. But the innate great Tao didn't destroy his Tao foundation, but it severed his life source, leaving behind an unrecoverable wound. He won't live for more than half a year. The Wind Clan's elders made an accurate judgment. They all sighed towards the sky. This result left them incomparably disappointed. The curse of hundreds of thousands of years has been broken, and he can finally cultivate. He will witness the birth of a pseudo-great emperor, but he only has half a year to live. This is an injury left behind by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even mature divine medicines can't heal him. Their expressions kept changing. The Feng clan had spent 3 million genes of energy source, and they even wanted to form a marriage alliance. But in the end, this was the result. It was hard for them to accept. The saint body was about to die. This news was no less than a tsunami. It shook the entire God City, and at the same time, it spread to every corner of the world. Many great powers were alarmed. The God City, in particular, was in an uproar. All the cultivators were discussing this. They never thought that something like this would happen. The heavenly Tao can't be defied. Even though the curse has been broken, his life can't be saved. This has already been decided. This really is a prosperous and miserable end. Who would have thought that this would be the result? What can he do with less than half a year of life? It's a pity that the peerless divine king has put in so much effort. The saint body has just formed, and he can already look down on the younger generation. Yet he's coming to a sad end like this. He's about to reach the end of his life. There was no one who wasn't shocked. This result was just too unexpected. No one had thought of it. No, this can't be a trap purposely set up by the Divine King, right? To prevent Yi Fan from being assassinated, he came up with this plan and then hit him. There were some quick-witted people who thought of this possibility immediately and made a shocking guess. With this theory, many people agreed. They believed that this was a trap, a smokescreen purposely released to confuse the eyes of the world. However, there were people who quickly confirmed that this was a real injury and not an act. The great Tao of heaven and earth had severed Yi Fan's life source. It was almost impossible to heal. The people of the Feng clan sighed deeply, but there was nothing they could do. 2 great experts of the Jiang family came as well, but they were also helpless. Even the Supreme Divine King furrowed his eyebrows. Injuries left behind by the great Tao could not be healed by humans. Since ancient times, basically no one who was injured by the Great Tao had survived. Many people from large organizations came over. They were very concerned. They examined Yi Fan's injuries and left behind many pills. Their main objective was obviously to confirm whether the news was true or not. The people who had come from the Central Plains to watch the ceremony and had yet to leave also came one after another. After carefully inspecting Yi Fan's injuries, they left behind some pills and left. The news had come true, and it was confirmed by many large sections. The outside world was thrown into an uproar. There were people who took pleasure in his misfortune, and there were people who sympathized with him. Yi Fan woke up. He stared blankly for a very long time. He had never thought that things would be like this. The starlight in the night was like water. He and Pangbo laid on the roof side by side, gazing at the other end of the starry sky. If I die, you have to find a way to go back too. Don't go too far. Yi, don't say anything else. You'll be fine. You'll definitely survive. Let's go back together. Help me take care of my parents. Don't say these things. My heart feels stifled. He only had half a year of life, and this was the most optimistic prediction. It was very likely that he wouldn't even have 100 days left. Even if his battle prowess could look down on the younger generation, it was completely meaningless. In the following days, Yi Fan's residence was completely deserted. No one came to visit again. Many people's previous enthusiasm turned into indifference. The bustling scene was gone and it was cold and cheerless. Only the bleakness of autumn remained. The fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world were all too obvious. Chapter 421. The road of life was full of ups and downs. Flowers bloomed yesterday and withered today. Who could control this? Fireworks blossomed with enthusiasm. Debris swirled in the air as the curtain fell. The bustling scene was gone. It was cold and desolate. Compared to a few days ago, Yi Fan's residence could be considered bleak. The lonely courtyard was quiet. Yellow leaves withered. Yi Fan coughed lightly. Blood dyed his white cloth red. It was a ghastly sight. He looked at the cold courtyard and sighed. The ups and downs of life were like flowers blooming and withering. Although there were glorious moments, there were also dark days. Everything was in the wind of the mortal world. The divine city was the same as before. There were no changes. However, when Yi Fan appeared again, the feeling was greatly different. Several days ago, it could be said that everyone knew him. In order to deal with them, he smiled until he became numb. Now he appeared again. Although he was still eye-catching, few people came forward. They were cold and indifferent. When he turned around, they pointed and discussed spiritedly. The 100 states of life were experienced in one day. The divine physique is finished. Less than half a year of life, and it has finally come to an end. He was defeated by the world after hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, he still couldn't create a miracle. The saint children can let out a sigh of relief. This mountain that has been pressing down on their hearts is about to collapse. The shadow is about to disappear. There is no need to worry about the Wind Clan's Pearl. She definitely won't be engaged to this kind of divine physique. The Wind Clan should be glad that they haven't made any decisions or promises yet. So what if he broke the curse? In the end he still died, hee. So what if he can look down on the younger generation? If the heavens don't let him live, can he fight back? He can only wait for death. Some people sympathized, and some people took joy in his misfortune. Their expressions were all different. There were all kinds of words. There were sounds of regret, and naturally, there were also sounds of ridicule. Yi Fan walked on the street and felt all of this. He was very silent and didn't say a single word. In the end, he returned to his residence. He didn't visit anyone that day. He felt that he needed to calm down and think about some things. Late at night, a few strands of starlight scattered down in the cold, lonely courtyard. It was dim and quiet. Yi Fan started coughing blood again, dyeing his white robe into a bleak color. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the starry sky in a daze. Suddenly he sensed something strange. He turned around and saw a sneaky little thing peeking at him from the top of the wall. It was actually a little golden creature. It successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation and turned into a small golden qilin. It was only the size of a palm and looked charmingly naive. Its large eyes were very clear. Cough. Yi Fan coughed up blood again. The little golden qilin flew over, landing on the ground. Its entire body was shining, chubby, swaying about as it walked. It carefully approached Yi Fan, and then tugged at his trousers. Unlucky little guy, are you not afraid of me now? Yi Fan sat on the stone chair and looked down at it. The little golden creature rolled its eyes at him, and then it spat out a strand of 7-colored mist towards him. It quickly entered his body and turned into a wave of warm energy. Yi Fan felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as if a gust of spring wind had blown over his life source. His injuries were somewhat healed, but it didn't change anything. You're quite considerate. Yi Fan never thought that when no one else came to visit, on this cold and cheerless night, the divine silkworm would come to visit him. Even though it had forgotten about the past, its instincts were still there. It used its pure intuition to distinguish between good and bad. Yi Fan fished out a small piece of divine source and handed it over. The divine silkworm immediately became happy, and it began to chew on it with great relish. After enjoying the divine source, it suddenly fell onto the ground. Its 4 qilin legs twitched slightly, giving Yi Fan a fright. Meanwhile, at this time, the divine silkworm secretly opened one of its large eyes and looked over in a mischievous manner. You've become addicted to playing dead. Yi Fan laughed. The little golden creature immediately jumped up and muttered in dissatisfaction. Yi Fan was shocked. This little thing was actually teasing him. At this moment, he sighed ruefully and thought of many things. Sometimes, simple little creatures like this were much more adorable than complicated people. Yi Fan suddenly discovered that he, who had a heart of steel, was actually a bit sentimental. In the end, this little thing actually came to visit him on this cold night. He silently stroked the little golden creature. He wasn't afraid of death, but he had some regrets in his heart. He really wanted to return to the other side of the starry sky and see his parents, relatives, and friends in the last days of his life. Why did this unlucky divine silkworm come? Li Heishui's voice came over. Whoosh! The divine silkworm angrily waved its little claws and disappeared like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the night sky. Li Heishui and Tu Fei entered the courtyard. They had disappeared for a few days to seek help from the 13 bandits in search of a solution. They had only returned now. Eat the qilin seed. Even though it can't cure you completely, it can definitely prolong your life for a while. Then we can slowly think of a solution. The two of them spoke like this. It was obvious that the 13 bandits had no solution either. As for this result, Yi Fan had already expected it. At daybreak, Pang Bo returned. He was very tired, and the Black Emperor followed behind him. They had gone to the important land of the demonic beast race. The Azure Thearka's heart might be able to help you recover. I will think of a way to obtain it. Pang Bo's tone was firm. The heart of the demonic beast race great emperor possessed endless vitality. It was just that no one knew where it was hidden. Pang Bo and the Black Emperor had searched the important land of the demonic beast race for a long time, but they hadn't found any clues. Forget it. An injury caused by the Great Tao cannot be healed by external objects. Those powerful figures speculated that even a mature immortal divine medicine would be ineffective. Yi Fan shook his head, not allowing Pang Bo to take the risk. As long as there is a sliver of hope, we have to try. Even if we have to slaughter a path of blood, I will help you obtain the Azure Thearka's heart. Pang Bo's tone was resolute. All right, none of you should risk your lives. Let this emperor think about it. The large black dog paced back and forth. Then, he lay down at the side and fell silent. They appeared on the main street of the God City again. After hearing those discussions, Yi Fan was strangely calm. Even if there were sarcastic words, it was difficult for him to be affected. Woof, human pet. What are you waiting for? The large black dog had never been a kind person. When he heard these sarcastic words, he would immediately scamper over, raising his huge head and clamoring for a human pet. Along the way, it was unknown how many people had been angered by the large black dog to the point of gnashing their teeth. However, it was not appropriate for them to act out, and they could only curse him in secret. The saint physique is about to be destroyed, and this damn dog is still so arrogant. When the time comes, we will skin him alive and eat his flesh. There isn't much time left. He can only linger in this mortal world for the last time. In the end he is going to die. The Black Emperor left, traveling through the void. He said that he would disappear for a few days, and perhaps he could find a way to save Yi Fan's life. Under the setting sun, Miaoyu Nunnery was embroidered with gold. It sat among the clouds, and there was a layer of pure and holy light circulating around it. It was clear and peaceful. Isn't this our Saint Physique? I heard that you were unwell. Why didn't you rest and recuperate? Why did you come here? Wu Ziming, who had not seen him for many days, walked together with some people. There was an incredibly radiant smile on his face. That's right. Your health is more important. You should rest and recuperate. Otherwise, had a look at the setting sun. Although it's beautiful, it's sinking, Li Zhongtian said with a smile. If you don't want to die, stay away from me. Yi Fan swept a few glances at them. He's about to die, yet he's still so arrogant. Does he still have divine power? I heard that he coughs up blood every day. Someone in the crowd muttered softly. Hurry up and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Fan stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the dozen or so youths in front of Miaoyu Nunnery. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was a saint physique that had achieved small success. Although he did not have much time left and coughed up blood every day, after breaking the curse, the younger generation were all extremely wary of him. What bad luck. Let's go. Wu Ziming did not dare to resist, and turned to leave. He's going to die anyway. There's no need to pay attention to him. When the time comes, we'll see the heavens take him away. Someone muttered in a low voice as he left. Yi Fan sneered and said, Although I don't have long to live, I'm not someone you can humiliate. I've already given you a chance, yet you still dare to speak rudely. Buzz. The void trembled. Yi Fan's golden blood chi soared into the sky. A large golden hand stretched out and grabbed forward. You dare to kill us in front of everyone? Someone cried out in fear. Do you know who we are? I hadn't decided whether to kill you or not, but because of what you said, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan's large golden hand pressed down violently in the void. Pa! The heaven and earth shook, and the sunset glow was scattered. The horizon became misty as Yi Fan's large golden hand covered more than 10 people. The moment it landed, blood splattered everywhere. Brother Yi, don't misunderstand. Only Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian managed to escape. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and they shouted as they fled. Yi Fan flipped his hand and slapped down again. The large golden hand covered the sky. Although the two of them were in the 4 extreme secret realms, they felt as if they were fighting against a divine master. They couldn't resist at all. Pfft! Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. Although they were supreme experts in the 4 extreme secret realms, they were still easily killed by Yi Fan. In the distance, everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Although the Saint Physique was injured, its power did not decrease, and it still could not be offended. The Saint Physique could not be humiliated. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The other party was about to die, and he had no scruples at all. He must not be provoked. This was the thought in everyone's mind. In particular, those who had made sarcastic remarks were even more afraid. Their legs and stomachs were a little weak. When they thought of what they had said before, they felt extremely guilty, afraid that Yi Fan would hear and remember. Yi Fan glanced at the others. His white robe fluttered as he entered Miaoyu Nunnery. In one of the palaces, it was resplendent with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. Celestial mist lingered around it, like the Moon Palace. Yi Fan sat in front of a white jade table, calmly drinking tea as he sized up the peerless beauty in front of him. And Miaoyu was a peerless beauty. Her hair was black and glossy, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyes were intelligent, and her eyelashes were very long. Her red lips were sexy and bright. She was slender and elegant, and her beauty was breathtaking. The curves of her body were astonishing and perfect. Little man, you have hurt my heart. Her words were as pleasant as the sounds of nature. She walked over gracefully like a crystal fairy swaying in the wind. Although I have broken the curse, I don't have much time left. Do you want to kill me with your own hands? Yi Fan smiled. I did say that if you fail, I will be the first to kill you. But you are already like this. How can I bear to see you die? And Miaowie was smiling sweetly, but there was a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. Who in this world can avoid death? Even the great emperor is no exception. I only regret that I can't return to my hometown. Yi Fan sighed softly. You have broken the curse. Why can't you change your fate? And Miaowie's fine black hair hung down. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, flowing with a pure and holy radiance. She was like a flawless goddess descending to the mortal world. She asked, What are your plans? I will come to see you tonight. After that, I will bid farewell to the Divine King and immediately leave the Divine City, Yi Fan said. At least you didn't leave without saying a word. And Miaowie had a smile on her face. She was beautiful to the extreme. She said, If I were to fall into the mortal world forever, what would you do? Yi Fan wanted to say something, but her jade-like hand blocked his lips. And Miaowie smiled and stood up. Her hair fluttered in the wind as she said, Only if you can survive. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He only looked at this incomparably beautiful woman in silence. I want you to survive. And Miaowie turned around and walked towards the desk. She then took out an ancient scroll and said, Remember this mental cultivation method. What is this? More than 1,000 years ago, a disciple of Sakyamuni left this in Miaoyu nunnery. What? Sakyamuni's disciple? Yi Fan jumped up. Stay here tonight. And Miaowie walked over gracefully. Chapter 422. It was a yellowing ancient scroll made of an unknown material. It looked like animal skin, but also like an ancient cloth. It was clearly an ancient artifact. There were 2 words on the scroll, Nirvana. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. These 2 words had an extraordinary meaning in Buddhism. It was a process of becoming a Buddha. This is the Nirvana scripture of Buddhism? He was shocked. It's only an important part of the ancient scripture, and it's used for healing. In the past, when a monastery master was dying, she obtained this ancient scroll. Not only did she recover from her injuries, but she also experienced a new life transformation, and Miaowie answered. There were many ancient characters on the yellowing scroll. They were densely packed, and there were about 100 of them. They explained the mysteries of life and death, and the mysteries of rebirth. It was very difficult to understand. Yi Fan calmed his mind and didn't move at all. He carefully analyzed and comprehended. Although it was called the Nirvana scripture, and was said to be able to rebirth, it was only a metaphor. Who in this world could truly be immortal? Even ancient emperors couldn't escape death. The important part of the Nirvana scripture was to change the state of one's life and obtain a different kind of power. It wasn't true reincarnation. Although cultivating this scripture couldn't make one live forever, it could increase one's lifespan and slow down one's decline. This important part was a supreme divine healing technique with inconceivable effects. The moment he comprehended it, Yi Fan's body released a precious radiance. Golden blood energy surged and rushed out of his body, curling around his body. It made him look like a god. Because there is no light, there is no rise in the heart. Because there is no rise, the realm is destroyed. Because there is no karma, the heart is complete. It is called nirvana. The Nirvana scripture was a supreme heavenly art of the Western desert. It was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the Eastern wasteland. The sound of chanting resounded in the palace. It was incomparably mysterious, and there was a mysterious aura circulating. This was a precious secret technique from the ancient scripture. It could be called a supreme divine healing technique. It had the mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan had a divine physique to begin with, and after using the Nirvana holy technique to heal himself, a variety of visions appeared. The chaotic green lotus accompanied him. The celestial king possessed him. Mountains and rivers appeared, and the yin-yang diagram of life and death revolved around him. The indestructible golden body was dazzling. It was as dignified as a deity and had the unique aura of a sacred body. It was as if it was sitting cross-legged in the sky, overlooking the world. And Miaowie's eyes sparkled. She did not expect that Yi Fan not only had an unparalleled physique, but also had a high level of comprehension. He had just obtained the saint art from the ancient scriptures, yet he already had such an understanding. She opened her red lips and explained in detail. Accepting all causes and reasons, reincarnating in life and death, not accepting all causes and fate, is called nirvana. There is no difference between nirvana and the world. The world and nirvana. Yi Fan remained silent. His golden blood energy flourished even more, and a dense mist curled around him, drowning him within. His entire body erupted with divine light. His indestructible golden body was almost transparent like a seven-colored glaze, pure and untainted. He was repairing his life source with great difficulty, wishing to make that great Tao crack disappear, from then on become flawless, forever preserve his undying holy body, exist forever in this world. Pung. Yi Fan's body trembled. His blood energy surged, almost turning the entire palace into fine powder. If it wasn't for Miaoyi laying down the formation patterns, everything would have been destroyed. This was the physical body of a sacred body, powerful to an inconceivable degree. A light flick could already produce the might of thunder, making it difficult for others to endure. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His first attempt to repair his life source had failed. Even the supreme healing technique from the ancient scriptures couldn't heal the scars left behind by the great Tao. And Miaoyi's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow, sparkling and tender. She was ethereal like a fairy as she stood beside Yi Fan and said, "Again." Yi Fan stood majestically without moving. It was as if he was sitting cross-legged in a dust-covered ancient heaven, hibernating and waiting to transform into a dragon. His body became more and more oppressive, and even Miaoyi had no choice but to retreat. That golden blood energy curled around his body, making him look like an eternal divine furnace, making it impossible for others to get close. Profound and mysterious chanting came from within his body. That was his past self and Tao self chanting, praying for this life in order to obtain eternal life. Pung. Yi Fan was shaken again. Scarlet blood mixed with a faint golden color flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Even though he was a sacred body, he still swayed. The second attempt failed again. The scars left behind by the great Tao didn't show any signs of healing, making him sway. Even the imperishable golden body became a bit dim. Yi Fan opened his eyes and lightly sighed. This sacred technique's mysteries were endless, but in the end it couldn't resist the great Tao's injuries, making him feel powerless. Don't give up. If the first time doesn't work, then try the second, third, fourth time. There will definitely be some effect. And Miaoyi was unwilling to give up. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "It's too difficult. This is exhausting one's own essence blood to achieve rebirth. If this continues, if it doesn't work, then I won't be able to continue even if I have a sacred body." If it was an ordinary person, they would have to recuperate after using the sacred technique once and couldn't do it again. However, he had a sacred body and an unparalleled physical body. Once or twice was nothing, but if he did it continuously, he wouldn't be able to bear it. How could this be? The disciple of the Gautama Buddha once said that the Nirvana ancient scripture is the highest sacred healing technique in the Western desert. Even though this is only one of the essentials, it's almost the pinnacle in the world. It should be able to heal any injury. The disciple of the Gautama Buddha? Who is he? Yi Fan really wanted to know. He wanted to know everything about Tathagata. I also don't know who he is. The beautiful and Miaoyi shook her head. Miaoyu nunnery was originally a sect in the Western desert. It inherited the Buddhist transcendent Zen technique. Later, it split and traveled east. It also obtained the Taoist dual cultivation technique and changed its name to Miaoyu nunnery. 1,000 years ago, the disciple of the Gautama Buddha returned from the sea. On his way to the eastern wasteland, he encountered the reverend of Miaoyu nunnery. Because they were inextricably linked in the inheritance, he left behind the essentials of nirvana and floated away. Do you know the past of the Gautama Buddha? Yi Fan asked. I only know that it's a taboo of Buddhism. I don't know the details. And Miaoyi shook her head. The injury of the great Tao is incurable. Yi Fan stood up. And Miaoyi was slender and elegant. The moonlight shone into the room, making her look ethereal and peerless. Her black hair was beautiful, her eyes were lively, her skin was fair, her curves were undulating, and her figure was mesmerizing. She was like the most perfect masterpiece of heaven. Nirvana scripture and the supreme dual cultivation technique of my Miaoyu nunnery. This is the last attempt. If you still can't survive, little man, you'll really be letting me down. She walked over gracefully and stretched out her slender hand to pinch Yi Fan's cheek. With a beautiful smile, she said, "It's always others who help Miaoyu nunnery's disciple. Today, I might be the first to make an exception and help you come back to life." In the palace, and Miaoyu's jade-like body was transparent under the hazy moonlight. She was flawless, and her whole body was shimmering with a faint glow. Her beautiful hair was disheveled, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. This had nothing to do with romance. It was just a way to save people. Yi Fan had always been against the dual cultivation technique. He never thought he would experience it himself. "Little man, calm your mind." On the white jade bed and under the red veil, and Miaoyu's snow-white skin was glowing. She lightly touched Yi Fan's forehead to calm his mind. Any normal man would not be able to remain calm in the face of such a peerless beauty. Naturally, Yi Fan could not enter a meditative state as quickly as the old monk. And Miaoyu's entire immortal body was as white as ivory. Like a beautiful snake, her curves were exquisite and undulating, and her body was flawless. Not long after, the chanting of the Nirvana ancient scripture resounded. The palace was filled with holiness and peace. At the same time, Yi Fan covered in Miaoyu's body and activated the dual cultivation technique. Under the bright moonlight, time passed like water. It was peaceful in the divine city, Miaoyu nunnery. The entire palace was sealed off to prevent the heavenly Tao melody from spreading. It was shrouded in a layer of hazy radiance. As the first successor, and Miaoyu's status was no less than that of the saintesses. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. She had no rivals in Miaoyu nunnery. No one in the younger generation dared to disobey her. Even though some people had deduced something, no one dared to approach or disturb her, let alone say anything. After midnight, the palace was harmonious and quiet. Yi Fan did not speak. The Nirvana scripture and the dual cultivation technique could not heal the scars left by the heavenly Tao. They could not change anything. He twirled in Miaoyu's beautiful hair around the tip of his finger, and pondered quietly. Was there still a way out? Where should he go? Was the matured immortal divine medicine useless? The primordial divine medicine was the most precious sacred item in the world. If even it was ineffective, then one's life would truly come to an end. However, Yi Fan found it hard to accept. Wasn't even the divine king somewhat uncertain? He could not be sure that the immortal medicine was absolutely ineffective. He decided to take a gamble at all costs. Originally, he had already prepared the stone skin to take the risk for the divine king and little Tingting. Now that his own life was at stake, there was no way out. He could only press forward courageously. "This might be the last time we meet." And Miaoyu slowly sat up. Her hair fell like water as she gazed at Yi Fan. "This is definitely not the last time we meet." Yi Fan was extremely serious. He revealed a brilliant smile and said, "Please believe me, I will not die. I still want to live for another 10,000 years, and make those holy lands speechless." 10,000 years. So far away. And Miaoyu stood up and walked towards the jade bed. She stood in front of the window and gazed at the bright moon. The other half of the heaven-devouring evil jar is about to come into being. After who knew how long, and Miaoyu suddenly spoke. "Do you need the divine physique, saint physique, and heavenly demonic physique to come with you?" Yi Fan asked. "Don't go, don't ask why." And Miaoyu did not turn around and calmly said, "All right, I won't go." Yi Fan replied. After a long time, she finally returned. Looking at Yi Fan, she said, "Little man, you should go." "I will live." Yi Fan sat up. "It's time to leave." And Miaoyu helped him put on his clothes. Her movements were gentle and slow. "All right, in order to prove that I am still alive in this world, you will hear news about me every once in a while. This land will not be peaceful," Yi Fan said as he left. The divine city was bustling, but Yi Fan still had to leave. He did not leave immediately because he was waiting for the Black Emperor. In the following days, he walked within the divine city, causing the younger generation to tremble with fear. No one dared to speak too much. The might of the saint physique did not diminish, causing people to revere him. He easily killed Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian, intimidating everyone. They were afraid that they would follow in his footsteps and be mercilessly killed by him. Everyone knew that the saint physique did not have much time left. There was no need to be apprehensive, and no one dared to provoke him again. Even the saint children avoided him, feeling apprehensive. They were afraid that Yi Fan would challenge them at this time. This was not impossible. In his final madness, he would unleash his might and kill them. That would truly be a great misfortune. Even the golden-winged little Peng was well-behaved and rarely appeared. Rumor had it that he was returning to the central region of the eastern wasteland with the old Peng king. The wind phoenix also became low-key. It seemed to have quietened down and rarely appeared. In the final days of his life, Yi Fan's might was flourishing. No one dared to face him head-on. All the saint children and saintesses avoided him, and the younger generation was even more fearful. They were all silent, not daring to utter a single word of disrespect. Every time he appeared, a region would become quiet. Compared to a few days ago, it could be said that it was completely different. Everyone felt uneasy. The Black Emperor returned. He was dispirited and full of dejection. He continuously cursed, "Damn it, I can't enter Mount Zishan. Damn it, what happened? Goodbye, Divine City." Yi Fan bid farewell to the Divine King, and just happened to see the Wind Clan Saint Lord and the Divine King in white discussing marriage. Chapter 423. Yi Fan was scarred by the ways, so he only had half a year left at most. Even if he broke through the curse and dominated the younger generation, he was obviously no longer someone worth roping in. About the marriage. The Supreme God King sat at the top. His hair was white like snow, and his eyes were dim, but he was as handsome as ever. It was impossible to tell how he was doing. The sacred lord of the Wind Clan sat below and did not move at all. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were deep. He gave off an invisible sense of dignity. He was not very reserved before the God King. "That girl, the Wind Phoenix, is too stubborn. She refused to agree, so there's nothing we can do. We've spoiled her too much." "I understand." The white-robed God King nodded before coughing gently. Traces of blood appeared on the white cloth. It was bright and startling. "Sigh, no one thought something like this would happen," said the sacred lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyan. "It's not your fault. Yi Fan is the same as me. He's in a precarious situation and has no future. If he gets engaged to the Pearl of the Wind Clan, it will be inappropriate." The white-robed God King wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed rather lonely. The white-robed God King had existed in the world for 5,000 years. Once he used the battle saint technique, all the heroes of the world would submit. He had come personally to facilitate the marriage between the two clans, but in the end, nothing had happened. Although it was humiliating, the God King did not mind. That was the reality. Saying more would only humiliate himself, so he was better off just brushing it off and acting like nothing had happened. After all, he had turned down the Supreme God King. The sacred lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyan, was rather nervous. Although it was because of the Wind Phoenix's stubbornness, everyone could see through this excuse. "Greetings, God King." Yi Fan saw all of this. He entered and bowed before bowing to the sacred lord of the Wind Clan. The sacred lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyan, eased up and changed the topic. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "There's always a way out. There'll definitely be a way out. You don't need to despair." Yi Fan smiled very brightly. The knot in his heart had been resolved, and he was no longer gloomy. He revealed his shiny teeth and said, "The heavens want to take me, but I really don't want to go. I won't let them get what they want." "All right." The Supreme God King nodded. The Wind Clan's Holy Lord smiled faintly and said, "Young people should be like this, full of vigor and vitality. I believe that your future is not limited to this. You've even broken the curse of more than 10,000 years. Is there anything more difficult than this?" Of course, these were just polite words. At this time, he could only say some encouraging words. It was impossible for them to get engaged. Fortunately, they had never confirmed anything before, and there was no breaking of promises now. Yi Fan smiled and expressed his gratitude. Then he bade farewell to the Divine King, and said that he was going to travel far away. Leave after 2 days. The child with the extreme in physique is clamoring to see you. He will arrive tomorrow, said the Divine King. Little Tingting wanted to come, so Yi Fan nodded in agreement. The immortal godly medicine is a sacred healing item. Every great emperor would have one of them, and it's an immortal treasure of the world. If you can find it, it will definitely be of great use to your injured body. All you lack is the primordial world, said the Supreme God King. This was the result of many days of pondering. If Yi Fan wanted to heal the wounds of the great Tao, he could only be healed with the nourishment of the immortal godly medicine in the primordial world. The primordial world. The Wind Clan's holy lord was shocked. In the vast eastern wilderness, there are only 7 places that still retain the power of the laws of the primordial world. They can nourish the divine body, said the white-robed divine king. Could it be the 7 forbidden zones for life? The Wind Clan's holy lord was shocked, and his face was filled with shock. Unfortunately, other than the great emperors, no one can survive for more than a few months in the forbidden zones. The Supreme God King sighed. The divine body was the favored child of the world, before the primordial world. In that kind of time, the laws of the world hadn't changed, and it was very suitable for them to grow. According to the divine king's speculation, only in that kind of place with the immortal godly medicine could one recover. Yi Fan was suddenly enlightened. He clenched his fists. His life was finally in his hands. He could take a gamble and not leave it to fate. When he walked out of the hall, he saw Feng Lai and the others. Now these people's gazes were all strange. One of them was a rather beautiful girl. She smiled and said, "I'll go and tell the lady that we finally beat him away." Hearing this, Yi Fan turned around and glanced at her. He said, "There was never any relationship. Why do you have to do this?" "Of course, there is no relationship at all." This girl was the maid of the Wind Phoenix. Last time, she and Feng Lai and a dozen others were all suppressed by Yi Fan. On the side, someone else snorted and said, "A total of 3 million kilograms of source. Even if you throw it into the water, you can still hear the sound. In the end, it was wasted just like that." Yeah, what a waste. Such an astronomical figure. But it was only piled up to make a porcelain man with only half a year of life. What an extravagant squandering. This kind of physique is not good enough. In the end, everything was for naught. It caused our clan to lose so much source. The dozen or so young men and women were all the cousins of the Wind Phoenix. Some of them had been suppressed by Yi Fan before. Now that they saw him in such a state, they all spoke coldly. Yi Fan glanced at them and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. 3 million kilograms of source is indeed not a small amount. If I don't die, I will personally go to the Wind Clan to pay it back." "Young man, your words are making me lose face. Don't mention it again." The Wind Clan's Saint Lord walked out and scolded these young people with a dark expression. "How unruly. Go into seclusion immediately after returning to the clan." These people were all very afraid of the Wind Clan's Saint Lord. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything else. Only after Feng Jingyan left did they raise their heads. Someone mumbled, "Nice words. He's about to die, how can he pay it back?" "Yeah, in less than half a year, he will become a rotting corpse. What's there to talk about?" Yi Fan was too lazy to argue with them. He only revealed a faint smile and said, "I will live for 10,000 years. At that time, all the Holy Lands will have a headache because my life is too long." Not far away, a beautiful figure came over. The phoenix was wearing a 5-colored dress. It was the pearl of the Wind Clan. Her slender body was surrounded by colorful lights, dazzling and moving. The legendary exceptional immortal face was covered by a 5-colored phoenix mask. It was clear that this was a secret treasure that couldn't be seen through at all. It flowed with brilliant colors. "Miss, I was just about to tell you the good news." The maid from before smiled. The Wind Phoenix was as arrogant as before, as if she was standing in the clouds. She raised her sparkling and snow-white chin as she glanced at Yi Fan and said, "Take care of your injuries." Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. He turned around and left. If he didn't die, perhaps he would really meet these people soon. The Wind Clan was located in the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. One of the 7 forbidden grounds, the Undying Mountain, was located there. After solving his problem, he would definitely go there. That night, Yi Fan made it clear that he was going to find the immortal godly medicine and fight against the heavens. Pang Bo objected firmly. He felt that it was too dangerous and that there was only a slim chance of survival. He wanted to take the Azure Monarch's heart and extend Yi Fan's life. However, Yi Fan had made up his mind and couldn't change it anymore. Since things had come to this, it was useless to stop him. They began to discuss where the most suitable place was. Actually, there is an immortal godly medicine in the Purple Mountain. It was planted by Emperor Wuxia himself. Sadly, we can't go in now. The Black Emperor was annoyed. He had been cursing for an entire day and couldn't understand why such a thing had happened. How does this damn dog know so much? Did he run out from there? Li Heishui was suspicious. Did the world start to change again? The big black dog's eyes were burning. He looked at the sky and laughed foolishly, ignoring the others' suspicious gazes. Right now no one cared about that. They were all discussing where to go. Li Heishui thought that they definitely couldn't go to the 7 forbidden grounds. Even the ancient sages could enter but couldn't come out. It was impossible for them to stay for several months to recover. Tu Fei thought that the nest of 10,000 dragons was worth considering. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that there was a true dragon godly medicine there. Apart from that, it was hard to find another one in the world. Actually, I've made up my mind long ago. When I collected the Divine Origin Stone Skin, you guys always thought that I would go to the Purple Mountain. That's not the case at all. Yi Fan spread out the Eastern Barren Grass map and pointed to one side. I want to go there. No, we definitely can't go there. We definitely can't go there. It's too dangerous. Even if a few holy lands joined hands to attack it, they wouldn't be able to make a splash. It's really a dangerous place. No one can come out alive. Tu Fei and Li Heishui objected strongly. The next day, little Ting Ting followed the Jiang family's warriors through the void to arrive. She wore a purple dress that looked like a delicate porcelain doll. However, her big eyes were filled with tears. As soon as she saw Yi Fan, she threw herself at him and said, "Big Gidge." She knew everything about Yi Fan. She was so heartbroken. Tears rolled down her face unceasingly, wetting Yi Fan's clothes. Her big eyes were red from crying. "Big Gidge, don't let anything happen to you," she sobbed. She was so sad. "Ting Ting, be good. Don't cry. I'm going to be okay." Yi Fan squatted and comforted her. "Big Gidge, Ting Ting has the extreme true blood. I've read in the ancient books that it can save lives." Little Ting Ting wiped her tears while sobbing. She wanted to cut her white wrist to release the extreme true blood. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped her, scratched her nose and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be fine before long." "Really?" Xiao Ting Ting's long eyelashes were filled with sparkling tears. Her face was filled with disbelief. "When have I ever lied to you? Don't cry. Otherwise, you'll look like a little kitten." Yi Fan wiped her tears and rubbed her head. "When can I see you again?" Little Ting Ting still didn't believe him. Every time her big eyes blinked, tears rolled down her face. Not too far away. Then, Yi Fan's myriad chi cauldron appeared, hovering above his head. 10,000 wisps of mysterious yellow chi poured down, creating a misty world. Everybody took in a cold breath. Many people wanted to jump over. If the peerless God King wasn't here, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. "Ah." Little Ting Ting was startled. "Do you like it?" Yi Fan asked her. Then he stood up and faced the people of the Jiang family. "I'll lend this cauldron to little Ting Ting temporarily." Everyone understood what he meant. His fate was unknown. If he couldn't come back, then this cauldron would be given to the princess of the Jiang family. If he could come back to life, he would take it away. No one thought he could come back to life. The other experts' eyes were spitting fire. This heaven-defying sacred object was given away just like that. Helping the princess was the same as helping the Jiang family. Yi Fan originally wanted to keep this cauldron for Pang Bo, but he was afraid that it would bring Pang Bo a fatal disaster. As a result, he didn't do that. He had personally experienced too much. The reason why the Holy Lands chased after him was mainly related to the myriad chi cauldron. He didn't want Pang Bo to follow in his footsteps, so he secretly gave the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold to Pang Bo. It was also a peerless sacred object, but no one knew about the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold's existence. It wouldn't bring disaster to Pangbo. I'll keep it for you to forge super extreme weapons in the future. The more types of sacred objects, the better, Pangbo said when he accepted it. This cauldron was given to little Ting Ting. With the Jiang family's protection, there was no need to worry about outsiders coveting it. It also freed Yi Fan completely. When he was strong enough, he could take it back. Now he didn't have much life left. He had given away the supreme treasure, so there was no need for the various great powers to keep an eye on him. It could be said that he had opened a dead end and unlocked the shackles. Many youngsters of the Wind Clan were dissatisfied. They felt that Yi Fan was biased and didn't consider the Wind Clan. They were ignored. In reality, you still have hope of living. As long as you sever 4 of your cultivation, your injuries won't worsen even if you can't recover completely. An Eastern Wasteland divine doctor said. This was someone invited by the Divine King. He himself had Holy Lord level cultivation, and his medical skills were rare in this world. Is that so? Then I will definitely choose to continue living. Yi Fan smiled. If he left this time to fight for a future, it would be a very good excuse. The Divine King left without a sound. No one knew where he went. Little Ting Ting and the myriad energy cauldron also disappeared with him. He didn't return to the Jiang family, leaving the world in great suspense. Everyone had already guessed that he didn't have much life left. However, why did he take the little girl away? Some people speculated that this was the Divine King's last method of intimidation. He purposely left an unsolved mystery, so that the world couldn't know whether he was alive or dead. Without a definite answer, it was like a sharp sword that didn't fall down. It made people's hearts hang in suspense. This was a formless intimidation. When Yi Fan was about to leave, he carefully walked around the Divine City. Everywhere he went, the youngsters were all incomparably fearful, fearing that he would carry out his final crazy act. Motherfucker, the divine body is here. Hurry and run. What chance does he have to live? I reckon he's going to find a saint-level character to start a massacre. Hurry and leave the Divine City. Didn't you see? All the saintesses and sons have run away. They've long since disappeared. I heard that even the little Peng King has left and returned to the central region of the Eastern Wasteland. The Wind Phoenix and the others have also left. They've also returned to the central region. Everywhere Yi Fan went, it was like a quiet street. Everyone was afraid that he would challenge them in the last days of his life. No one dared to face him head-on, and all of them retreated. Unfortunately, everyone guessed wrongly. Yi Fan didn't challenge anyone. After the Black Emperor finished carving an extremely complicated and profound domain gate Dao pattern, he chose to bid farewell to the Divine City, and was about to leave. Yao Yuekong, the Jade Lake Saintess, the Great Xia Prince, the White-Robed Nun, and the others came to see him off. Soon after, more people came to see him off. Yi Fan saw Miaoyi in the crowd. She was peerless and untainted by the aura of the mortal world. She looked over quietly with clear eyes. Swoosh. Yi Fan raised his hand, activating Immortal Melody, flying it towards Miaoyi. That was a wondrous treasure cut out from the Immortal Sound Stone. If it was nourished by immortal energy, it could become an unmatched immortal scripture. Goodbye. Yi Fan stepped onto the profound jade platform and instantly disappeared as he crossed the void. Chapter 424. The sky was azure, like a massive crystal, untainted by any impurities. A cool breeze blew gently, carrying with it the fresh scent of plants that contained boundless vitality. The north region was monotonous and dull, lacking vitality. The land was crimson red, and there was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was desolate and bleak, and not even birds could be seen. Now it was winter. Snow drifted for millions of kilometers, and the land was covered in silver and white. At this time, the environment that Yi Fan was in was very different. Spring was warm, and flowers were blooming. The scenery was picturesque. Birds were singing, and various animals could be seen from time to time. He left the north region and came to a world that was full of vitality. Everything was pleasing to the eye, and the flourishing vitality made one feel optimistic and cheerful. Damn dog. Yi Fan cursed. Traversing through the void, he was 1.5 million miles away from his destination. The large black dog had sworn that the error would not be more than 2,000 kilometers, but the error was an astronomical figure. This dog is really unreliable. If the Black Emperor was in front of him, Yi Fan would have the urge to beat him up. The Black Emperor, Pangbo, Tu Fei Li Heishui, and the others did not follow. Otherwise, they would be too obvious and easily arouse suspicion. Fortunately, it was not unacceptable, and he finally entered the region where his destination was. Although 1.5 million kilometers was extremely far, it was only a small distance to this region. If he did not enter this region, it would really become a tragedy. He did not have much life left, and could not live for more than half a year. He had no time to waste on the road. The boat floated leisurely on the water, moving with the flow. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. He lay on a boat, and carefully thought about the various difficulties he would face, as well as the methods to deal with them. The river was not wide, nor was it rapid. The shore was full of aquatic plants, and the fragrance of the plants was mixed with the smell of the earth, making him feel endless nature. On the water surface, there were fish leaping up from time to time, creating splashes and revealing the white belly of the fish. It was very lively. Night fell, and Yi Fan took out his wine sack, drank a few mouthfuls of wine, and ate half a roast chicken. He lay on the boat and fell asleep peacefully, and the small boat naturally drifted down. Bang! In the latter half of the night, the skiff crashed into a boat in front of it. Yi Fan woke up and found himself in a wide river. Stars twinkled in the sky. On the river, there was a large ship that was dozens of feet long. Its lights flickered and many people looked down. Someone asked, "Who hit the ship?" "I'm sorry, everyone." Yi Fan cupped his hands and apologized. The people on the boat were very reasonable. Seeing that Yi Fan's boat was damaged, they lowered the rope and let him board. "Thank you, everyone." Yi Fan wanted to learn more about this area from these people, so he didn't refuse their kindness. This was a large ship that sailed on the river all year round. There were ordinary mortals on it, but there were also many cultivators. Many people couldn't sleep at night, so they stood on the deck and chatted. Yi Fan paid some money to the owner of the ship and officially became a passenger. He quietly listened to the discussions of these people. During this period of time, all the heroes of the world have gathered in the northern domain. First, there was the world-shocking inheritance of great Emperor Wuxia. And now there is the rumor of the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar. It has really stirred up the world. Some cultivators sighed and discussed the recent major events. Yi Fan was surprised. The heaven-devouring evil jar was really going to appear in the world. What Miaoyi said wasn't false. However, he stayed far away from the center of the storm and didn't join in the fun. There was definitely great danger inside. Although Miaoyi didn't say it clearly, there were enough hints to tell him not to go and not to ask why. Speaking of which, the saint physique is too pitiful. He broke the curse of hundreds of thousands of years, but in the end, he couldn't escape death. Indeed. Not long ago, he attracted the attention of the world, but this is the result. What a pity. He has the battle strength to dominate the younger generation, but he can't live long in this world. It can be considered the fall of a generation of heroes. In the future, there will be one less person who has the hope of approaching the great emperor. For the saint children, they can sigh in relief. Many people felt it was a pity when talking about the saint physique. Otherwise, the younger generation would fight fiercely in the future. The current ending meant that there would be much less excitement. So what if he has a saint physique? In the great era where many monarchs rise, he will similarly fade into the crowd and not reach the apex. A man clad in black iron clothes suddenly spoke. Many people were shocked. No one noticed when he appeared. He was like a specter that appeared out of thin air. Only Yi Fan saw this person step out of the void. He was extremely extraordinary, and even he was surprised. He was definitely a top expert of the younger generation. "Who are you? Why do you say that?" Some people were dissatisfied with his words. "It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just stating a fact. In the past, I've never heard of a saint physique becoming a great emperor. When all the kings rose, he was definitely not the most dazzling. This was a very young man. He was tall and slender, and his appearance was handsome. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. The black armor on his body flickered with a cold metallic luster. In his hand was a black battle spear. The blade was very sharp, and specks of bloody light were faintly discernible. There was an endless killing intent sealed within, as if it had drunk the blood of millions of creatures. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? In the era of no great emperor, perhaps not many could compete with the saint physique. The people on the ship could see that he was not ordinary, so they didn't dare to speak too intensely. In this great era, there must be a great emperor born. Otherwise, it would be a shame for so many ancient monarchs to appear at the same time. The saint physique is not enough. He can't stand out. The young man's expression was cold as he constantly shook his head. Under the contrast of the flickering black iron clothes, his skin was very white, but there was not a trace of femininity. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a god from the underworld. Young man, you are very confident and powerful. However, since ancient times, only a few great emperors have appeared among millions and millions of people. You saying that there will be one in this era is too whimsical. The present era is very similar to hundreds of thousands of years ago. All kinds of powerful physiques have appeared one after another. There will definitely be a person like Wuxia. The young man spoke with an extremely certain tone. His eyes flickered with a brilliance similar to raging flames. The others were all stunned. Many people had heard of this before. Yi Huiling, are you still not going to come out? Don't drag out our battle for too long. I think we should settle this soon. The young man in the black iron battle suit held his halberd as he stood on the deck and transmitted his voice. Wang Chongxiao, you came quite quickly. A girl walked out from the second floor of the ship. Her steps were light and agile. She wore a blue dress that fluttered in the night wind. She was only around 20 years old. Her appearance and temperament matched her name. Her appearance was stunning, intelligent, and ethereal. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her skin was so tender that it seemed as if it would break from the wind. She landed on the deck. She was slender and elegant like an orchid in an empty valley. There was a kind of tranquil and transcendent temperament amidst her absolute beauty. What? They are the kings of the Central Plains young generation? I heard that they fought all the way to the eastern wasteland. That's right. I've long heard that there are kings among the Central Plains young generation. Their battles are world-shaking. Each of them has their own innate secret techniques. Even the older generation couldn't stop them. The cultivators on the ship were all shocked. They didn't expect to see the young kings of the Central Plains here. As expected, their auras were extraordinary. There would definitely be a fierce battle. I don't want to have a life and death battle with you in the near future. Wang Chongxiao, why are you chasing me so relentlessly? Yi Huiling's voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears. I already know that you obtained the legendary, sky-covering treasured robe. You want to use it to isolate your aura, and enter the forbidden region to pick the immortal divine medicine. Is that correct? Wang Chongxiao's voice was calm. Yi Fan's heart jumped when he heard these words. The young king of the Central Plains came with the sky-covering treasured robe. Their goal was the same. This wasn't good news. The other party had most likely come to the same place as him. This was definitely a powerful competitor. You're wrong. How could I enter so easily? I just want to rely on the sky-covering treasured robe to take a look at the edge of the forbidden region. Yi Huiling shook her head. Since you don't dare to enter, then leave the sky-covering treasured robe to me. I'll go pick the immortal divine medicine. Wang Chongxiao sneered. They had fought all the way from the Central Plains to the eastern wasteland. It was unknown how many times they had fought. They were evenly matched, but the further they went, the more intense it would be. The struggle between kings was a battle of life and death. Since there's no other choice, there's no harm in fighting. Although Yi Huiling's words were gentle, she didn't show any weakness. All of you leave. No one is allowed to turn back to watch. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Wang Chongxiao's words were cold as he glanced at everyone on the ship. The owner of the ship hurriedly ordered the ship to leave. He didn't want to provoke the young king of the Central Plains. In the entire world, there weren't many in the younger generation who could compete with them. Wang Chongxiao jumped into the void. His black robe flickered with cold light. His hair danced in the wind as he stood there with his spear in hand. He looked like a king of hell. Yi Huiling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. She was ethereal and pure as she stood quietly under the night sky. A jade flute appeared in her hand. It was sparkling and translucent, engraved with profound Tao patterns. There was an aura of the great Tao circulating around it. She was one with the heaven and earth. This is too arrogant. They even dare to do this in our eastern wasteland. Why can't we watch? Some young cultivators were dissatisfied. Are they really kings who can coexist with the divine king physique? Don't say any more. They are indeed kings who have inherited the divine king physique. How many years has it been since they last appeared? Don't clash with them. Otherwise, no one will be able to block a single attack from them. Wang Chongxiao glanced coldly at the ship in the river and said coldly, "All of you disappear immediately. This is too domineering. Do they really think they have already ruled over the world and are giving orders in our eastern wasteland?" Some people were extremely dissatisfied. Wang Chongxiao sneered and said, "Although I haven't ruled over the world, I'm not someone ants like you can give me pointers behind my back. There aren't many people in this generation in the eastern wasteland that can enter my eyes." Too much. Someone rushed into the sky. His entire body shone with purple radiance like a star. This was a handsome young man. He shouted, "What right do you have to look down on our eastern wasteland cultivators?" "Because I am the king of the Central Plains younger generation." Wang Chongxiao's expression was cold. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. This is the eldest disciple of the moon-worshipping sect, Su Yueming. He is a cultivator at the peak of the Four Extremes realm, and a peak expert of the younger generation. Someone cried out in surprise. They didn't expect there to be such an expert on the ship. "Let me see if you are worthy of your title as a so-called king." Su Yueming rushed forward. "Even a grain of rice can shine." Wang Chongxiao sneered. He didn't use his battle spear. A terrifying black wall appeared behind him, and suffused with the aura of a god. Countless divine swords and magic treasures were stabbed into the wall. It was mysterious and hazy. He didn't even turn his head. He slowly pulled out a divine sword that was as red as blood. The tip of the sword spat out scarlet radiance that rushed into the heavens. He swung the sword down. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. Su Mingyue was cut into two. It was as if he was fighting against a god. He was powerless to reverse the situation and couldn't block it at all. Even his weapon was shattered into pieces. Everyone was stunned. Their hearts trembled. The king of the Central Plains younger generation was too terrifying. With a single attack, he cut an expert at the Four Extremes realm in half. Chong! Wang Chongxiao didn't turn around. He stabbed the divine sword that was as red as blood into the black wall behind him. All kinds of divine weapons and magic treasures flickered with radiance and disappeared along with the terrifying black demon wall. Cough! On the ship, Yifan coughed up blood. He wiped it clean with a silk handkerchief and looked at the sky quietly. "In my opinion, apart from the Ji family's divine king physique and Yao Guang saint child, everyone else in the eastern wasteland can't even take a single blow." Wang Chongxiao's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were deep like an underworld king. His black armor was cold and oppressive. He looked down at everyone on the ship. Chapter 425. At this time, the shipowner was trembling in fear and ordered his men to speed up. Facing the young king of Central Plains, he felt a chill all over his body. He didn't want the other to cut his ship into pieces. All the cultivators were scared and no one dared to say anything else. Even someone as powerful as Su Yueming had been cut in half in one move. Blood fell onto the deck, creating a ghastly sight. Yi Fan stood on the ship calmly and didn't say anything. He didn't want to cause trouble, but his mind was spinning. If the two young kings of Central Plains were both injured, he wouldn't mind borrowing the sky-enveloping treasured robe and killing the powerful Wang Chongxiao along the way. "Wang Chongxiao, you're going too far." Yi Huiling's voice was soft but cold. "You don't need to care about my business. Tonight, we will have a battle to the death." Wang Chongxiao said coldly. His black dagger axe glowed with a bloody light as his murderous intent soared into the sky. Yi Huiling was ethereal. Her black hair danced in the wind, her skin was smooth, her eyes like black gems, her nose straight, and her teeth like jade. She held a jade flute in front of her cherry lips and blew lightly. Under the bright moonlight, she was like an otherworldly immortal, elegant and ethereal. The sound of the flute could purify one's soul, like a sweet spring flowing out of the desert or a bud growing in the harsh winter, bringing endless hope and beauty to people. Humph! Wang Chongxiao snorted as the dagger axe in his hand vibrated in the night sky. His murderous intent was as cold as winter, chilling the world to the bone. At the same time, there seemed to be millions of creatures struggling in the sea of blood. This was definitely a peerless murderous weapon. Its terrifying murderous intent and endless aura were all contained within the dagger axe. Now that it was being released, it made people feel cold all over. If the beautiful sound of the flute represented life, then his aura represented death. The moment the dagger axe moved, the plants would wither. Wang Chongxiao stared at the ship in the river and sneered. I've already said no one is allowed to look back. Did you not hear me? He turned into a beam of black light and swooped down. The atmosphere on the ship was extremely tense. Everyone was afraid that this powerful young king would attack coldly. At the same time, Yi Huiling floated over and blocked his path. There's no need to involve unrelated people. Wang Chongxiao stopped. Standing in the night sky, he coldly looked down at Yi Fan and said, I've said this many times, but you don't respect it. You still look at the sky. Are you provoking me? I knew you were special. I don't want to get involved in your fight. Of course, if you insist on forcing me to take action, then there's nothing I can do. Although Yi Fan didn't want to cause trouble, it was impossible for him to lower his head and listen to orders. You talk big. Do you think you're qualified to get involved? Wang Chongxiao stared at him. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He slowly turned around and walked away, no longer paying attention to him. The formless killing intent rushed over. Everyone on the ship felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. However, Yi Fan was still walking forward, unaffected. His steps were very rhythmic. Chi. A black light rushed over and shot toward Yi Fan's back. It was the tip of the spear spewing out. It carried the smell of blood as if it had drunk the blood of countless creatures. Bang! Yi Fan didn't even look back. He flicked his finger and shot out a beam of golden light, shattering the black light and dissolving the killing intent into nothingness. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Wang Chongxiao was a bit surprised. The others on the ship were also surprised. They didn't expect this young man to be able to block the attack of a young king from the Central Plains. Yi Fan turned around and said, You should go find the Divine King physique and the Heavenly Demonic physique to fight. I don't want to fight you for no reason. On my way here, the Eastern Baron cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow. Are you afraid? Wang Chongxiao sneered. Ding! A beam of black light rushed out of his body and emitted a metallic sound. Like a black spear, it stabbed toward Yi Fan. Chi! Yi Fan waved his sleeve, and with a light wave, the tip of the black spear was extinguished. It turned into a dark black mist and dissipated on the spot. Now, everyone could see that this young man wasn't simple. He was a top expert. Even Yi Huiling backed off and didn't want to interfere anymore. Could you be the Yaoguang saint? Wang Chongxiao revealed a strange expression. He felt that this was a strong opponent. No. Yi Fan replied calmly. If I'm not the Ji clan's Divine King physique, the Heavenly Demonic physique, and the Yaoguang saint, how many others can I be? Wang Chongxiao was very conceited. Clang! A black wall appeared behind him. It was suffused with the aura of a god. There were many weapons and magic treasures stuck on it, making it look hazy and mysterious. Wang Chongxiao's iron clothes flowed with black light. He didn't look back and slowly pulled out a purple blade from the wall. Then he slashed down. This was an incomparable attack. The blade light rushed into the clouds and a giant purple lightning slashed down from the sky. The killing intent was endless. Even a level 4 cultivator at the peak stage could easily kill it. Swoosh! Yi Fan didn't move, but a green lotus rushed out from his body. It was surrounded by primal chaos mist and blocked in front of him. The purple blade was immediately stopped. Primal chaos green lotus. Someone cried out in surprise and revealed a look of disbelief. It's you. Wang Chongxiao was startled and realized something. He retracted the divine wall and quickly retreated. That's right, it's me. Yi Fan stepped into the night sky step by step. He faced the king of the young generation from Zhongzhou with a calm expression. However, everyone felt a type of pressure. The golden blood energy rushed into the sky like an ancient immortal cauldron burning. It made people unable to get close and made them feel suffocated. He's the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Who would have thought that he would come here? He's going to fight the king of the young generation from Zhongzhou. The people on the ship all cried out in surprise. Yi Fan had just left the divine city, and he was going to fight the king of Zhongzhou. This was not a small matter. Recently, he had been surrounded by wind. Yi Fan didn't want to do this, but the other party was a powerful opponent. As long as he fought, he wouldn't be able to hide his aura. Since this was the case, there was nothing to hide. I heard that you don't have much time left, and will die soon. Wang Chengxiao's expression was cold. He didn't dare to get too close. The flesh of the saint physique was unparalleled. Even someone as arrogant as him didn't dare to fight in close combat. Yi Fan laughed and said, "Didn't you want to fight me? Why are you standing so far away?" Everyone was speechless. Did anyone dare to stand next to him? His flesh was like divine steel and indestructible. Only by using heaven-overflowing magical power could he fight. In this great era where kings rise, the saint physique isn't much. It isn't the most dazzling. "I'll break you," Wang Chengxiao shouted. Behind him, the black divine wall reappeared, and there was an additional door. At this moment, a crack opened with a rumbling sound, and immediately, heaven-overflowing killing intent rushed out. It was like it was connected to the 9 underworlds. There was a peerless demon sealed inside that could rush out at any time. The endless killing intent was like a sea, causing the entire sky to tremble. Netherworld King's Wall. Yi Huiling said softly. What? This is the Netherworld King's Wall. So he has the body of the Netherworld King. He really is the king of Zhongzhou. The people on the ship all cried out in surprise. They thought of many legends. The Netherworld King's Wall has countless divine weapons buried within it. It can pierce through all enemies in the world and is unstoppable. Behind the divine wall is the Netherworld King's pure land. If it is opened, one can obtain supreme power and become invincible. He has already opened a crack in that door. It is clear how terrifying it is. This wasn't a phenomenon, but an innate divine technique. It was extremely terrifying and few people in the world could match it. Once it was used, one could look down on their peers and stand at the peak. In the legends, there was a divine spirit slumbering in the depths of the Netherworld King's pure land. Only a Netherworld King that surpassed large success could come into contact with it. It was difficult for the common people to distinguish between true and false. Some people said that this wasn't a divine spirit, but rather one's own sleeping potential. Or perhaps it was a divine spirit that was born from the human body. Once one stepped into that realm, they would obtain the characteristics of a divine spirit. Eternal Divine Wall. Wang Chengxiao shouted out loud. Behind him, the black wall bloomed with endless divine light. Countless divine weapons and magic treasures trembled. Then clanging sounds rang out endlessly as they were all pulled out on their own. Purple spears, scarlet swords, golden seals, pitch-black halberds, divine weapons were like a forest, lining up in front of him. Killing intent soared into the heavens, leaving everyone trembling in fear. With so many divine weapons pulled out from the Netherworld King's Wall, it was hard to imagine just how terrifying their might was. This was because everyone had personally seen a scarlet sword cut down Su Yueming, who was at the 4 extremes perfection boundary. Wang. The void trembled. Countless divine weapons and magic treasures appeared, turning into a vast sea. The dazzling light caused the moon and stars to lose their luster as they all rushed towards Yi Fan. This was a fatal blow. Wang Chengxiao wanted to succeed in one strike. He wanted to use his greatest strength to destroy the divine body. The Netherworld King's divine wall had countless divine weapons buried within it. It could be said to be the most terrifying divine wall in the world. In the endless years of history, who knew how many kings had died beneath this wall? Whoosh! Yi Fan didn't move. A small world appeared. The mountains and rivers inside were magnificent and picturesque. He stood on a lonely cliff. No matter how many divine weapons moved about, they couldn't cut him in the slightest. Once the phenomenon of lovely land appeared, it managed to block all the divine weapons. Wang. At the same time, Yi Fan moved. He displayed the phenomenon of an immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, becoming one with himself. He was like a reborn immortal king as he directly rushed towards Wang Chengxiao. Boom! The world shook. Golden blood energy flooded the sky. Yi Fan's combat strength was like a raging sea, shocking the mind. It was as if he wanted to pierce through the great Tao and destroy the world. With a wave of his hand, countless divine weapons were destroyed. He seemed to have turned into a god, breaking through all obstacles. He lifted his hand and sent out the yin-yang life and death diagram, striking forward. Bam! Wang Chengxiao's divine wall shook, as if it was about to collapse. He quickly flew backward with a shocked expression on his face. The opponent's combat strength was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. He only stopped when he was far enough away. The divine body is nothing, but it's enough to fight against you. Yi Fan smiled. Hearing this, Wang Chengxiao's expression darkened. He said that the divine body was ordinary and couldn't reach the apex. In the end, the opponent responded with action. All the spectators were shocked. This kind of power indeed had the ability to look down on the younger generation. Although the divine body didn't have much life left, he could definitely fight against the young kings of the Central Plains. This is just a small trick. Watch my true supreme divine technique of Netherworld King. Wang Chengxiao's voice was low. His eyes suddenly became empty. The divine wall behind him trembled. The door was slowly opened, and the gap became larger. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. This was truly a great enemy. He felt a dangerous aura and couldn't let his guard down. Boom! Yi Fan's body shook. His skin turned golden as if he had turned into a golden god of war. The entire world trembled as he pressed forward. It was as if he had come from ancient times, step by step. Everyone present was alarmed and their faces paled. Wang Chengxiao's expression also froze. He quickly used the supreme divine technique of Netherworld King. Wang Chengxiao, you should put away your divine technique and save your strength to fight with me. Yi Huiling chuckled. She blew on her jade flute, and heavenly music flew out. Swoosh! Wang Chengxiao retreated far into the sky. The Netherworld King's wall disappeared. Even though his divine technique was unparalleled, he didn't dare to fight against the two of them alone. Divine body, I underestimated you. I take back my words. If you don't die, we'll fight again in the future. He turned into a beam of black light and flew away. He didn't want to fight against two great enemies in one night. The divine body fought the insufferably arrogant young king of the Central Plains, and was evenly matched. In the end, he forced the latter to retreat. This result shocked everyone. The divine body is about to die, but he's still so powerful. How terrifying. If he continues to grow, he will be able to compete with all the kings of the world. He will be their peerless enemy. Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Yi Fan was about to die. They all felt that it was a pity that they wouldn't be able to see him compete with the other kings. The night was like water. A small boat floated down the river. The melodious sound of the flute seemed to be able to purify one's soul and intoxicate them. Yi Fan praised. This is truly a divine technique. It's close to the great Tao. Yi Huiling smiled. Brother Yi is too kind. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. I won't be able to listen to young Miss Ye's divine music. Yi Fan smiled. I believe Brother Yi has also heard. I have the sky-shrouding treasured robe, and can enter the 7 forbidden zones. If I lend it to you. Yi Huiling looked over. She was like a fairy under the moon, pure and beautiful. Lend me the sky-shrouding treasured robe? Yi Fan's expression changed. Yi Huiling chuckled. I came for the immortal divine medicine, but there are many people from the Central Plains. It will be difficult for me to succeed. I'm afraid only someone with your physique can enter the forbidden zones. Chapter 426. The moon shone brightly as the boat drifted down the river. Occasionally, fish would jump out of the water, creating a splash. Mountains stood tall on both sides of the river. The cries of apes and roars of tigers disturbed the tranquility of the night. Yi Huiling stood on the small boat. Her hair danced in the wind, and her skin was like fine jade. The jade flute under her red lips shone brightly, and the ethereal melody was gentle and pleasant. She smiled and said that she came for the immortal medicine. However, even with the sky-shrouding treasured robe, it was impossible to enter the 7 great forbidden areas. Very few people could do this. Other than that, Yi Fan received some bad news. Many people from the Central Plains had come, and they all wanted the immortal medicine. Why is it like this? An old emperor of an eternal dynasty in the Central Plains has reached the end of his lifespan. A supreme sect master not weaker than the old emperor is also at the end of his life. They don't want to leave this world. Yi Fan gazed at the moon and pondered. The situation in the Central Plains had changed. The unworldly emperor and the supreme sect master had extended their lives, and this trip was full of uncertainties. He had to make preparations. Otherwise, if he fell behind, he would regret it for the rest of his life. There was no medicine for regret in this world. You don't need to worry. Since ancient times, no one has ever appeared in the forbidden areas or the great wastelands. It is almost impossible. Yi Huiling's eyes were like black gems that could see through the thoughts of others. She had a pure and holy aura, and her smile made the moon lose its splendor. It will be difficult for me to pick the immortal medicine. Lending me the sky-shrouding treasured robe might let down Lady Ye's good intentions. No one in this world would give out treasured robes for no reason. Yi Huiling also came for the immortal medicine, but she knew how terrifying those forbidden areas were. It was not a place ordinary people could enter. With your physical body, if you wear the sky-shrouding treasured robe, your chances are quite high. Yi Huiling's cheeks were radiant. Yi Fan also smiled and shook his head. Everyone knows that my body has a great Dao scar. Even if I pick a mature immortal medicine, it will be difficult to heal. We come to this world and experience everything. Sometimes we have no choice but to gamble. Yi Huiling's smile was pure. Yi Fan didn't say that he was going to a forbidden area. He didn't want to attract attention, so he naturally wouldn't reveal anything. Yi Huiling also couldn't lend him the treasured robe right away. There were still variables. This was the first time they had met, so she had already said that she needed to think about it. The Eastern Wasteland had 7 great life-forbidden regions that were endlessly mysterious. They were the last 7 places where archaic divine medicines might exist. The chances of finding them in the other great wastelands were minuscule. Yi Huiling worked hard and eliminated them one by one. She believed that the Undying Empire and the Supreme Sect in the Central Plains would eventually come to this area. It was because even though the 7 great life-restricted areas all had legends of undying divine medicines, since ancient times, this was the only place that had been seen, the ancient texts also recording it. The river became faster, and the cries of apes. The water. And the cries of the river. The boat flew like an arrow. Yi Huiling rose into the night sky. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. She was like Chang-Yi rushing to the moon, leaving behind only her beautiful back. She and Yi Fan had agreed to meet outside the forbidden area. If they came to an agreement, she would bring the sky-shrouding treasured robe and lend it to him. Yi Fan felt that time was pressing. He didn't dare to waste any more time. Once the experts of the central continent arrived, there would be a lot of trouble. The difficulty would increase greatly. There was a full 1.5 million li between them. Yi Fan took out the mysterious jade platform and began to cross the void. This was a one-way small realm gate. Each time he traveled, he could travel tens of thousands of li. Just like that, Yi Fan exhausted a lot of energy and finally arrived at an old place. He returned to the southern region with a clear goal. He wanted to enter the forbidden area again and climb the 9 sacred mountains. He wanted to drink the divine spring and eat the divine fruit. He wanted to recover and recuperate in that ancient world. He didn't understand the other forbidden areas. This was the only place where he had seen the divine medicine. He was most confident. After all, he had succeeded in the past. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. According to his later understanding, the forbidden area was incomparably terrifying. He didn't suffer a calamity the last 2 times because of the existence of the bronze coffin. Otherwise, that abyss was almost unapproachable. Even standing at the foot of the sacred mountain would result in an indescribable death, not to mention climbing the mountain. There had always been entry but no exit. Pang Bo had also personally experienced it. He had read a lot of ancient books in the demonic race's holy land and learned more about the situation. He told his speculation to Yi Fan. It must be because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin fell on the mountaintop that the peerless curse was cancelled out. It had already been several years. Yi Fan didn't know if he could climb the mountain again in peace. He didn't have a shred of confidence, but he had no way out. After returning to the southern region, Yi Fan was lost in thought. He didn't know how his former classmates were doing. Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Zhang Xiling, Lu Yi, Li Xiaoman. They had come to this world together. Presumably, they all had their own paths of life. Perhaps they would meet again soon. When passing by the Taishan sect, a super sect in the southern region, Yi Fan stood on a high mountain and looked into the distance. The 108 main peaks were majestic and majestic. It was like a divine land. The humble peak, the great way of nature, the 9 secrets. He thought of many things. Li Ruoyu Jiziyue, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman. There were many things that happened here. He didn't stop. Before picking the divine medicine, it was not good for him to show himself. Otherwise, it might cause a lot of waves and attract a lot of trouble. That day, Yi Fan entered the Yin Kingdom. This was the starting point for them to cross the galaxy and come to this world. Yin was 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Such a territory was only a drop in the ocean in the eastern wasteland. There were endless countries like this. The reason why it was known by the world was undoubtedly because of the ancient forbidden area in the central region. Since ancient times, there were too many legends left behind. Who knew how many peerless experts had fallen here, and even peerless holy lands had been destroyed here. Stepping into this land, Yi Fan was more or less excited. He really wanted to meet his classmates. They all came from the other side of the starry sky and had similar experiences. Yi Fan entered the Yin Kingdom and revisited the old place. The city was bustling with people, and it was very prosperous and lively. The sound of hawking could be heard. Crispy chicken wings, free if they're not delicious. Zhang's soup dumplings, thin skin, big stuffing, juicy and delicious. Come and try it. Yi Fan smiled. This place was the same as before. Nothing had changed. It was as if he had never left. Big brother. I'm hungry. Buy me a bun. I'm begging you. I'm very hungry. Suddenly, a young and pitiful voice was heard. Someone was gently tugging at his trousers. Yi Fan lowered his head and found a filthy and pitiful little girl looking up at him with her big eyes. She was only 3 or 4 years old. Her clothes were tattered and her face was full of dirt. Only her eyes were clear and bright. Nan Nan is so hungry. Big brother, do a good deed and buy me a bag. The little girl was very timid and scared. Her eyes were full of tears as if she had been starving for many days. Yi Fan's heart was somewhat sour. He bought a steaming hot soup dumpling and gave it to her. He told her to eat slowly and be careful not to burn it. Then he stood up and walked into the distance. He had too many things to deal with. Even though he felt pity for her, he couldn't bring her to the ancient forbidden area. The little girl was very grateful. She watched him disappear. Her big eyes were full of tears. Ignoring the heat, she began to wolf down the dumpling. Suddenly Yi Fan stopped. He felt that the scene just now was too familiar. 3 years ago in the same city, on the same street, a similar thing happened. His body froze. He suddenly remembered that it was the same little girl. That tattered clothes, that dirty little face, that tear-filled eyes. They were all the same. 3 years had passed, but she hadn't changed at all. She was still the same. It made one's heart ache and feel pity for her. How could this be? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and quickly ran back. He didn't believe that a child hadn't changed at all after 3 years. This was clearly not normal. He felt that this little girl wasn't in disguise, but she definitely wasn't an ordinary child. There was no such pure and flawless eyes in this world. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart tremble. The street was filled with people coming and going in an endless stream. Yi Fan carefully searched but suddenly stopped. He withdrew his divine sense and no longer sent it out. This was because he had seen a peerless expert. There were 4 great characters in front of him. They wore dragon crowns on their heads and draconic chi revolved around their bodies. They had imposing appearances and were like dragons and tigers. They possessed a majestic and intimidating aura. At this level of cultivation, they didn't need to disguise themselves. Ancestral dragon heads appeared above each of their heads. They were like celestial emperors descending into the world, making people want to prostrate themselves in worship. The four peerless characters of the ancient Flower Dynasty. Yi Fan had seen them before in the Divine City. They had used 410,000 kilograms of origin energy to buy the extremely damaged human-shaped divine medicine he had cut out from the Sky Fae treasure tower. That's right. Yi Fan suddenly understood. The old sacred masters of the ancient Flower Dynasty were at the end of their lifespan. They were searching everywhere for immortal divine medicines to prolong their lives. This time, the eternal imperial court of the Central Plains that wanted to enter the ancient desolate forbidden ground was undoubtedly them. It was likely that someone from another supreme sect had also arrived. With this delay, Yi Fan looked for the little girl again, but there was no trace of her. He didn't know where she had been pushed to by the crowd. He frowned slightly and chose a direction at the crossroads. Don't always follow me. A young girl's pleasant voice came from ahead, but no matter how he heard it, it sounded like she was sulking. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect to meet Jiziyue here. She was dressed in purple and looked ethereal. Her hair was like a waterfall, her nose was wrinkled, and she grinded her shiny canine teeth. A group of people followed around her, surrounding her and protecting her as she moved forward. Yi Fan is over there. Jiziyue suddenly shouted and pointed forward. The people around her were all shocked and turned their heads to look at her. Jiziyue immediately jumped up, lifted the corner of her purple dress and ran. She wanted to escape. She was very lively and funny. Yi Fan was surprised. Her cultivation was obviously sealed, otherwise, she would have flown into the sky long ago. On the street, an old woman stood out and grabbed Jiziyue's arm, stopping her. You're becoming more and more mischievous. I don't want you to follow me, Jiziyue said angrily. The old woman quickly disappeared. The people from before surrounded Jiziyue again. Yi Fan's face darkened. He saw Ji Hui. The old woman just now was her. All the grudges in the past could be said to have arisen because of her. Back then, he had escorted Jiziyue back. Ji Hui repaid kindness with enmity. Not only did she not show any kindness, she even sent Ji Run to kill him. In the end, she even personally took action. The series of disturbances that followed all stemmed from Ji Hui's pursuit. The person that Yi Fan hated the most could be said to be this old woman. This old thing seems to know that I will return. She actually set up a trap for me and wants to deal with me. Chapter 427. There were many people around Jiziyue, but Yi Fan didn't care about them. What he was really afraid of were the experts in the dark, including the elders of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Ji Hui, that old hag. In the past, he had escorted Jiziyue back from 1,000 miles away. Ji Hui didn't repay him, and almost caused him to be doomed. He had never hated someone so much before. Yi Fan stared at Ji Hui in the dark, and almost attacked her a few times. With his indestructible body, he could follow her silently and kill her in one shot. However, he still restrained himself in the end. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. He came for the undying spirit medicine in the ancient desolate forbidden grounds. If he killed Ji Hui and revealed his whereabouts, it would bring about many variables. In this area, the Ji family and the Alcade were the absolute rulers. This was their territory, and no one could shake their position. You guys are too annoying. I'm not leaving. Jiziyue squatted on the ground and pouted, unwilling to get up. Her eyes darted around as she continued to look for an opportunity to escape. She targeted the people of the ancient Hua dynasty, hoping to borrow their strength. Many cultivators came to the Yin capital. The people of the ancient Hua dynasty didn't disguise themselves at all. Some wore the ancient Hua dragon robe, while others had dragon chi surrounding them. Yi Fan thought for a while and didn't follow them. He continued to look for the little girl in the city, but no matter how vast his divine sense was, he couldn't find her. He asked some people, and they said there were many abandoned children in the city. No one paid special attention to the one he was talking about, so there was no result. Yi Fan stayed in an inn, booked a quiet courtyard, and started to refine the stone armor. This was the key to entering and leaving the forbidden area. The stone skin of the god source was not strong and couldn't be used as armor, but it could isolate all auras. It was a strange material. All Genesis technique masters had god source stone armor. It was a rare treasure for entering and exiting dangerous places, and ancient mines deep in the mountains. As the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, Yi Fan naturally knew about this. The 6 seals against immortals was a top-tier Genesis technique that required 6 types of divine essence stone skins as its materials. It was a technique that was close to the Tao. Not only could it seal Genesis, but it could also seal mountains, rivers, and earth, as well as powerful experts. Unfortunately, there were only a few lines in the Genesis Heavenly Book, making it extremely difficult to understand and comprehend. It was an imperfect Genesis technique that was still in the process of being deduced. Yi Fan spent a long time trying to comprehend those lines of ancient characters. Even after exhausting all his energy, he only managed to comprehend 10 to 20% of it. At most, he could only achieve a little more than the seal on immortals. But that was enough. Although he had collected a lot of stone skins, there were only 2 types. It was impossible for him to collect all 6 types of ancient materials. The god source that Yi Fan had obtained were all golden. The other types were very rare, and could only be found by chance. That day, during his duel with the Genesis technique aristocratic family, Nangongqi had cut open the blood sacrificial altar, revealing a silver source that sparkled like the moon and stars. Sealed within was a young girl. At that time, he did not know the origin of that source. Only later did he realize that it was an even more precious god source. It was extremely rare, and the stone skin had naturally fallen into his hands. For 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Fan had exhausted almost all of his efforts and did his best to destroy 70 to 80% of the stone skin. Finally, the stone skin was born, and the 2 types of ancient materials were fused together. This did not mean that the stone skin was formed. During these days, Yi Fan could be said to have spared no effort. He concentrated all his attention and carved thousands of Genesis heavenly runes on the stone skin. The runes that were engraved were profound and complex. Every single rune contained his essence, chi, and spirit. This was the extreme embodiment of the Genesis techniques that he had mastered so far. Yi Fan turned his endless comprehension and many mysterious Genesis techniques into tangible runes. He refined them into the stone skin according to the records in the Genesis Heavenly Book. After completing all of this, he was on the verge of collapsing. He could not even move a finger. He rested for a long time before he recovered. The stone skin was simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. It did not look like it was made by a Genesis technique expert. Yi Fan was very satisfied. This was his only masterpiece at the moment. After wearing it, he felt as if he was isolated from this world, as if he was in another void. He immediately felt something strange after coming out of seclusion. A large number of cultivators had come to the Yindu. The atmosphere was incomparably tense. The other supreme sect of the Central Plains had finally arrived. The Yin-Yang sect had an extremely ancient heritage. It could be traced back to the birth of mankind. It was a powerful and terrifying force. Within the Central Continent's 100 sects, it was ranked at the very top, worthy of being called a holy land. Even though it didn't produce a great emperor, nor did it have an extreme Tao holy weapon, it was comparable to the 4 great undying empires. The Yin-Yang sect had branches all over the world. They even had branches in the northern region of the Eastern Barren Territory. However, their origin was in the Central Plains. Since ancient times, they had always been flourishing. Other than the ancient dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect, there were also many people from other major powers. They could not resist the temptation. The immortal divine medicine could be considered a celestial treasure. Only the ancient sovereigns had planted it. It was extinct in the world, and only a few stalks were left in the forbidden area. With a few flashes, Yi Fan turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the Yindu. He flew toward the ancient forest of the forbidden area. He was really afraid that someone would get there first. At that time, he would not even have a place to cry. The ancient forest had an ancient style. Many cultivators had already arrived at the periphery, and many of them had already entered. Yi Fan's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. Could it be that the ancient dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect were about to take action? After traveling for several hundred miles, no one dared to continue flying because there were a few terrifying existences living outside the forbidden area. Some of the demon races chose to transform into humans early on, while others chose to cultivate in their original form. They would continue to evolve in the form of beast kings. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, most of the demon races that did not choose to transform into humans were naturally powerful and incomparably arrogant races. They were not willing to integrate into a world dominated by humans. Many people knew that there were such existences living outside the forbidden area. They were inhumane, and once they were enraged, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would be formed. Yi Fan went in and saw a few rogue cultivators. He heaved a sigh of relief after understanding them in detail. The ancient dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect had no intention of entering. They were only scouting ahead and making detailed arrangements. Ahead, the roar shook the sky. The ancient forest was in chaos, and leaves were flying everywhere. The earth was shaking for a long time before it stopped. Too terrifying. A strange beast fought to a draw with the imperial uncle of the ancient dynasty. The shocking news shocked all the rogue cultivators who had arrived. How terrifying was this strange beast to be able to fight to a draw with a holy lord? Yi Fan and a dozen rogue cultivators moved forward, and arrived at the place where the battle had just taken place. It was deathly silent here. There were no plants, birds, or insects. In front of a pile of rocks was a huge lake. It was as still as a piece of iron, without the slightest ripple, and the most shocking thing was its color. It was pitch black, like ink, so black that it was terrifying. This was a barren land where not even a single weed grew. The black lake was lifeless without any signs of life. It was truly evil water. Several rogue cultivators had seen the battle just now and their faces were pale. One of them said with a trembling voice, "It's the legendary golden crow cicada." The golden crow cicada was an ancient strange beast. As time passed, it became rare to see one in the world. Only one would occasionally appear in the desolate land every tens of thousands of years. Not long after, Yi Fan and a few others arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. The ancient dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect stood on two separate peaks and looked forward. Apart from that, there were also 100 rogue cultivators observing. They were still several miles away from the true forbidden area, but no one dared to take another step forward. They were filled with reverence towards this forbidden area. It could easily take away a person's entire life. Yi Fan clearly sensed the abnormality. The forbidden area was even more terrifying than before. He had entered it before, and was very sensitive to the aura of the desolate land. It was many times stronger than before. This was not a good sign. He couldn't help but frown and ponder. The ancient dynasty brought a divine robe. It was left behind by an ancient sage after he passed away. It could be said that they have spent a lot of resources. The divine robe of an ancient sage. There's actually such a peerless divine item. Maybe they really can succeed. Someone whispered. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was extremely bad news. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying the divine robe of an ancient sage was. It could even easily break the pure land of a peerless divine king. The Yin-Yang sect is also well prepared. Rumor has it that they went to the north and asked an ancient clan to refine a mysterious stone robe. It is said that it can weaken the curse. These two forces have put in a lot of effort and are determined to win. Yi Fan couldn't stay calm after hearing this news. Some people had prepared the same stone robe as him, and even the divine robe of an ancient sage. The situation was not optimistic. He really wanted to enter the forbidden area, but he found that the ancient dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect had each built a high platform on a mountain. They wanted to stay here and look at the 9 sacred mountains. Oh no! Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered carefully. All of this was not good for him. In the end, the top experts of the ancient dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect stayed. The others all retreated. They couldn't stay in this place for long. If a strange beast rushed out, it could kill everyone. Many rogue cultivators saw this and quickly retreated. They didn't have the courage to face a terrifying existence like the golden crow cicada. Once it appeared, no one would be able to survive. Yi Fan also had to leave. Otherwise, the remaining top experts would notice something was wrong. In the next half a month, the ancient dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect didn't make any moves. They were still observing. They were very calm. For Yi Fan, this was a kind of pressure. He only had half a year to live at most, maybe even less than 100 days. He couldn't afford to waste time. During this time, Yi Huiling arrived. However, Yi Fan hadn't met her yet. He needed to calm down and observe. Then Wang Chengxiao also arrived. He defeated the young experts of the southern region and was invincible. Then he fought with the eldest disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, causing a huge wave. Yi Fan gradually calmed down. He could only wait and see. He had made many considerations. The immortal divine medicine was intelligent and could choose its own place of residence. There were only a few of them in ancient times. In order to not be picked by people, it was said that they flew into the 7 great forbidden areas. There were 9 kinds of divine fruits on the 9 sacred mountains. Legend said that one main root had been divided into 9 parts. Someone wanted to produce more immortal divine medicine, but in the end, something strange happened. These were all things that Yi Fan had learned recently. He understood many secrets that he hadn't known before. As Yi Fan waited, he ran into an old friend in a small tavern in Yanhaven. It was none other than Zhang Wenchang, his old classmate who had always been a bit dull. Zhang Wenchang's temples were white. He was old and didn't have a trace of vitality. He hadn't recovered after coming out of the ancient forbidden area. This tavern was opened by him. Yi Fan thought of the scene in the Jade Cauldron Grotto when they were drunk. The wooden Zhang Wenchang had cried after getting drunk and wanted to return to his hometown. When he left, his wife was already pregnant, and the child was about to be born. He hated himself for not being by his side. After many years, he had aged even more. His entire person was filled with melancholy. It was obvious that life wasn't going his way. He actually left the Jade Cauldron Grotto and came here to open a tavern. Damn, old man, your friend really didn't come back? A young man in the tavern was very arrogant. He looked at Zhang Wenchang with disdain. No. There was no light in Zhang Wenchang's eyes. They were very dim. Another young man said, Ancestor Ji Hui predicted that he would come back. He will definitely come to see you. Old trash, if you know, tell us immediately. After hearing these words, Yi Fan's expression darkened, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 428. Time flowed like water. Zhang Wenchang was lethargic and didn't have the vigor of a young man. In fact, his face was old and no one would think that he was a young man. Boss, give me a jar of wine and 4 side dishes. Yi Fan walked into the simple and crude tavern. Zhang Wenchang answered woodenly like a scarecrow without a heart. He mechanically brought over the jar of wine, and quietly brought over the 4 side dishes without saying a word. This useless old man is like a dead man. He can't even say a word. Did you hear what I said to you just now? The young man said with disgust. I heard. Zhang Wenchang's eyes were dim. He slowly cleaned up the dishes and wiped the table. He came to this world without reason. He didn't have the talent for cultivation, and was bullied by his peers. He spent the past few years in sadness and dejection, silently enduring all of this. What nonsense are you shouting? Yi Fan slammed the table and glanced at the young man. What does it have to do with you? We are talking to this old trash. Another young man looked over. Get lost. Don't disturb my drinking. Yi Fan glanced at him with disdain. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant? The young men all stood up and pressed forward together. All of them sneered. Sir, you should leave quickly. Zhang Wenchang said to Yi Fan in a wooden manner. You old man, get lost. One of the young men stepped forward and pushed him. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Zhang Wenchang's temples were white like frost. He held onto the table and steadied himself. He silently stood to the side and didn't say anything. He was depressed and sad. The young men came forward together and stared at Yi Fan with cold smiles on their faces. Someone pointed at his face and said, Do you think you are the Yao Guang Saint Child or the Golden Wing Little Peng King? Pa. Yi Fan covered the wine bowl in his hand and put his entire face inside. He couldn't even scream. He flew out and fell on the street. He grabbed his hands and legs and soon stopped moving. He directly breathed his last. Scram. Yi Fan only had this one word, his expression incomparably cold. The others were shocked. They didn't expect him to dare to do this. After a long time, one of them said, "Ancestor Ji Hui's great-great-grandson was killed. How dare you? You even dare to kill the people of Ji clan." Yi Fan didn't want to lower himself to their level, but when he heard Ji Hui's name, his expression immediately turned cold. "So what if I killed her? You just wait and see." The few of them turned around and left. "You dare threaten me?" The corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a sneer. With a clang, he snatched the sword from one of them. "Pooh!" He slashed down, and a person's head was sent flying on the spot. The corpse fell onto the street, and at the same time, the corpse was sent flying. Not a single drop of blood was spilled in the tavern. They were horrified. "I told you to scram, but you're asking for trouble." Yi Fan was infuriated. Seeing Zhang Wenchang being bullied in such a manner, and thinking that it was Ji Hui who was targeting him mercilessly, Yi Fan was furious. "Pu. He sat there and continuously waved his sword. Blood spurted out, and a few people were sent flying onto the street. Everyone who passed by was dumbfounded. They kept quiet out of fear, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who was this person? He killed the people of Ji clan. What a temper! He is the king of the young generation of Zhongzhou, Wang Chongxiao. It's him. I've seen him before. Someone discussed in a low voice, and their fear deepened. Yi Fan was as steady as Mount Tai, and his expression was calm. Before entering the tavern, he had turned into Wang Chongxiao. Even his temperament was the same, strong and cold. In the past half a month, Wang Chongxiao had entered the southern region and fought everywhere. He killed at every turn. Many people of the young generation died at his hands. Some of the older generation were angered and wanted to come out and kill him. Yi Fan felt that this young Wang of Zhongzhou had too many enemies. He probably didn't even know how many he had. Even if he made a few more enemies, he wouldn't care. "Why are you like this?" Yi Fan sent a telepathic message. He clearly remembered that before he left, Elder Ma Yun of the Jade Tripod Paradise had taken him as a disciple. His situation should have changed. Zhang Wenchang was shocked and looked at Yi Fan in a daze. "Don't be shocked. I am Yi Fan. You just need to speak in your heart." Zhang Wenchang's lips trembled. He bent down and wiped the tables and chairs. He was afraid that he would be found out if he lost his composure. "Leave quickly. They are waiting for you to come back. There are people watching in the dark." Yi Fan revealed a cold smile. He didn't ask further, and didn't want to implicate Zhang Wenchang. He used his divine will to calm everything down so that Zhang Wenchang didn't know anything. Yi Fan was prepared to help him recover his youth after picking the immortal medicine. He didn't want to cause too much of a commotion now. Zhang Wenchang was in a daze. Everything just now disappeared. He didn't know what had happened. After 3 years, his situation wasn't good. He came here to open a small inn to make a living. To someone who came from the other side of the starry sky, this was an indescribable sorrow. There was no lack of vitality in his eyes. He was like a walking corpse. Every night, he would lie on the rooftop and look at the starry sky. He missed his wife and the child he had never seen. "I want to help you change everything," Yi Fan said to himself. He left the small tavern and changed Wang Chongxiao's appearance. He did not want to fight for this young king of the Central Plains who went around challenging others. It was fine to make him a scapegoat. Not long later, he saw the elder of Ji clan's dragon transformation realm rushing over. Naturally, he couldn't find anything and left empty-handed. Yi Fan walked on the street aimlessly. Suddenly, his expression shook and he sped up. He saw that little girl again. She was begging pitifully from a man with a big belly. In the end, she was scared stiff by his roar. She shrunk back and stared at her shoes with holes in them. She didn't dare to say a word. Yi Fan walked over and observed her quietly. He wanted to find something different, but he was disappointed. His powerful spirit sense couldn't detect anything strange. The little girl was frightened and didn't dare to beg again. She wiped away her tears and walked forward with her head lowered. There were a few times when she almost bumped into someone. She was very afraid that she would be scolded again. She lowered her head even more and looked very pitiful. Yi Fan couldn't watch anymore. He appeared in front of her and squatted down, looking at her gently. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. The little girl walked forward with her head lowered. She was in a daze and almost bumped into him. Her eyes were filled with tears. Don't you recognize me? Yi Fan smiled and looked at her quietly. You are that kind-hearted big brother. The little girl opened her eyes wide. She wiped away her tears and revealed a grateful expression. Yi Fan rubbed her head and said, Don't you have any relatives? The little girl blinked her big eyes and shook her head in confusion. No, Nan doesn't remember anything. You don't remember anything? Yi Fan felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask in detail. Nan will forget everything after a period of time. I don't have any impression at all. In a few days, I might not even remember Big Brother. The little girl lowered her head and her mood was somewhat depressed. Why is it like this? Yi Fan was bewildered. Nan doesn't know either. I seem to have forgotten many things. I don't know where I came from or where I'm going. Everyone else has relatives, but I don't. Nan is very lonely and sad. The little girl lowered her head, and her eyes were filled with tears. I'll take you to eat, okay? Yi Fan said gently. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently and revealed a hopeful expression. She said, Nan is very hungry. I haven't eaten for many days. Yi Fan brought her to eat a sumptuous lunch, and then carefully examined her. He frowned and couldn't find any abnormalities. Why was it like this? This little girl was clearly not ordinary, but why couldn't he find anything? He was puzzled. Big brother for you. The little girl took out a small sparkling and translucent stone from her tattered clothes. 7 colors flowed on it. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. What is this? Yi Fan was shocked. Nan doesn't know either. Every time I forget the past, a small stone like this will appear. It can be eaten and is very sweet. It can make Nan not hungry for many days. The little girl raised it high and gave it to Yi Fan to express her gratitude. Yi Fan held it in his palm and carefully examined it. He couldn't see anything special about it, but this small stone that was the size of a knuckle was definitely not ordinary. Nan, put it away properly. Yi Fan wanted to return it to her, but the little girl kept retreating and kept shaking her head. She said, Big brother, take it. Otherwise, Nan has nothing to repay you with. Yi Fan squatted down and sighed softly. Such a young child was talking about repayment. It really made one's heart ache. The little girl was very stubborn. She stuffed the small sparkling stone into his hand and refused to take it back no matter what. Yi Fan could only accept it. He wanted to slowly ponder over what it was. Perhaps he could solve the mystery of the little girl's origins. Seeing him stand up as if he was about to leave, the little girl lowered her head and looked at her little shoes with holes in her toes. Her little hand tugged at a corner of her tattered clothes and she said in an inaudible voice, Big brother, what's wrong? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Can I follow you? The little girl was very nervous and revealed a hopeful expression. She lowered her head and whispered, Nan is very obedient. She can wash clothes, wipe the floor, and learn everything. I'm going to be busy with some things recently. Oh, Nan understands. The little girl's head was almost down to her chest. She slowly turned around and wanted to leave. I'm not finished yet. I'm very busy and I'm afraid I can't take care of you properly. If you can wait for a while, I'll take you away when the time comes. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't let this pitiful little girl wander the streets again. Really? The little girl suddenly raised her head. Her pure eyes revealed a luster, and she looked very happy. Let's go. I'll arrange for you to stay in an inn and wait patiently for my return. Yi Fan chose an inn next to Zhang Wenchang's tavern. When I'm not here, you can go to that tavern to play and chat with that old man. Yi Fan warned with a smile. Nan knows. I won't run around. The little girl nodded obediently. Zhang Wenchang misses the child he hasn't seen before. If little Nan enters his life, I hope he can live a better life. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. 5 days later, the ancient flower dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect finally took action and entered the forbidden area. Yi Fan knew that his opportunity was coming. As long as the other side failed, it would be his turn to act. There were immortal medicines and 9 dragons pulling coffins on the 9 sacred mountains. He was looking forward to it. Many people had arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. They were all anxiously waiting for the result. The people from the two great powers had already entered the forbidden area. However, in just a few minutes, people cried out in surprise and looked up at the sky. The divine robe flew out. That's right, it's the ancient sage's divine robe. A golden battle robe flashed with a piercing light and flew out on its own. It was in the shape of a human, holding a golden holy sword, and carrying a golden divine bow on its back. However, no one was wearing it. The peerless divine robe was sentient and flew back on its own. It had its own life. Fragments of the robe floated down from the inside. That's flying ashes. Heavens, the person who entered turned into ashes so quickly. He no longer exists under the power of time. The forbidden area is indeed terrifying. It can obliterate all experts in this world. At the same time, people were astonished. The ancient sage's peerless divine robe was too powerful. It wasn't damaged inside and flew out on its own. The divine robe is sentient. It feels threatened and doesn't dare to enter deeper. I'm afraid it won't be able to protect itself once it gets close to the sacred mountain. Yi Fan was greatly reassured. Soon it would be his turn to act. Chapter 429. The sage divine clothes descended from the sky, releasing endless radiance. It was like an undying phoenix within a dazzling divine flame. The powerful aura made everyone tremble, and everyone took steps back. It was humanoid in shape, as if it was a living creature. It held a golden holy sword that possessed exceptional sharpness. The oppressive killing intent made the leaves of the forest fly about chaotically. Everyone trembled in fear, as if they were facing an ancient deity. They felt reverence from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Their bodies were trembling. The golden divine clothes were resplendent like the sun. With a chong sound, it landed on the ground. Golden divine splendor shot out in all directions, jumping about like flames. The golden divine bow on its back lightly trembled, straining everyone's heartstrings. Many people were about to suffocate. Kung Chong. A metallic sound rang out. It was as if a dragon was crying through the 9 heavens, as if a phoenix was shaking the heavens. It resounded through heaven and earth, and the sound was clear and cold, directly entering everyone's soul. Putong. Many cultivators couldn't hold it in any longer. They couldn't help but kneel down, kowtowing towards the exceptional divine clothes. This was an unmatched intimidation that originated from the soul, making people feel reverence and worship. There really is life. Even Yi Fan was shocked. Even though he was standing quite far away, he could still feel a terrifying pressure. Chong. Another light trembling sound rang out. The divine clothes' brilliance receded, and the mountain range calmed down. Only then could the people kneeling on the ground stand up. All of their faces were snow white, and their hearts were shaken. They're all dead. On another mountain peak, Yin Yang Sek's unmatched great figure stood on a grand platform. He looked at the scene within the ancient forbidden land and released a sigh. Completely wiped out, Yin Yang Sect obtained the mysterious stone clothes in the northern region. It could isolate all auras, but in the end it was still useless. Those who entered quickly aged, and then turned into ashes. The mountain ridge was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing softly. The ancient sage's divine clothes flew back, and Yin Yang Sec's stone clothes were all shattered. This meant that they had completely failed. The ancient forbidden land cannot be entered. 3 years ago, the mysterious ancient coffin appeared, and the Holy Land's curse fell to its weakest state. What a pity, we missed that only opportunity. Central Continent's people sighed lightly, their hearts full of unwillingness. Many people's hearts were pounding. Even Central Continent's divine dynasty and great sects couldn't do anything. So who else in this world could enter and pluck the undying divine medicine? I am unresigned. I wish to defy the heavens. A tyrannical voice rang out. Endless leaves fluttered about, and the primitive ancient forest began to sway. It was as if a true dragon was born, transforming into a human, and walking out from the great wastelands. An incomparably dignified figure with an imposing aura that suppressed the sun and moon walked out from the mountain ridge. He was like a celestial emperor that had descended into the mortal world. Draconic energy coiled around his body as he looked down upon the world. and he had an imposing aura of supremacy in the world. The old emperor of Guhua is here. A peerless emperor has descended to the world, coming to a life-forbidden land. This is truly shocking. All the cultivators in the eastern wilderness were shocked. Emperor Guhua wore a crown of 9 dragons on his head and a robe with 9 dragons. It was as if he had come from ancient times. He blended with heaven and earth and became one with them, making the sun and moon pale in comparison. His hair was white like snow, his body shriveled up. His great limit was approaching, but his aura didn't decrease in the slightest. It was deep like the sea, making one feel intimidated. An ancestral dragon that seemed to have flesh coiled around his head. Emperor. Many people came forward and bowed to him, trying to dissuade him from entering the ancient desolate forbidden land. There were also people who knelt down and were willing to go in his place to pluck the immortal divine medicine, and offer it up. I am already on the verge of death. Everything has already been arranged. There is no need for you all to throw away your lives for me. Emperor Guhua declined. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The ancient desolate forbidden land is different from the other life-forbidden lands. No matter how high one's cultivation is, as long as one enters, they will be reduced to immortal. Indeed, rather than that, why don't you let us go in His Majesty's place? We will definitely do our best to pluck the immortal divine medicine. The people of the ancient Hua dynasty all tried to dissuade him, including the 4 powerful imperial uncles. They came forward and bowed to him, blocking his path. Many individual cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. A peerless emperor wanted to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land. The legends were indeed true. Most of the emperors and holy lords in their later years had chosen this path. Now everyone was witnessing it with their own eyes. Since ancient times, the old holy lords and emperors rarely left behind graves. The great wastelands and the life-forbidden lands were their burial grounds, and this was common knowledge. Perhaps, one day, when they entered an ancient forest and saw a snow-white skeleton, it might be a peerless overlord who had once shaken the world. This was their sorrow. Humans couldn't avoid death in the end. No matter how great of a hero you were, there would still be a time when the curtains would fall. Their later years were just as miserable. Even an exceptional overlord would still become a pile of yellow earth. Everyone said that the path of immortality was endless, but since the ancient times, who could truly live forever? There wasn't a single person to be seen. They were all like the setting sun, bright red. Yet they all dimmed in the end. Guhua's old emperor's appearance was unordinary. He swept his eyes over everyone and said, "All of you back off. This is my choice. Your Majesty, the ancient desolate forbidden land will strip away the cultivation of all peerless experts." The people of Central Continent's undying imperial court all spoke up to stop him. Even if I am reduced to a mortal, I will still be the human emperor, stronger than others. You all don't need to say anything more. I don't want anyone to die in my place. This old emperor was quite bold. He had already guessed at the result, but he still chose this path. Everything had already been arranged, and he was going to carry out his final struggle. No one dared to stop him. Wherever his eyes passed, even the 4 imperial uncles could only shut their mouths, all of them retreating to the side. Yin Yang sect's people were all silent as they watched from the side. They were competitors, but they also sympathized with each other. The cultivators of the eastern wastelands were all shaken. They finally saw the scene of an old emperor's later years with their own eyes, what kind of choice he would make. Everything was just like the legends. He lived a glorious life, stunning the world, but in the end he walked alone, stepping on a path without hope. An imperial uncle from Guhua Empire walked up. He sighed softly and arrived in front of the ancient saint's divine clothes. He was comparable to a powerful being, his magical force heaven overflowing, but he was still extremely respectful. He bowed respectfully towards the golden divine clothes and said, "Divine clothes, please protect my lord." King Chong. A light sound pierced through the sky. Blazing divine light rushed into the heavens, and an unmatched pressure swept through the entire mountain range. It was as if a vast ocean had submerged the mountains and rivers. Then the world became quiet. The mountain winds stopped, and the plants stopped moving. All sounds disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped, and it was deathly silent. 90% of the people here knelt down. Their bodies and minds were trembling, and they couldn't help but kowtow. Meanwhile, within the endless mountain range, there were even more birds and beasts lying down, trembling as they cried in this direction. This was the power of the ancient saint's divine clothes. Even though Yi Fan was far away, he was still shocked. This wasn't the first time he saw this. Back in the northern region, there was a saint's divine clothes that had cut open the Divine King's Pure Land. One has to understand that the Divine King's Pure Land was known as an exceptional defense that could never be broken, but it was still cut open. The saint's divine clothes had the power to seize the world's natural luck. Swoosh! Light flickered, and the exceptional divine clothes covered the old emperor's body. His entire body was golden, and divine flames surged, making others feel reverence. He held a golden holy sword in his hand and a golden divine bow on his back. He was like a deity from the ancient times, frightening people's souls and emitting a monstrous aura. The Guhua old emperor seemed to have recovered his youth. His body had reached its peak state. He walked forward in large strides without looking back. Perhaps this was the last time people would see him in this world. Time seemed to have stopped. No one spoke, and they all waited patiently even though many people had already guessed the result. After an unknown amount of time, the Guhua emperor, who was standing on a high platform on the mountain peak, cried out in sorrow. His voice was sorrowful, and the endless leaves fluttered in the air. His divine eyes were wide open as he saw everything in the Forbidden Land. The peerless emperor had fallen, and in the end he couldn't defy the heavens. In his later years, he was buried in a foreign land. Your Majesty! The people of the Guhua imperial court cried out in sorrow. Their cries shook the heaven and earth, but they couldn't change anything. I am not willing, I want to defy the heavens. These 6 words were still echoing. Unfortunately, it was still a miserable ending. Swoosh! Light flickered. The ancient sage divine clothes descended from the sky. It was much dimmer than before, gently trembling. There were a few wisps of blood, and quite a bit of ashes on its surface. The golden clothes had been damaged, and it was unknown how long it would take for it to recover. Throughout the ages, who in this world could avoid death? Everyone felt a sense of despair. Since ancient times, immortals had never stopped, but what people saw was emptiness and destruction one after another. Even the great ancient emperors had disappeared in the long river of history. How could people not feel despair? This was a never-ending road that could not be succeeded. The people of the Guhua imperial court returned to the Yen capital. Without a doubt, they had failed. The news shook the entire southern region, and all the Holy Lands came to investigate. The peerless emperor had fallen, and the people of the Yin-Yang sect also left the Forbidden Land and returned to the Yen capital. Their supreme sect master didn't carry out the last struggle, because the ending had already been written. The news quickly spread throughout the eastern wasteland, and all the great powers were shaken. The 7 great life forbidden areas couldn't be entered after all. They were the burial grounds of absolute experts. However, in the future, there would be old sacred masters who would choose this path. This was the sorrow of their later years. In order to obtain a new life, they had no other choice. The immortal divine medicines could choose their own places of residence. It was rumored that they had all flown into the 7 great life forbidden areas. Yi Fan's heart went cold. The curse in the forbidden area was many times stronger than before. He immediately became silent. Could he succeed? Even though he had refined the peerless stone clothes with the 6 seals, and could isolate all the energies in the world, he still saw a path of no return. This storm shook the eastern wasteland, and it was difficult for it to calm down. During this time, Yi Fan thought hard and finally went into seclusion. After half a month, he exhausted all his effort to refine the 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture into the stone clothes. These were innate great emperor marks, and they had peerless uses. They could be used to suppress one's body, achieve eternity, and stop the passage of time. They contained the mysteries of the heaven and earth, and were immeasurably powerful. Yi Fan spent more than 10 days, and his body almost couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, he combined the 9 ancient characters with the tens of thousands of resentment patterns in the stone clothes. Big brother, you're finally awake. Little Nan Nan's eyelashes were very long. She blinked her big eyes at him, looking very innocent and cute. Yi Fan felt guilty. He was really too busy and didn't have time to care for this little girl. She was still wearing tattered clothes, and the holes in her shoes were very obvious. But luckily little Nan Nan didn't go hungry. The inn obeyed his orders and sent delicious food every day. Big brother, that old grandpa over there is so pitiful. The little girl was very sympathetic. She was naturally talking about Zhang Wenchang. Yi Fan rubbed her head. Wasn't the little girl also pitiful? It made one's heart ache. Little Nan Nan, be good. I might have to leave for a few months, so wait patiently for my return. Big brother. The little girl immediately lowered her head in low spirits. She thought that Yi Fan was going to abandon her and leave. I'll be back. Don't worry, little Nan Nan. Yi Fan softly comforted her. Really? The little girl was still not at ease. Her eyes were sparkling as she pouted her little mouth and lowered her head. She looked at her own tattered shoes and said, Nan Nan will always forget the past. I'm afraid that after a period of time, I will forget Big Brother. You won't forget. I've left you a precious jade. I've refined it, and it can record your daily experiences. Every day, when you wake up, you will be able to see what happened the day before. Yi Fan decided to enter the ancient desolate forbidden ground. He couldn't delay it any longer. He wasn't going to throw his life away. Other than the worldly stone clothes, he still had a peerless trump card that might be able to resist the corrosion of time. That was the key to his success. He gazed at the horizon. Perhaps he could even borrow Yi Huiling's sky-shrouding treasured robe. Having one more protective robe was better than nothing. Little Nan Nan, be good and wait for my return. Yi Fan stood up and walked out of the inn in large strides. Behind him, a small figure waved her little hand. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she watched him leave. Chapter 430. The Northern Territory was rich in resources, and there were even terrifying creatures that had been in deep slumber since the primeval times. Since ancient times until now, it had always been a place where powerful figures gathered. Origin ancient mine existed throughout endless time. The Dark Age, Desolate Age's great calamity, human race's great disaster, they all more or less had traces of it, leaving behind endless legends. Ever since the beginning of the human race, it was unknown just how many unrivaled heroes had entered this place in their later years. Unfortunately, they had never returned, and no one had ever heard of them appearing in this world again. A month after Yi Fan left, shocking news came from the northern region. The Sacred Lands had gone to explore an ancient temple in the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, but they had returned with heavy casualties. The entire world was shocked. No one thought that the Holy Lands would dare to enter the absolute beginning Forbidden area and engage in a bloody battle with an unknown creature inside an archaic divine temple. The Holy Lands could be said to be tight-lipped. Before this, not a single piece of information had been leaked. No one knew how long they had been preparing for, and it was only when the operation failed that everyone learned of it. The people of the world were all shaken. The Holy Lands actually entered the absolute beginning Forbidden region. This was just too sudden. They definitely discovered some heaven-shocking secret. Or else why would they take such risks? The Great Earth was in an uproar. The people of the world were all discussing this. They discovered with shock that there had long been some clues regarding this matter. A year ago, beautiful music sounded from the forbidden region of absolute beginning. Someone saw an exceptionally beautiful woman set out. This news shook the northern region and spread to many great sections. It was also at that time that the world gathered in the northern region. Whether it was the younger generation or the supreme sect masters, they all started to head north. Yi Fan clearly remembered that the Green Wyrem King had come to the southern domain to invite the Peacock King to the north. That was when all the holy sons and holy daughters had gone north. Right, so that's how it is. He suddenly realized that the absolute beginning forbidden area definitely had an incredible discovery. It really affected the minds of all the holy lands, and they actually spent a year to prepare. Connecting the dots, everything made sense. It was why the northern region had been in such turmoil in the past year, and why all sorts of people had appeared, as if that place was the center of the world. Inside the absolute beginning forbidden area, a world-shaking ancient temple appeared with the beautiful voice of a goddess. Unfortunately, the Holy Lands retreated in the end and couldn't get everything. However, they must have gained a lot. After all, they had prepared for more than a year. When Yi Fan found Yi Huiling, another shocking piece of news came from the northern region. The appearance of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar had been rumored for several months. Finally, the place where it was buried was found. As a result, the catacombs were stained with blood, and countless powerhouses were killed or injured. The sacred weapon of the ancient emperors attracted everyone's attention. Once this news spread, the world was shaken once again. People had to wonder why it was such a coincidence that the lid of the sky-devouring demonic jar appeared right after the Holy Lands returned from the absolute beginning forbidden area. Soon the exact news came. Many of the Holy Land's grand elders had been killed or injured, and the younger generation was almost completely wiped out. It had long been rumored that opening Vicious Dojo required the heavenly beast physique, divine physique, saint physique, and many other physiques to join forces and use their blood to perform a sacred sacrifice. Today it had indeed come true. All the kings rose up together and used their blood to open up the dojo of the #1 ruthless ancient man. However, what awaited them was a merciless massacre. The place where the ancient emperors hid their weapons was engraved with world-shaking runes. Even if you were a heaven-defying genius, you wouldn't be able to block a single strike. The runes could pierce through the heavens and earth, destroying everything in their path. If it wasn't for the Green Flood Dragon King taking over the Azure Emperor's sacred weapon at the crucial moment, and the 7th Bandit Tu Tian attacking with the demonic jar, no one would have survived. The whole world was shaken. The #1 ruthless ancient man was indeed ruthless. He was ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to those who dared to offend him. He almost wiped out all the young elites of the Eastern Wasteland. Ji Clan's Divine King Physique, Yen Ruyu, Jiang Clan's Divine King Physique, Heavenly Beast Physique, Innate Dao Embryo, Xia Jiuyo, Yao Guang Saint Child, and the others were all gravely injured. Too ruthless. He refined himself into a weapon and showed no mercy to his descendants. As expected of the #1 ancient emperor, who couldn't be provoked. He created the indestructible heaven art, and created a divine embryo from his aged body. He refined his old body, and was rumored to be the one who lived the longest among the ancient emperors. When Yi Fan heard the news, the first thing he thought of was that it was a conspiracy. This was because the Black Emperor, this knowledgeable fellow, had made all sorts of judgments and told him many secrets. As expected, more accurate information came out. He found some clues that the heavenly beast physique, divine physique, and innate Dao embryo were all trapped in the ruthless training field. Their origin was almost taken away. It was just as the Black Emperor had said. The #1 ruthless ancient man had an ordinary body, but he suppressed all the kings and finally became a peerless monarch. Before he created the indestructible heaven art, he had also created the heaven-devouring demonic art. When he first mastered this technique, everyone in the world chased after him, because he could devour other people's source energy. Vicious had a narrow escape from death, and he had more enemies than Great Emperor without beginning. These secrets had long disappeared in the long river of history. Only the Black Emperor remembered that almost no one in the world knew that the indestructible heaven art's predecessor was the heaven-devouring demonic art. Could it be, as the Black Emperor said, that someone obtained the inheritance of the #1 ruthless ancient man? Yi Fan quivered and shivered. In the distant northern region, the Black Emperor was flustered and exasperated. He shouted loudly and stared at the training field. He was about to go crazy and almost bit Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui. At the crucial moment, he stopped Pang Bo and the others, preventing them from entering the ruthless training field and avoiding a great calamity. However, the Black Emperor was furious because he discovered that someone had already visited the training field. The lid of the heaven-devouring demonic jar must have been taken away. The final result also proved his guess. When the calamity happened, many cultivators escaped with great difficulty. They did not obtain the half of the extreme Dao sacred weapon, and were almost all destroyed. In addition, there was another person who was very calm and did not enter. That was the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda. When he arrived here, he was shocked at first, then he narrowed his eyes and did not take a step in. When Yi Fan found out about all of this, he thought of the secret that the Black Emperor had told him. He felt that there was a terrifying person with a deep mind who had guided all of this. After obtaining the ruthless inheritance, he wants to get rid of the divine physique, heavenly demonic physique, innate Tao embryo, and so on. Who could he be? Yi Fan thought of a person. If it was him, he was too gloomy and terrifying. He did not reveal himself, but every step he took was filled with killing intent, which made him feel a chill. The two pieces of news from the northern region shocked the world. The great curtain slowly fell. The supreme sect masters, experts from all walks of life, and the saints all left and returned to various places in the eastern wasteland. Under the moonlight, Yi Fan and Yi Huiling met. Everything went smoothly, and he borrowed the sky-covering treasured robe. Under the moonlight, the girl from the middle prefecture was bright and ethereal. Her skin was like fine jade, and her eyes were quick-witted. She was very calm. If Yi Fan succeeded in ascending a sacred mountain and returned with the immortal medicine, she wanted a fruit. Yi Fan immediately agreed. If he really succeeded, then he would definitely ascend all of the sacred mountains. The 9 divine roots were formed from a single main root. Miss Yi, please do me a favor. If I don't return, please take one person with you and take care of one person for me. Oh, who? Yi Huiling was surprised. Yi Fan pointed at Zhang Wenchang in the tavern and said, "Take him away from this place and help him get rid of this environment." Then he pointed at the tavern. Little Nan Nan could be seen through the window. She was like a delicate porcelain doll with long eyelashes, and she was sleeping peacefully. Okay, no problem. The next day, the morning glow rose, and the morning dew rolled on the green leaves, reflecting a rainbow of colors. Yi Fan stepped into the ancient forest and set out for the forbidden area. Half a month had passed, and the people of the ancient Hua dynasty and the Yin Yang sect had not left. They were still in the Yin capital, but no one was looking at the forbidden area anymore. Along the way, Yi Fan did not see a single person. He carefully avoided the areas where there might be peerless beasts, and arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. The huge mountain forest was deathly silent. There was not a single sound, and there were no birds or beasts. There were no ants or insects. It was as if he had arrived at the end of the world. Bang! One of Yi Fan's feet finally stepped into the forbidden area, and he immediately felt a terrifying aura attacking him. This was the power of desolation. The last time he walked to the 9 sacred mountains, it was the same. Today he was attacked like this as soon as he took a step in. He felt cold all over. At this crucial moment, stone clothes appeared on his body, covering the sky and covering his body, protecting him tightly. He walked inside with large steps. Swoosh! The moment he entered, even with the peerless stone clothes covering his body, Yi Fan still shivered. His cultivation had been wiped clean, and nothing was left. In this forbidden area, he had become immortal, and he could no longer fly in the sky or burrow underground. However, unlike others, his sea of reincarnation had not dried up. His Tao palace had gone dark, and his 4 poles had been sealed. His divine power had not disappeared, but it had been sealed inside his body. The physique of a saint physique was extremely powerful. His golden blood energy was still boiling, and it could rush out at any time. This was the reason why Yi Fan dared to enter the forbidden area. Yi Fan strode forward, and soon he had traveled tens of miles. He sensed something strange. The power of time seeped into his body through the stone clothes. Not good. His heart trembled, and his expression changed. This was only 1/10 of the journey, and it was already so dangerous. No wonder the Supreme Emperor of the Middle Continent had to die with a grievance. Yi Fan activated his Heaven Origin Pattern channel. Tens of thousands of divine runes overflowed with brilliant colors, and they wrapped around him. At the same time, the sky-shrouding treasured robe shone brightly, covering him. He looked up at the sky. There was no way out now, or else he would die within half a year. Although entering the forbidden area was like entering a bottomless abyss, it might be the only way out. Inside the forbidden area, ancient trees towered into the sky. Their branches were like the palms of giants, and they were almost at the same level as the mountain ridges. Old vines were as thick as water tanks, and they wriggled about like true dragons. They coiled from the foot of the mountain all the way to the summit, bold and powerful. Along the way, Yifan saw countless spiritual medicines. They were all rarely seen in this world, and they were all extremely ancient medicines. However, he didn't have the time to pick them. He was squandering his life away every minute and second. It wasn't worth it to stop here. Right now, only undying divine medicines were useful to him. After advancing for 30 li, the sky-shrouding treasured robe dimmed. The Tao patterns within it had been severed. The material of this robe was unknown, but it was even sturdier than divine iron. It fell from the heavens and was refined into a precious robe. It was indestructible, and it could isolate all auras. That was why it was known as the sky-shrouding treasured robe. However, right now it couldn't withstand Desolate's invasion. Its Tao patterns were erased, and the treasured robe only had a sturdy nature left. Its Tao and reasoning, as well as techniques, had all been stripped away. Yifan moved as if he was flying, advancing with extreme speed. In front of him was an abyss, and behind him was hell. There was no pure land. He could only save himself and open up a path of life. Po! The heaven resentment patterns in the robe began to break, unable to hold on any longer. Tens of thousands of patterns were severed in the blink of an eye, and soon, all of them would disappear. Tao Scripture. Yifan activated the Tao Scripture's Heart Sutra. 9 ancient words appeared on the robe, suppressing his body to achieve eternity and resist the power of time. As expected of the innate Great Emperor's patterns, they blocked the invasion. He temporarily calmed down, and his life wasn't taken away. However, there were only 9 ancient words. Although he could carve them, he couldn't even understand their meaning, so how could he comprehend the ultimate mystery? After advancing for another 60 li, the 9 ancient words gradually faded away. Together with the heaven origin pattern, they were about to disappear. This is only 60 li, but it's already countless times harder than last time. Yifan's heart pounded. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. There was no way out, and Desolate's aura would become even stronger. He gritted his teeth and rushed past mountain after mountain. By the time he reached 70 li, he had already aged. At this time, the 9 ancient words and the heaven origin pattern had all disappeared. Now, only the empty robe and the heaven enveloping treasured robe were left. There were no more Tao principles or techniques to protect them. Yifan didn't panic. He took out the Qilin seed and held it in his hand. As he absorbed its essence energy, he ran madly, using the immortal divine medicine to prolong his life and charge into the final stretch. However, this last stretch was extremely difficult. Even though the divine medicine could prolong his life, he was still aging. Even his great Tao injuries were worsening. Finally, after charging for 100 li, Yifan saw the 9 sacred mountains. However, the corrosion of time had seeped into his bones, and his consciousness was becoming blurry. He gritted his teeth and finally reached the foot of the mountain. However, his strength was almost exhausted. At the same time, his hair stood on end. On the sacred mountain, several figures stood side by side, looking down at him with cold gazes. He felt a chill from head to toe. Chapter 431. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and heavy. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and strange rocks rose abruptly. It could be said to be magnificent. They were not very tall, but they gave off a majestic aura, giving off boundless pressure. It was as if the 9 heavens and 10 earths were in front of them. When Yifan arrived at the foot of the mountain, his body was withered and could not hold on any longer. He looked up and his entire body turned cold. Those cold eyes and intimidating figures made him feel like he had fallen into an icehouse. A few people stood side by side on the tall mountain. Some had hair as white as snow, while others had hair as black as a waterfall. When the mountain wind blew, their hair fluttered about. Their gazes were cold as they looked down. There were no fluctuations in their emotions. What was this place? The ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Creatures with flesh and blood could not exist for long. Even the divine clothes of the ancient sages could not withstand the corrosion. They automatically flew away, not willing to enter this place. No one could stay here for long. Since ancient times, who knew how many peerless experts had been buried here? Even the flourishing holy lands were destroyed here, turning into ashes. Yifan's heart immediately turned cold. He knew that they could not be humans. They were terrifying and mysterious desolate slaves, great heroes of the past. Silently, another girl appeared beside those people. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her neck was slender, and she was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She was exceptionally beautiful. She wore white clothes that fluttered in the mountain wind. She was like a moon fairy riding the wind. She was extraordinary, and it was difficult to find any flaws in her. She was like a person from a painting. Heavenly Jade Holy Lady. Yi Fan was shocked. Last time, he had encountered this girl and nearly lost his life. She was the #1 beauty of the eastern desolate lands from 6,000 years ago. She was also from the same sect as the old lunatic. 5 figures stood side by side, each with an extraordinary aura. It was impossible to become a desolate slave unless one was extremely talented. They were not from the same era, but they were definitely unrivaled in the past. Perhaps one could find records of some of them in ancient books. It was very likely that they were the world-shaking heroes of the past who could summon the wind and rain on the continent. Do the heavens want me to die? Yi Fan sighed. He had used all his methods and finally approached the sacred mountain. He had never expected to encounter such shocking desolate slaves. How could he resist them? Legend had it that desolate slaves did not come out often. Sometimes they would not come out of the deep abyss even after hundreds of years. Now 5 of them had appeared. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. He had gone to the ancient desolate forbidden land 3 times, and encountered a powerful desolate slave twice. This was truly bad luck. At this moment, he was already old beyond recognition. Even though his stone clothes and sky-covering treasured robe were not broken, they could no longer withstand the corrosion of time. The Kirin seed had long since withered away. Yi Fan extracted an endless amount of life essence energy from it in order to prevent it from dying, but it was impossible for it to continue for a long time. The divine medicine seed and his physical body were his greatest trump cards. Originally, he was just about to ascend the sacred mountain, but now such an unforeseen event had occurred. Whoosh! A figure whose feet didn't touch the ground floated down from the sacred mountain like a specter, and headed straight for Yi Fan. All the hair on his body stood on end as a terrifying aura assaulted him. Buzz! At the crucial moment, the golden blood energy of the sacred body surged. Even though his body was old, it still possessed endless potential. It was as if he was born with the power to resist desolate slave. Yi Fan braced himself and flew towards the other sacred mountain. He did not choose to leave, because with his current condition he would probably die of old age and turn to dust before he could leave the sacred mountain. This was a middle-aged man with hair as white as snow. He was heroic and imposing, as if he was the only one in the world. He must have been a world-shaking character in the past. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Yi Fan's path. However, he did not make a move. He stared at Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation without blinking. Yi Fan's heart pounded violently, as if he was being stared at by an ancient desolate beast. All the blood energy in his body was about to evaporate, and his body felt like it was about to burst apart. Just how powerful was this person? Even though his current condition was terrible, his flesh was withered, and his body was declining, he was still a sacred body after all. He actually felt this way. The white-haired man walked forward in a steady and resolute manner. Every step seemed as if it could split apart mountains and rivers. Yi Fan discovered that the sky-covering treasured clothes were directly cracked apart, and the stone clothes were even more so shattered. It was exceptionally terrifying. This middle-aged man was heroic and majestic, as if he could rule over heaven and earth. He calmly walked forward, as if a great mountain was crushing down on Yi Fan to crush him. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Golden blood energy rushed out, moving around his body. The undying sacred body's potential surged to resist this disaster. At the same time, his appearance was dignified. He chanted a strange scripture that resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if thunder was descending into the world, shaking the ancient trees until walala sounds rang out, and leaves flew about chaotically. He used his sacred body's golden blood energy to move. This was the last exceptional trump card he could take the initiative to use. This was the several hundred ancient scripture characters from the ancient bronze coffin. From the past until now, he had never understood it. When he roared out now, it didn't turn into sound, but rather a type of fluctuation. This scripture didn't exist in this world. Regardless of whether it was written or chanted, it couldn't appear, and outsiders couldn't understand it. Suddenly, halfway up the mountain, the same scripture rang out. It was even more resounding than his, covering the heaven and earth as if it was expounding the supreme principles of the great Tao. The heavenly sound was like thunder, but only Yi Fan could hear it clearly. This was exactly the same as his own scripture. It turned into a type of heavenly might, and others couldn't understand its meaning. Yi Fan didn't care about anything else and directly rushed towards the mountainside. He didn't care whether or not the white-haired man followed him. In his heart, there was only that ancient coffin. At this moment his consciousness was a bit hazy, and he could fall down at any time. He simply couldn't care about anything else. In the ancient forest halfway up the mountain, a huge ancient bronze coffin quietly lay there. It was full of vicissitudes of time, as if it was connected to the ancient past. The bronze coffin fell to the side, and the coffin lid slid down to the side. Yi Fan staggered as he approached. He immediately threw himself in because he couldn't hold on any longer. Am I going to die? No, I definitely can't die. He held the Qilin divine medicine seed in his bosom. Only a trace of blood energy seeped out, guiding life essence energy into his body. He clenched his teeth, not allowing himself to go unconscious. However, his state was just too terrible. Even though his will was as firm as iron, he still couldn't hold on. The great Tao scars ruptured, immediately expanding. He almost directly died. Yi Fan finally fainted. The great Tao cracks deepened. His spirit and body couldn't bear the burden anymore. He collapsed within the ancient coffin. After more than 5 years, almost 6 years of time, he entered the bronze coffin again. Everything was because of it that he came to this world, and now he entered again. The bronze coffin that crossed the star domain. It was unknown where it began and where it ended. It was full of too many secrets. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did Yi Fan slowly wake up. The great Tao heavenly sound had long stopped. It was incomparably peaceful without a single sound. The coffin didn't have Huang's power, so the passage of time couldn't continue to deprive him of his life. Yi Fan knew that his gamble paid off. The several hundred characters of ancient scriptures stirred up the ancient coffin. Before entering the ancient desolate forbidden land, he had already made all types of deductions. Since even Huang feared the ancient coffin, pushing it out from the abyss, then it definitely didn't fear that type of aura. At the crucial moment of life and death, his choice was correct. He resonated with the ancient coffin's heavenly sound and entered this place, allowing him to escape disaster. Even though the passage of time no longer corroded him, his state was terrible to the extreme. The great Tao scars worsened, and his life source seemed like it was about to be split in half. Moreover, right now his body was aging, his flesh shriveled up. He was like a lamp without oil, about to reach the end of his life at any time. If not for the Qilin divine medicine seed in his hands, he would have already turned into withered bones. The purple Qilin that was less than the size of an infant's fist was dim and without light, already about to wither. This was a type of extravagant squandering. Absorbing the life of the undying divine medicine seed to resist the passage of time, perhaps he was the only one under the heavens who had done such a thing. Even a peerless emperor wearing an ancient sage's divine robe couldn't approach the sacred mountain. Even if Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled, without this seed, it would be almost impossible for him to reach here and survive until now. This was the world's rarest divine object. Please don't wither and die. Yi Fan felt a sense of guilt. The undying divine medicine was unique in this world. If it died, it wouldn't be able to reappear. The world was silent. He gazed outwards, but he didn't see the white-haired man, nor did he see the figures of the others. Can this ancient coffin really restrain them? Even though he didn't die, Yi Fan's lifespan had already dried up. He was only using the Qilin seed to prolong his life. The terrifying great Tao scars could take away his life at any time. I'm trapped here. How can I reach the summit? He felt like he didn't have the strength to climb up. As long as he left the bronze coffin, he wouldn't be able to resist Huang's aura. This won't do, I have to go up. There's no time to waste, or else I will definitely die here. Yi Fan was inwardly anxious. If he had enough divine force, he could carry the bronze coffin up and resist the corrosion of time. But now, even walking was an issue. What do I do? The Qilin seed has dried up, so it's difficult for me to absorb life essence energy. How am I supposed to go up? Yi Fan had never felt so helpless before. Death was so close to him. Perhaps before the sky darkened, he would leave this world. His life would dry up, and it would be difficult for him to continue living. Yi Fan stood up with difficulty. He gazed outwards. The 9 enormous dragon corpses in the ancient forest were like a great steel wall, not decaying even now. Dark light flickered about, full of power, making one couldn't help but tremble. Are these true dragons? His voice was trembling. The 9 corpses looked exactly the same as true dragons, their might like the heavens. However, after experiencing too many things, he already began to doubt the existence of immortal spirits. Perhaps they are flood dragons that have evolved to the extreme realm. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. With the Qilin seed in hand, he quickly rushed out towards the enormous dragon corpse that flickered with scales. He prepared to drink dragon blood to prolong his life. Chong! Sparks flew in all directions. It was as if Yi Fan's finger had hacked down on 10,000 refined divine iron, unable to cut through it at all. His injuries were just too severe. After hacking down a few times, he couldn't even move a single dragon scale. The terrifying Great Dao scars made it almost impossible for him to stand. He used all of his methods, yet he still couldn't break through the dragon corpse. His body aged even more, and he almost fell backwards onto the ground. Yi Fan used the last of his strength to barely return to the bronze coffin. He fell onto the ground, unable to budge an inch. Am I really going to die? Yi Fan was downcast. He had left his hometown and arrived at the other shore of the starry skies, dying in a place no one knew of. There were no relatives, no friends who knew of this. This was too sorrowful. If I die like this, who would shed a single tear for me? He couldn't even send out a message. 10 years, 100 years later, there would only be a skeleton here. If there was an outstanding character who could come here, they would only sigh. Yi Fan really didn't want to die like this. He said to himself, what other trump cards do I have that I can take the initiative to use? He searched through his entire body. The golden Tao scripture, the silver heavenly source book, the Bodhi seed apart from the shriveled Qilin seed. None of the treasures could save his life. Ding! Suddenly a crisp sound rang out. A small translucent stone fell to the ground. It was only the size of a knuckle, and it flowed with rainbow splendor. It was sparkling and beautiful. Little darling. Seeing this small stone, Yi Fan immediately thought of the pitiful little girl of unknown origins. His heart moved, and he placed the small 7-colored stone in his palm. He used it as a divine medicine to absorb its essence energy. With a swoosh, a 7-colored light entered his body. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. He felt his entire body relax, and he had gained a lot of strength. He almost didn't dare to believe all of this. Just what kind of stone was this? How could it have such a pure life essence? He continued to absorb, and ray after ray of 7-colored splendor rushed into his body. Yi Fan finally sat up after recovering some strength. He looked at this small stone in disbelief. It wasn't an immortal divine medicine, but it possessed a powerful life essence. Little darling. Yi Fan didn't expect that the small stone little darling gave him would save his life at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the strength to stand up.